preparing.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. This morning we have a number of public hearings on bills. We have a lot of members of the public signed up to testify, which is really wonderful. We typically do run a 3-minute clock for testimony, and we'll be doing that today. My colleague and co-chair, Representative Harnett, will be the timekeeper. He'll hold up his phone when you've got 10 seconds left in your testimony, and then you'll actually hear it beep. During the testimony, he'll be found, I believe, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, so it'll be easy for people who are speaking to keep an eye on him. We do have an exception for bill sponsors. Bill sponsors have unlimited time to present their testimony. So again, the sponsor will present testimony and respond to committee member questions. And then we'll call up members of the public, initially for, and then against, and then neither for nor against. They'll have 3 minutes to provide their testimony, and they may also receive some questions from committee members. That is how we will proceed today. I also wanted to let everyone know that I posted in the chat the order of today's bills. So you'll see that the order is 926 and then 1401. Those bills have very similar subject matter. And if you wish to provide your testimony, combine your testimony and address both bills at the same time, you're welcome to do so. And then we'll do 1238, 1292, 1510, and 1591. So that is the order of bills today. And we always begin our committee meetings with committee member introductions. And so that is how we will start today. And today we are going to start with you, Representative Hagan. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I sure would. Thank you very much. I had a brain cramp. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dave Hagan. I represent very proudly Hamden and Newburgh, House District 101. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. My name is Laurel Libby, and I represent District 64, which is part of Auburn and all of mine. And I apologize. I will be departing at various points this morning to present a bill in another committee, or two rather, and also to testify on a bill in a third committee.
Thanks, Representative Libby. Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Jennifer Poirier. I represent House District 107, which is all of Skowhegan and part of Madison. I do have a couple of other commitments this morning, so I may be in and out. And I just wanted to take a quick moment, just where it is Teacher Appreciation Week. I'd just like to give a shout out to all of our teachers in Maine that have faced a lot of struggles this year. And I just want to let them know that we appreciate all the hard work and dedication.
Thank you, Representative Poirier. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jim Thorne. I represent District 103, which is Carmel, Herman, and a slice of Etna up in beautiful Penobscot County. And again, I want to take a shout out to all the teachers out there and remind everybody I like teachers so much I married one.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Thorne. Representative Evangelos.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Good morning, and good morning, everyone. I'll ditto Representative Thorne's comments. My wife's a teacher, so thanks for saying that. It's nice. Jeffrey Evangelos, House District 91, and I live in Friendship.
Thank you, Representative Evangelos. Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thank you to all of my colleagues for recognizing our teachers. I will recognize my colleague, Representative Hagan, who is a teacher in our great state, and also my mom, who is a retired teacher of 45 years. My name is Erin Sheehan, and I'm proud to represent Biddeford's House District 12.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, all. I'm Steve Moriarty from District 45, and that's Cumberland and the part of the town of Gray.
Thank you. And Representative Babbage, is he still up? Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning, everyone. I too would like to give a shout out to nurses and teachers. And I founded the Kennebunk Civil Rights Team a quarter century ago. But I also am the representative from House District 8, and I reside in the town of Kennebunk.
Thank you. And you as well had a long and distinguished career as a teacher. Let's see, Senator Keim.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Lisa Keim, and I'm proud to represent Senate District 18, which is northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin.
Thank you. And Representative Harnett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Tom Harnett. I represent House District 83, which is the town of Farmingdale and the city of Gardner, where I reside. And I don't know if Representative Babbage remembers, but I directed the Civil Rights Team project for about 12 years. Loved my time in schools and greatly appreciate the work of our teachers, and I'm happy to recognize them today. Thank you for everyone who's here today.
Thanks, Representative Harnett. And I'm Ann Carney. I represent State Senate District 29, which includes South Portland, Cape Elizabeth, and a little bit of Scarborough. And I'll just echo all of my colleagues' appreciation for teachers, and especially for the 2 teachers who are on our committee. We really appreciate all the work you have done and continue to do for our state. And with that, we will open up our hearing on our first bill, which again is LD 926, an act to ban biological males from participating in women's sports. The bill's sponsor is Representative O'Connor, and I am going to bring her onto the panel. And I did want to note, I've seen a couple of things in the chat. The chat is not a substantive part of our meeting. It's really reserved for technical difficulties only. Just want to make sure the members of the public are aware of that. And let's see. Representative O'Connor is joining us momentarily. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Representative O'Connor.
Good morning.
Welcome. You can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you very much, and my appreciation to all the teachers as well as nurses out there. And I hope they have a wonderful day and keep up the great work. Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee for taking my testimony in support of LB 926 as well as 1401, an act to ban biological males from participating in women's sports. I was asked to put this bill in by a grandfather who was concerned about the safety of his granddaughters and their prospects of competing in athletics in what would be construed as a national growing trend to allow transgendered males to participate in female sports. I was hesitant to submit the bill because of the controversy and uncomfortable conversations that would be sure to ensue. I thought about my own granddaughter, who is a college athlete and has worked extremely hard to earn athletic scholarships. She's 5 feet tall and 100 pounds soaking wet. It occurred to me that if she were made to compete against biological males, it could very well mean that she would lose competitions, trophies, ultimately the very scholarship she has worked so hard for. She would not be an isolated case. And in fact, nationally, this has already happened to other women, some of whom will speak today. Nearly 50 years ago, Title IX was implemented, which opened a world of athletics for young women and gave them more opportunities than they ever had before to compete on a level playing field with other women. I believe in the value of Title IX and preserving the hard-won equality and rights of women, and feel it is imperative that the rights of biological females be protected against injustices and challenge the unfair consequences of dissenting from an ideology that seeks to eradicate the very concept of women in sports. Frankly, I find it absurd and wrong for even one woman to be dismissed for being brutally assaulted by a biological male in a dangerous and unfair competition. It is worse when women are told to put up with this kind of assault without recourse or redress from the institutions that are meant to protect them. Fallon Fox, a biological male, smashing Tamika Brent's skull comes to mind. In any other instance, the domination of a woman by a biological male would make her a victim of abuse and injustices, but because it was a trans-identifying male that the issue was dismissed, and Brent's was told to get over it. This, in my opinion, is discrimination of a very dangerous kind. There has been much of a focus put on hormone therapy, and that when a biological male is transitioning, that male loses the competitive edge. But that is not fully so. In fact, this is a denial of science and shows a complete disregard for fairness to say that male athletes who identify as a female are just the same as a biological female. Gender and sex are not the same thing. When an individual is born, except in extremely rare cases, it is determined male or female. Gender is not a sex determination. The advantages males have do not disappear because one selected to change their gender. The sex of birth remains the sex of birth. With that, even if a trans woman is taking hormones, there are factors that do not change. Those factors are larger lung capacity, oxygenation of blood, a denser bone structure, making them less likely to break as women are, and the capacity for muscle mass. The science is clear, and that science points to a huge advantage of a biological male over a biological female. I've included a study that clearly shows the advantage of biological males competing in women's sports. I won't read that whole study. I did attach a link for that because it is long and arduous, but in short, it says performance gap between males and females becomes significant at puberty and often amounts to 10 to 50% depending on the sport. The performance gap is pronounced in longitudinal studies examining the effects of testosterone suppression on muscle mass and strength in transgendered women consistently show very modest changes where the loss of lean body muscle mass and muscular advantage enjoyed by transgender women is only minimally reduced when testosterone is suppressed. And the study gives the different sports in anywhere from 10% advantage and in some cases up to 50% advantage. For this being said, for all the reasons I've expressed, I would ask this committee for very serious consideration on this bill. When one considers the ramifications of opening women's sports to biological males, we change the playing field that women fought so hard to obtain. My opinion is discrimination that will harm biological women. I'm here to support women and women's rights and what we've earned. And it also occurred to me recently, it was last night, that when an Olympic world champion, Caitlyn Jenner, speaks out in opposition to biological males and women's sports, I think she knows what she's talking about, and perhaps we should listen to her. And I thank you all very much. I know you have a long day ahead of you. I know your work is hard, and I want to thank you. And I will be happy to take any questions from you or bring anything that you would like back to the work session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative O'Connor. And I see that Representative Libby has a question for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here today, Representative O'Connor. My question is simply, I'm reading the testimony, and somehow between the transition of submission and getting into the portal, I don't see the study link. So I just was wondering if you could email that to the committee, please.
I certainly will. I'm so sorry. I thought it was in my testimony.
Thank you so much.
Certainly.
Thanks, Representative Libby. Committee members, are there any additional questions for the bill sponsor? Representative Hagan, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's nice to see you, Beth O'Connor, Representative O'Connor. Nice to
Wow.
see you. Just want to ask a clarifying question on the intramural part of this. You would have this bill ban all participation with males in a intramural situation with females?
Yes, I actually would. I know that I've raised 2 sons. I've raised 2 daughters. I've seen from the time they were very, very young that even my non-athletic son could run circles around my very athletic daughters who were older than him.
All right, thank you.
Representative Thorne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Representative O'Connor. Thank you for bringing this bill to us today. I'm not sure of the percentage of high school age, and I assume is this merely addressing high school post-secondary education or college? How's that?
So I actually, when I wrote the bill, I was really uncomfortable when I wrote this. I'm still relatively uncomfortable speaking about this issue. However, I do think that this should be high school sports. That is where women, well, actually it's junior high school sports as well, but in high school, as well as especially in college, this is where competitives get really steep. In high school, this is where women start to earn those scholarships. I know how hard my granddaughter worked for her scholarships and is still working hard for those scholarships and have great fear that she'll lose them. So I think it should probably begin in high school and it should continue right through college and actually into professional sports as well. I think that this is a bad trend that we're starting on, and I don't want to see it destroy women's rights.
Thank you. A follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. And I don't know how many this affects, Representative O'Connor, but just trying to think, are there any, and I'm thinking about sex change procedures that have actually occurred, or whether they can occur in 18-year-old, pre-18-year-olds, or if there are cases or examples in Maine where an actual sex change has occurred, and whether this would apply in that case as well.
So I don't know the answer to that question. I can certainly try to get the answer to that question for you. However, even if it has not happened, it does not mean that it could not happen. So often with my children, I am preemptive in the way that I raise them and what I expect from them and from their performances in the future. So I would be more than happy to get you that information.
Thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative O'Connor, for being here and being brave. My question is, did you have any conversations with like school associations? And if so, did that help inform anything with your bill?
So I have not had any conversations. My conversations basically were with individuals, some individuals who have already been affected by this. I am not, and they are in Maine. I'm not sure if they will testify today. And if they do, they are a lot braver than I am. And no one reached out to me having conversations. And this bill has been printed for quite some time. Instead of people reaching out, I was attacked. I was yelled at. I had horrible phone conversations about the intolerance, about my intolerance. I've been called names. And so it kind of stifles one from reaching out and trying to investigate this. What I have done is a lot of reading. I could have inundated this committee with thousands of pages of information. And it's something we need to talk about. It's hard. And we need to talk about it. And I really wish that others had reached out to me on this. I kind of went into a shell because of the attacks.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that, and thank you, Representative O'Connor.
Thank you.
Representative Sheehan?
Thanks, Madam Chair. And thanks for being here, Representative O'Connor. Following up on Senator Kimes' question, you haven't had a chance to vet this bill with educational groups. Have you reached out to medical groups at all
No,
for current best practice?
no, I
Are you-
have not. I have read information on current best practice, though. Thank you.
So can I do one follow-up, Senator Carney?
Yes, one follow-up.
Are you aware of the use of puberty blockers for young trans children?
I am.
And is that addressed in the testimony that you said you would attach?
That is not addressed in the testimony. However, I can certainly send a link that speaks to that, to puberty blockers. And that is in young children. That is also highly unusual.
I'm sure we'll hear more. Thank you so
Certainly.
much.
You're very welcome.
And thank you for providing that additional information, Representative. I appreciate it.
Problem.
Representative Babbage, do you have a question?
I do, Madam Chair. Thanks so much. I didn't want my former seatmate in EUT get away without a hello. How are you, Representative O'Connor?
Very well. It's lovely to see you, Representative Babbage.
First of all, just factually, how does the Olympics deal with this problem? Do you know?
Yes, I do. And I can actually send you that link as well. It is, there is quite a bit of reading. I have a folder full of papers right here. And had I known, I would have sent you all the links in advance so that you could read all this information.
Yeah, and maybe I mischaracterized it as a problem. It's an issue. But anyway, I wanted to ask you, Representative O'Connor, because as a 4-decade teacher and so forth, when we talk about middle school and high school athletics, it's a very small percentage that will actually gain a scholarship opportunity. The big advantage, of course, is to learn all the skills that you have with teamwork and personal growth, and have those activities on your resume so you can demonstrate your willingness to grow to colleges that get applications. So the educational aspect is what I'm asking you about here. A person that is trans, are you concerned at all about closing off the kinds of opportunities that we're offering to other students by extracurricular participation?
So, yes, I am concerned for all of our children. However, I am most concerned about in sports, biological females, and what we have fought so hard for, Title IX, over the years. And I really think that sports are competitive enough, and it is very difficult. As I expressed to this committee earlier, I have a 100-pound granddaughter, and if she is forced to compete against biological males, she will not win, and she will be lucky to get any of the trophies that she has gotten. And so I'm worried about all of our children, and I'm worried about this conversation, which is one of the reasons why I'm here. I don't hate anybody, and I don't wish anybody harm at all. I just want to have this conversation because I am here standing up for the rights of biological women.
Thank you, Representative O'Connor. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Libby?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative O'Connor, you spoke about your concerns regarding high school athletes and scholarship opportunities. It's my understanding that this has already become an issue in Connecticut and that there are lawsuits pending. Is that something you ran into in your reading?
Yes, absolutely. I've actually been in contact with the individuals from Connecticut. I believe some of them may be on this meeting today and this hearing. And Yes, it has happened in more than one place. It has happened nationally, and it has also happened in New Hampshire as well. And I'm not sure if those people will speak. Like I said, it does take a lot of courage to come and speak about your beliefs. But yes, it has been an issue. And as I said, it has happened in Maine. However, I'm not sure if those individuals will release that information, and I will respect their privacy.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Committee members, looks like we're done with questions for the bill sponsor. Is that correct? And we will have an opportunity to speak with the sponsor at the work session on this bill as well. Representative O'Connor, thank you so much for coming before the committee today. We typically do let bill sponsors stay on the panel during the testimony from members of the public, so you're welcome to stay if you'd like on the panel. Just ask that you, like all panel members, mute your audio. And at this time, we'll move on to the you're welcome. Public testimony portion of the hearing. And first, I am going to ask any person in the attendee space who is a legislator, so legislators only who wish to speak in support of LD 926 or 1401. Actually, I think maybe what we should do is have the bill sponsor for 1401 present as well, because since we are giving people the option to testify on both bills, I think that would be an appropriate procedure. Co-Chair Harnett, does that seem like the right?
Yeah, I believe so, Madam Chair. As we're combining the testimony, it would be best to have both bills in front of the public.
Great, let's go ahead and do that then. And so the next bill we have is 1401. This is sponsored by Representative Kinney, and it is an act to prohibit biological males from participating in school athletic programs and activities designated for females in schools that receive federal funding. And I will just bring Representative Kinney over to the panel. Welcome, Representative Kinney.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to check in with you. Is this fine with you to go ahead and introduce your bill as well? Since people
Absolutely.
may be talking to both
I was
of them.
going to comment, we do this in VLA all the time if there's similar bills. Part of the problem was the revisor's office didn't do mandatory co-sponsors this time. So this act makes absolutely perfect sense to do these. So yeah, it helps because I have another bill to present in education later. So this will work really well for me, I think. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, thank you for, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee, I thank you for your time this morning as I present LD 1401, an act to prohibit biological males from participating in school athletic programs and activities designated for females at schools that receive federal funding. Some of the issues, I am Marianne. I didn't write my testimony because this has had me very nervous. I have some notes, so I apologize, but I am Marianne Kinney. I represent House District 99, which are the towns of Brooks, Burnham, Freedom, Jackson, Knox, Monroe, Thorndike, Troy, and Unity in Western Waldo County. And as I was trying to write this testimony today, I just couldn't write testimony. So I do have some notes, but I'm going to skip around a little bit. I did go through and I started reading some of the testimony, trying to get some ideas on what to say today. Some of the things that really bothered me was how much hatred seems to be coming from opposition to these bills. Representative O'Connor and I both have, I've known her now for 7 years, and neither one of us have hatred towards anybody who's competing in sports. In fact, as women, we want to see women succeed in many different ways. I've been a female who's been able to succeed in male-driven male-driven work experiences. I was something a lot of people don't necessarily know, although probably do by now, is that I was a long-haul truck driver. That's not a female driven employment opportunity. It's a male driven field even still today, but I succeeded there because I worked hard and I did what I needed to do. It's kind of funny because a lot of times they like the women because we're easier on the trucks and we don't necessarily grind the gears as much, but I digress a little bit on that. All of what I wanted to do with this bill did not end up in this bill. I wanted to see every student be able to, every student, every adult, every person be able to participate in sports. Sports are important. I played sports in junior high, elementary school, junior high school, until I tore ligaments that really kind of ended my athletic careers in junior high and high school. I was able to run track for a bit, but then I went and tore them again. So that didn't help. I currently have 2 high school teenagers, 1 boy, 1 girl. My son is 6 feet tall and weighs over 200 pounds. My daughter is 5'5", and she weighs in at a whopping 118 pounds. Now, you don't want to mess with my daughter. She handles 1,100-pound horses and she gets them to do what she wants them to do. But when it comes to throwing the hay, when we're putting hay in the summer, she can work with the boys in the barn. She can stack hay, but she cannot throw the hay. So the boys throw her, and I think probably they literally throw her up into the hay mound so she can stack the hay while they throw the bales up to her. They can out stack her 2 or 3 bales to 1 when she's up there, but she can keep up because she has the stamina, but she doesn't have the strength. She doesn't have that physical ability. My son has been big for quite some time. When he hit puberty, it was end of junior high. So as a freshman in high school, he played on a premier soccer team that didn't have enough kids his age to fill a team. So he was placed with the junior high kids. Those junior high boy parents were scared to death for their boys who had not yet hit puberty, because my son was 6 feet tall and he was not quite the 200 he is today, but he was in the high hundreds, 150 to 180 pounds at that time. They were afraid that their kids were going to get hurt, and one kid did. This is reality. My son has played on the boys soccer team at Mount View High School, where they won a championship for Class C North in 2019. During the 2020 season, they had a fun little scrimmage with the girls team. The girls team, probably because of the pandemic, didn't have enough girls show up to play and fulfill a full complement of players on the field. So my son actually went over and played on the girls team for this little friendly. When they have this friendly year after year, the girls never win. The boys always win. It's just the name of the game. The boys are bigger, faster, stronger, and they can control that ball much better than the girls can. They can get the head bumps because they're taller. They can get around a girl, they can body check her, and she's going to go down, and they're going to get around, and they're going to be able to score. But when my son played with the girls, they almost had a little bit of a fighting chance last fall, and they had a great time. They actually scored a goal. Well, my son did, not the girls. And mixed martial arts, we're seeing women getting their skulls literally crushed by transgender women who are able to do this because they're just so much bigger and so much stronger. This just is something that I heard Representative Connor talking about. We've been fighting with Title IX for equal rights for women to have equal opportunities in sports. We ask for equal opportunities in pay for women because we're different. We're not getting necessarily those equal opportunities. Well, what I would like to see happen, because transgender women are started out as biological males who are bigger, who are stronger, just biologically, it's science. We're told to follow the science lately a lot. And so what I would like to see, and it didn't come through in the bill, I don't necessarily want to ban these people from participating in sports. That's never my intent. It was never my intent to do that. I'd like to see us maybe create yet another issue like we did with Title IX back in the day, to give men and women equal opportunities in sports. Let's give the transgender population an equal opportunity in sports, compete with themselves. They know what they're getting at. They know what they're going to have for competition. And then the girls that are trying to compete for scholarships to go off to college or try to get on a professional team, there are professional women's sports teams. Let's help them all be able to participate and give them that fighting chance that they've been dreaming from, maybe from the day they were born. And let's stop trying to hurt the girls that are trying to participate, that want to be girls, that were born as girls and want to stay girls and want to be able to do this. Let's make sure that they're not hurt in this process of trying to include someone who's bigger, stronger, and have no chance of being able to compete against. I'd just love to see this go forward in a loving way, in a inclusive way, versus being something that just is going to shut out our girls for the future. Thank you. Now I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Representative Kinney. Committee members, are there questions for Representative Kinney? Not seeing any questions for you. I know you mentioned that you were busy in education today. If you would like to remain on the panel, you're welcome to. That's the custom in this committee. But we also understand that you're pulled in a lot of different directions.
It's okay. I am just presenting a bill. So it's when they let me know I'm over, I'll stay and listen for the time being, because this does really weigh heavy on my heart. And I really want to see something positive come of this.
Thank you. And if you could just mute yourself while you're on the panel as well. Thanks. Okay, so now I'm turning to those in the attendee space. And I'm asking any legislator who is here to testify in support of either LD 926 or LD 1401 to please raise your electronic hand and leave it raised. This is legislators only, because we typically give legislators a little consideration. And I am not seeing any legislators with hands raised at this point. Are there any legislators in the attendee space who wish to testify in opposition to either of these bills? If so, please raise your hands. And it looks like there are 2 legislators, so we'll pull them over one at a time. And legislators, please let us know which bill or both, or if you're going to testify on both, please let us know that when you begin to speak, right after you introduce yourself. And we'll be asking the same for members of the public who are speaking. Representative Sachs, welcome to the committee. Please activate your audio and video. Let us know which bill or bills you're testifying on, and then you can begin. And Representative Harnett is up in the upper left-hand corner, and he'll be doing the 3-minute timer. Go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Melanie Sachs. I represent District 48, which includes Freeport and part of Pownell. And in a fit of efficiency and enthusiasm, I'm submitting testimony in strong oppositions to LDs 926, 1401, and it applies to 1238 as well, that you will be seeing later. I've attached in my written testimony, which will be put in right after this, citations and data from half a dozen esteemed publications, such as Scientific American, which includes the noteworthy phrase, quote, actual research shows that sex is anything but binary, and Harvard University, which notes that, quote, many sex determination systems exist, and the concept of, quote, male versus female isn't quite as simple as humans once thought. But I believe the bills before you today are not about science and biology. They're not grounded in data indicating issues with transgender middle schoolers playing sports, nor threats experienced by women in shelters. As a licensed clinical social worker, data analyst, and legislator, I believe bills such as these are not only unsupportable, they are indeed harmful. As expressed by the sponsors, they're grounded in fear and fallacy, exacerbating the very problems they are purporting to solve, and I am not here for that. What I am as a legislator here for is to be supportive of my transgender students, my transgender colleagues, my transgender friends, church members, and members of the community. I'm here for the transgender people I have never met, and for those who do not feel safe to feel truly seen. The institutionalized discrimination proposed by these bills should not be supported by this legislature. I urge you to unanimously vote ought not to pass. I yield the rest of my time to those who will come with lived experience after me and have attached additional resources regarding the mental health concerns, the scientific data, and the personal stories of those affected by this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sachs. Committee members, are there any questions for Representative Sachs? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony live and in writing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And next we'll be joined by Senator Daughtry.
Thank you. Good morning.
Welcome, Senator Daughtry. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Perfect. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Maddie Daughtry. I'm the Assistant Senate Majority Leader, and I'm also the State Senator for Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'm here today to express my strong opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. I will be brief in my remarks. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. I heard the testimony from the sponsors, and I understand, their concern and fear with everything that's going on with these bills. But I have to say, reading these bills feel like the latest in a nationwide movement to divide us and continue to add towards increasing and growing transphobia. Trans youth already face an uphill battle. For anyone who has a family member or a friend who's been going through this process, we need to do everything we can to make sure these folks going through here are protected and loved. I've served 4 terms on the Education Committee. And in my time in the legislature, one of the reaching goals that we've tried to do is make sure that we're doing no harm to our children and supporting them on their educational journey. I feel like these bills would actually hurt so many of our Maine children who are just trying to, go through the day and already face an uphill battle. I also want to say, like Representative Sachs, I want to yield a lot of my time to those who will be coming after me with their own personal stories. But I also want to say that I'm here to encourage you all to listen to the voices of the Brunswick Junior High School civil rights team who will be speaking after me. They've submitted testimony, and these students have worked very hard on their testimony, and I promised them that I would be here to cheer them on and also highlight their testimony for you. But most importantly, I'm here to stand in strong solidarity with my friends, family, mentors, and constituents who are transgendered. I urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on these harmful bills. We can all think of different situations where sports teams, have benefited from different items. And I think, when I was in high school, for the women who actually were playing on the football team, how do these bills, work in here when you maybe have a sport that we don't have a team for someone else? So with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. I do want to say, because I know you're all in the middle of the craziness of the legislative session where it's one bill after another, so I won't have time to come back and testify. But I did just want to add that I'm also in opposition to LD 1238, but I do have to get over to the IDEA Committee and then back to the Education Committee. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your consideration. And I urge the committee to vote ought not to pass on LD 926 and LD 1401. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Committee members, are there any questions for Senator Daughtry? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today.
Have a great day, everyone.
And then I am embarrassed to say this. I'm not familiar with everybody in the House of Representatives, but Barbara McLeod has a hand raised. Is she, for those who are in the House of Representatives, is she a representative? No? Okay, great. Thank you, panel members. Okay, and so at this point now we'll turn to other members of the public who are here to testify in support of either 926 or 1401 or both. If that is the case, please raise your electronic hand and leave it raised until after you've had a chance to testify. It's the easiest way for me to keep track of who's waiting in line. Okay, so we have a number of hands up. I'm going to start bringing in those who wish to testify, and we'll start with Evie Edwards. And, you know, again, to those in the attendee space, once you join the panel, please introduce yourself, tell us the town you live in, and which bill or bills you're testifying in support of. That is either 926, 1401, or both, and then begin your testimony. We'll start with Evie Edwards. Welcome, Ms. Edwards. You can proceed when you're ready.
Hello, and thank you all. I appreciate taking the time to allow me to speak. My name is Evie Edwards. I'm in support of LD 926 and LD 1401. I'm a passionate advocate of sex classification in sport at all levels of competition. I currently live in North Carolina, but because this is a national and world issue, I am excited to speak with you all today. I'm a multinational and world master cycling medalist in multiple disciplines, cyclocross, track, and road, having competed in USA cycling events since 2008. In high school, I competed at the state level in the 100-meter hurdles, high jump, and in cross country. I had a 4-year athletic scholarship as an NCAA athlete in cross country at Valdosta State University. I was All-American in academics. I was also a member of the Female Guinness Book of World Records 100-mile relay team in Atlanta, Georgia. I'm an AmeriCorps Fellow alumni for 2 years. I worked with at-risk youth, and I was also a Girls on the Run coach. I founded a women's elite cycling team and nonprofit in North Carolina in 2011. I'm a wife, a mother of elementary school-age children, and I'm also a lifetime Democrat. I was an athlete at the UCI World Master Cycling track event in Los Angeles, California, where a man was celebrated for a new female record and awarded first place and was world champion in that event. The second place athlete in that event had bested me for gold in my event. I earned the silver medal. Transgender inclusion has been creating a discord among women in sport for years. It's not a hypothetical situation. Male bodies are taking the place of biological women's bodies. Female athletes have been robbed of the hard work and effort that they have sacrificed their time, energy, finances, and talent toward. It's not fair play. It's not ethical. Women and men who desire biological sport classification are being silenced and bullied. I've been bullied by pro-transgender groups for my opinions, and I've had team affiliation and sponsorship threatened. As an elite female runner and then cyclist, I've raced and trained with men for most of my life. But biologically, we are very different at every stage of our natural development. The men I've competed and trained against have not had to worry about the negative female impacts typical of puberty and development in sport, which is something that we don't think about. We think about suppressing male puberty, but we don't think about the challenges that girls and women face as they go through puberty, such as weight gain, hip widening, and a higher risk of injury. Girls get injured more readily than boys do because of various physiological differences in their biological development. Nor have men had to worry about a monthly menstrual cycle, breastfeeding a child while competing, which I have done, or threat of a full body shift of hormones with menopause. A USA Cycling Masters woman cannot even replace the hormones they were born with and lose with age, yet a transgender athlete is regulated and medically altered to conform in the most ideal way as they age. Transgender proponents will—
Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. Sorry to interrupt you, but we are a lot of folks, and we're going to hold everybody to 3 minutes. Appreciate your being here. Let's see if committee members have questions for you. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Edwards? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Edwards. I'm amazed by all of your accomplishments. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to Title IX and how this has been affected with this issue.
Well, I believe that Title IX is something that affects the chance for all girls and biological women. We know that girls who understand fairness and competition and have a very successful life in sport, which there's so many wonderful lessons, they're then represented more in corporate settings. And so this isn't about being anti-transgender. It's giving women a fair chance to develop those skills, which we all know are so rare. I mean, it is so difficult for girls and women to find those opportunities. And sport has long been held as one of those opportunities, much to the credit of Title IX. My mother's 88, she didn't have those opportunities. I was able to have a college scholarship. I was president of my sorority. I had national recognition. And I think all of that confidence came from being team captain, being All-American. And then at an even younger age, I was afforded those opportunities in middle school and high school. And when you're set against a situation that's unfair and you're silenced because you know that somebody is bringing biological equipment that you do not have, will never be able to have, it brings us back to the whole reason why we have sex classification in sport. Otherwise, we would just have co-ed sport. And we know what happens when that happens. Men are bigger, stronger, and faster when it counts. And when it comes to sport, those are the primary objectives. We want to have our own biological class so that we can compete in a fair setting. It's not about being anti-transgender. We have an open class. That's called the men's class. We have a protected female class. That is the biological women's class. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your first-person perspective on the issue.
Appreciate it.
Representative Thorne, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's a point of order. In the past, we have given people providing testimony an opportunity to wrap up with 1 or 2 sentences rather than a hard cutoff. And I would just ask that the chair seek consistency in this with people providing testimony. Thank you.
I appreciate you raising that concern. I intend to be very consistent with everyone today. I think that we have more people signed up to provide testimony today than we've had thus far in the session on our committee. And I do, there is an opportunity for committee members to ask questions, as Representative Libby did, and Ms. Edwards, I think, was able to give an extensive additional amount of information in response to the specific question, but we are going to ask everyone to abide by the same 3-minute timeframe today.
And I just ask that we provide that same consistency throughout the entire judiciary session, not just on a day-to-day basis based on how many people are testifying. Thank you.
I'm not sure I can answer that right now. I'm just working with today and the list of folks we have signed up today. Senator Keim, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today, Ms. Edwards. Your testimony is very helpful. My question, you made one comment. You said you have an open class, which is the men's class, and then the women's only class. But is the men's class actually open, or is it just for men? Or maybe I misunderstood your comment, so I just would like clarification on that.
Sure. It has long been understood that if, like, for example, in my own personal experience throughout national events, if there aren't enough women that show up, women generally can compete in the men's class, and you're often given a handicap. But we know, because men have been the primary instigators of sport, women had to fight for their own class. And there's always the option as a female, I can choose to race against men, but I have the protected class. So my entire life, I can train against men, I can compete in the men's class, unless there's like a specific restriction, but generally there isn't. But if I want my own, biological class, then that's why we have women's sports. That's why we're trying to protect that. I want that for my daughter. She's 9. I was able to have that and take advantage of that. And so it's something that I think should continue. So when we talk about transgender, we should really know that there is the ability for transgender women, transgender girls and women to be able to compete against and with their biological class, which would be the men's open class.
Thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it.
I am not seeing any other questions for you, Ms. Edwards. Thank you so much for joining up. Representative Babbage, go ahead.
Representative Harnett may have wanted to ask a question. I'm not sure, but I'll just get mine done with if that's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Edwards, thank you for your testimony and congratulations on all of your accomplishments. Very impressive. When I asked about Olympic rulings or the Olympic policy regarding gender, it wasn't because I thought the Olympic Committee was particularly progressive or accurate in their assessments, but I was pointing out, or I was thinking it anyway, that competition among the best in the world, when you're trying to set records and all of that, may be a different consideration than an educational setting in which we're trying to provide for children an opportunity for growth and life lessons, where wins and losses are not perhaps as a priority, given the lessons of getting up after a defeat and working hard and being self-disciplined and just having those opportunities of personal growth so that they become adults.
Representative Babbage, can you pose your question, please?
And so that is my question. My question is it not a separate question in an educational setting?
I honestly don't believe so. We are teaching our children at a very young age about fairness and sports. And so when we already put women at a disadvantage and say, hey, we're going to have a sport and this individual is going to have an unfair advantage. I mean, we don't allow doping in sport. You know, as a matter of fact, I went to college down in Valdosta, Georgia, and it was the winningest high school football team for a while there. And they had to put a stop to parents holding their boys back. They were starting them in kindergarten at age 7, 8, 9, so that when they were in middle school and high school, they were bigger, stronger, and faster. So we have a history of sport in the United States. And if you'll notice, most of the burden of this is happening to women. We do not have any men who are generally complaining because, as a matter of fact, inclusion of transgender boys is really not thought of. So that's a biological female who is taking hormones or who identifies as a boy. And we may actually see in the future, in this very, very muddied process of having biological girls who identify as boys, who are able to take testosterone, playing against biological women. So if we don't maintain biological sport, and if instead we start to make rules and policies that are purely about gender identification, the women are going to suffer about fairness, about fair play, about equality. Boys will not. And so you have to first ask yourself, is that fair? We are placing an unnecessary and unfair burden on the female, on the female biological sex. And so if you can say that you think that that's fair and you're comfortable with that, then I just feel like that's something that affects most of the people that we're dealing with versus a few of the people who can have some more inclusive areas where we can put more of this energy toward mental health support and maybe finding other ways. We still have co-ed sports that can occur in the middle school and high school level. There's tons of club sports, but when it comes to competition, even at a young age, dealing with middle school and high school, where you are preparing, where you are learning those lessons, where you are trying to pivot yourself so that you can have the opportunity to get a college scholarship or to at least get a foot in the door when it comes to your acceptance into college, then we can't negate that process at any age. But thank you for your question. I hope I answered it.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you, Ms. Edwards. Committee members, any more questions for Ms. Edwards? Not seeing any. Thank you for being here. And Mr. Brown, you can go ahead and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Dear Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Maine Judiciary Committee, my name is Greg Brown. I was invited here to speak about LD 926 and LD 1401 by Beth Stelzer with Save Women's Sports. I'm a professor of exercise science at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. My research and teaching focus on exercise physiology and sports nutrition. I have provided expert testimony on the matter of male to female transgender participation in women's sports for a few legal cases on this matter.
Mr. Brown,
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but we require folks who address the committee to let us know where they reside.
Okay, that was coming up in my next statement. Sorry.
Oh, great. Okay.
All right.
Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. I live in Kearney, Nebraska. And these are my own opinions, do not represent those of my employer, the University of Nebraska. Did that sufficiently address where I'm from? Okay, thanks. Eons of human experience, thousands of research studies show that there are biological differences between human males, boys and men, and human females, girls and women. These biological differences confer inherent athletic advantages to boys and men. Briefly summarized, boys and men are taller, weigh more, have more muscle mass, less fat mass, and are bigger, faster, and stronger than comparably aged and trained girls and women. To quote from the scholarly article, Physiology of Young Female Athletes, sexual dimorphism underlies much of the physiologic response to exercise. Girl athletes are not simply smaller, less muscular boys. Keep in mind that the difference between a gold medal and no medal is often 2% or less. And yet comparing performance in the same athletic events, boys and men run 10 to 15% faster than girls and women, jump 15 to 20% longer and higher, and can lift 30 to 60% more weight than comparably aged and trained girls and women. To help exemplify these differences between men and women, the fastest female runner in the NC2A in any given event would be unlikely to even provisionally qualify to compete in the men's championship, which is typically about the top 70 or so performances in an event. It's important to note that without the use of puberty suppressing drugs and cross-sex hormones, male to female transgender individuals are not biologically different from other boys or men. The research is pretty clear that even after a year or more of taking testosterone suppressing drugs and cross-sex hormones, the advantages that males have over females are not erased. For example, of 6 separate research studies published since 2015 measuring the effects of male to female hormone administration on muscle strength, 3 showed no decrease in muscle strength after 12 months of hormone use. The other 3 showed only a 4 to 9% reduction in muscle strength, keeping in mind that men are 30 to 60% stronger than women. The hand grip strength of the male to female transgender subjects in these studies showed that the subjects were stronger than 95% of comparably aged women, even after 2 years of male to female hormones. In summary, the science is pretty clear. Males have undeniable and large athletic advantages over females in almost all sports, and that's why we've had sex segregated sports.
Thank you so much, Mr. Brown. Appreciate you providing your testimony today. Let's see if committee members have any questions for you. Committee members, are there any questions for Mr. Brown? I am up. Go ahead, Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Brown. I wasn't quick enough to type some of your words. When you said that the difference between a gold medal and no medal is 2%, and then men or males and females are what percent? Males are what percent stronger than females?
So men are 30 to 60% stronger than females. They're 10 to 15% faster, and they jump 15 to 20% longer and higher.
Okay, and thank you very much. And so even after the hormone replacement, what happened to those percents again?
After hormone replacement, the men in the 3 studies that showed that only lost about 4 to 9% of their strength.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Committee members, any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. And Carol Conley, you have appeared on our screen, and you can activate your audio and video and begin as soon as you're able.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, and I just wanted to ask a clarifying question. I've got 3 Carol Conleys with their hands raised. Are they all you, or are there other people using the link that was sent to you?
I gave a link to my policy director, Mike McClellan, who is here.
Okay.
So,
let me
so
just.
that's what I'm aware of.
Great. So if there's anybody who's using a link that has somebody else's name associated with it, please rename yourself so that we can see who's actually presenting the testimony. And Mr. Conley, you can go ahead and proceed. Thank you.
And thank you so much. My name is Carol Conley from the Christian Civic League, and I for the opportunity to speak in support of these sports bills, LD 926 and 1401. I had an opportunity to talk to one of Maine's legends recently, who is a pioneer in women's sport. Her name's Sandy Thomas. And Sandy is a long time, she was a great athlete, high school basketball player in Bucksport in the 60s, when the only opportunity women had was softball and basketball. And she knows how hard women have fought over the years for equity in women's sports. And Sandy is absolutely in support of these bills. And so I asked for her perspective, not just as an athlete and someone who has seen tremendous advances that women have made as a result of Title IX for her, and seeing the women that had tremendous opportunities, but also as a coach. Sandy actually coached at University of Michigan, Indiana University of Pennsylvania, and also took women's national teams to Brazil and Czech Republic. So this is someone that really understands the importance of women's athletics. And so she supports this. She understands some of the things that our last testifier gave in regard to the unfair competition for women. But I think what was really interesting that Sandy pointed out was her fear in regard not just to women having unfair competition, but how this could affect coaches, especially on the college level, that did not think this fair, that did not think this was right, and refused to recruit male athletes to compete against female athletes. And so she's strong. She said that she sees the ramification with the recruiting world and is really worried about coaches that are trying to protect these hard-fought advances that women have made. And because, especially on the college level, you have such a strong emphasis on winning and losing, that people could actually lose their careers for not following this trend that we see of allowing males to compete against females. So again, as someone that was raised in an athletic home, I'm the son of a public educator. My dad is a Hall of Fame basketball coach here in Maine. He got most of his notoriety as coaching boys high school basketball, but at the end of his career, he coached girls basketball and fell in love coaching women's basketball and the tremendous opportunities and advances that he saw from starting his career in 1958 and ending his career in 2001. So I would just ask the members of this committee to please pass LD 926 and 1401.
Thank you very much. Representative Hagan, go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. You had mentioned Sandy Thomas, who was a legendary college athlete / coach / everything. Are you aware of any Maine colleges dealing with this issue right now?
Yeah, there are. As a matter of fact, I think this one of the great examples of what's going on in Bowdoin College in the last couple of years with their squash program. There was a young person named Lex Horowitz who competed on the women's squash team her first 3 years, and then asked to compete with the men. And if you look at Bowdoin's college response to that, it's a really interesting response. I don't think I would consider Bowdoin College a bastion of like right-wing conspiracy or a right-wing institution anyway, but they really grappled with this. And if you look on the website of Bowdoin College, on how they resolve this issue, where to have a transgender student leave the female program and desire to compete with the males, you look on their website and they've actually have three categories. You have the women's squash, you have the men's squash, and then on top of the men's, you have the men's squash. And if I would encourage the members of this committee to look at that and to see that there are no statistics or anything for Lex. So the idea that this student was allowed to compete, but yet really was not really allowed to truly compete. And so I think this is a complex issue. Bowdoin handled this in a really unusual way. And for people to say that anybody that's trying to wrestle with this and truly balance the educational opportunities that Representative Babbage has rightly pointed out and that we believe in is doing this from a place of hatred or bigotry I think if you look at Bowdoin College, that's clearly not the case.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conley. All set, Representative Hagan?
Yes, that's good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Not seeing any other committee questions for you, Mr. Conley, so we're going to move on to the second Carol Conley, and we'll move you back to the attendee space. And the person who is on the screen with the name Carol Conley, could you activate your audio and video, and then please let me know your name so that I can rename you.
I'm Penny Morrell with Concerned Women for America. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can go ahead and activate your video and start.
Activate video, start video, okay. There we go, okay.
Go ahead.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Penny Morrell, State Director of Concerned Women for America of Maine, speaking for Concerned Women for America, LAC. I have submitted my testimony online so that I trust all the members of the committee have it. And so in order to save some time, I'm going to skip down to some quotes that I'd like to read. Penny Nance, CEO and President of Concerned Women for America of Maine, responds to the NCAA Board of Governors statement on transgender participation issued April 12th, 2021. She said, for over a decade, the NCAA has been driven by politics, not science or safety, in promoting trans athletes in women's sports. Once again, the NCAA Board of Governors has shown their disdain for female student athletes, treating them as second class and denying their rights for equality under Title IX. Throwing women and our female status under the bus again and threatening states who are doing the right thing only shows the incompetence and cowardice of the NCAA. The Board of Governors clearly has no regard for real fairness for female student athletes, only woke politics. Further, this statement shows that the activism of the left leaves no middle ground. Young women deserve better than this. And then psychologist Dr. James Dobson said, the NCAA is falling for the lie that inclusion and fairness require allowing men to compete against women. This defies our God-given basics of biology and is utterly insane. Consider MMA fighter Fallon Fox, who was incomprehensibly labeled the bravest athlete in history by website Outsport for his choice as a biological male to step inside the ring and break the skull of a female competitor. Apparently, the NCAA and its leftist backers would call this progress and equality. I call it what it is, brutality. And other people have testified about the physiology differences. I like what Senator Keim mentioned, having a third category and transgender allowed to compete with transgender. Keep the men separate, the women separate, and transgender, that makes a lot of sense to me, and it could be a solution to this problem, which Representative Babbage called problem and then changed to issue. It is a problem, and I thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morell. Are there any committee questions for Ms. Morell? I am not seeing any, so we'll welcome our next speaker, Roberta Manter. And Ms. Manter, you can activate your audio and video and begin whenever you're ready. Ms. Manter, are you able to activate your audio and video?
Yeah, sorry, it's taking me a minute here to get to the right screen.
That's okay, go ahead.
Okay. See if I can bring up my testimony here. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Roberta Manter. I live in Fayette, and I'm testifying in support of LD 926 and LD 1401. Women have fought long and hard to get equal opportunities in sports. Now there's a real danger of that opportunity being taken from them in the name of equal rights. But there's a big difference between equal and same. Male and female should be treated with equality, but they are not the same. From the time of conception, our genes make us different. While there are always exceptions, in general, boys are bigger, stronger, and faster than girls. When I was growing up, we were always taught that when boys and girls played together, the boys were always to remember to be gentle with the girls because they could more easily be injured. Sadly, this is no longer politically correct. I'll leave the statistics on the differences in male and female body strength to others. In many sports, the winning time may beat second place by a few hundredths of a second. Where the aerodynamics of the hat you're wearing can make a difference between winning and losing, even the slightest difference is important. The Kentucky Derby is open to both colts, males, and fillies, females, at age 3, about the equivalent in maturity of a 12-year-old human. In the past 20 years, only 2 fillies have been entered in the Derby. Neither of them won. Since the Derby started in 1875, only 3 fillies have won. Why? Because colts are, in general, stronger and faster than fillies. So while fillies are allowed to enter the Derby, they seldom win. There are special races for fillies, which colts are not allowed to enter. That's the only way to give fillies a fair chance of winning. If we have that much sense when it comes to equine sports, why would we have any less sense when it comes to human sports? I understand that a person who is born male but identifies as a female may desire to compete in sports. We can have co-ed events. But is it fair to let that person whose male genes result in different body composition compete against those who were born female? And there is one statistic that I wanted to read that wasn't mentioned by anyone else, which is that a University of Utah study found that men average 162% more power during a punch than women. And that would explain the incident that one of the other people mentioned about a woman's skull being broken by a male who identified as a female. I can see how that could happen. So please vote for fairness. Vote LD 926 and LD 1401 ought to pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Manter. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Manter? Not seeing any, so we'll welcome our next speaker, Christina Mitchell. And Ms. Mitchell, if you can please activate your audio and video and begin your testimony.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Maine Committee on Judiciary. My name is Christy Mitchell, and I am the mother of 3 female athletes from Canton, Connecticut, testifying in support of LD 926 and LD 1401. All 3 of our girls work hard and they love to compete. Soccer and track are their sports. My middle daughter, Chelsea, was among the best sprinters in New England during her high school years. Those years, however, have been marked with controversy, stress, and heartbreak. In 2019, despite being the first female finisher in the 55 meter, the 100 meters, and the 200 meters in the Connecticut State Championships, Chelsea was deprived of the gold medals and the state titles that she had earned in those races. That recognition went to a biological male instead. The Connecticut policy, which categorizes sports participation by gender identity instead of sex, has been devastating for female athletes. I have stood alongside the track and I've watched as two males were awarded girls' state championship titles 15 different times. One of the biological males went on to win 7 New England championship titles. 2 of those titles were awarded at Thornton Academy in Saco, Maine in 2019 at the New England Championships. This athlete had competed on the men's team for the 3 prior seasons and did not even rank in the top 100 among male sprinters in Connecticut. The sudden switch to the girls' team in 2018 brought this biological male a stack of gold medals and championship titles. All of the female athletes from our 6th state region who traveled to Saco, Maine to compete in those events were impacted. Specifically, the 2nd place finishers lost a New England championship title. That is a really big deal. And the 7th place finishers lost the All New England Award, which is awarded to the top 6 finishers. These female athletes worked hard to be the very best at their sport, yet they were deprived of fair competition, the thrill of victory, and the honor of being a champion. These things matter to a young girl, as do the scholarships and the career opportunities that can flow from that kind of success. I can promise you this, losing the state championship to a biological male 4 times, that mattered to my daughter. And she's not alone. Hundreds of girls in Connecticut and throughout New England have lost championships, awards, and their chance to compete because biological sex categories in sport were abandoned. For example, in 2017 and 2018, female sprinters from Maine missed advancing to the finals in the 100 meters and the 55 meters at the New England Championships because a biological male from Connecticut took one of the 8 spots for girls. Since 2017, Connecticut has sent biological male athletes to compete against female athletes from Maine in 10 different championship races. These were the best female track athletes in your state, competing for the highest athletic award of their high school career, and yet their right to fair competition was disregarded.
Thank you. Ms. Mitchell, thank you very much for providing your testimony today. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Mitchell?
Yep, I'm next.
Go ahead, Senator Kine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Mitchell, for coming and sharing these real life experiences. They really help shape what we're seeing and understanding here. I'm wondering if you or your daughters, for talking about this, have felt or received any sort of backlash.
Yeah, I mean, it was really, really hard to come out and be public about this. My daughter was anonymous on the initial complaint that was filed with the Department of Education back in summer of 2019. And she started dealing with this her freshman year in high school. She had to compete against biological males all 4 years of her high school career at high-level state championship events, New England events. And so these were really big races, and it was really hard for her. She did not come out publicly until winter of her senior year after having dealt with it all through high school.
Thank you. And thank you again for being here.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for showing up and providing your testimony. And I'm just curious if Connecticut has introduced any similar pieces of legislation as Maine is today.
2 bills were introduced, but they are not being given a public hearing or a committee hearing on the bills, which is really hard for us. We would really like the opportunity to testify about what happened in front of our own legislature, but we're not being given that opportunity. And again, we feel like we've been silenced in this all throughout the process by the media, by state lawmakers, by our athletic association. And so I wish that I could be testifying in Connecticut too, but I do appreciate that you are giving this topic a hearing and your due consideration. I think it's really important.
Well, thank you for testifying today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Moriarty, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Before you ask your question, I just want to make sure we've heard some testimony about Connecticut, and this bill really is a Maine state law. And so if you can restrict your questions to things related to Maine, please go ahead.
Well, I wasn't going to actually, so I guess I won't ask.
Yeah, it's just that we do have a lot of people signed up to testify in our,
I know.
yeah, we lose people at the end of the day if we don't focus on our bills with the questioning. Thank you for understanding. Committee members, any additional questions for Ms. Mitchell? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for testifying today. And Beth Stelzer is our next speaker. Please introduce yourself and proceed with your testimony.
Chair and committee, are you hearing me okay?
Yes.
My name is Beth Stelzer. I'm a former medical laboratory technician, now a wife, mom, and amateur powerlifter. I am the founder of the grassroots nonpartisan coalition Save Women's Sports. I'm here today in red and blue to remind you this should not be a partisan issue and that I represent people from all beliefs and backgrounds, including transgender athletes who have come together to protect females. Most assume I'm a right-wing conservative for taking on this battle, but for the record, I'm not religious and I do not hold party ties. I found powerlifting later in life and it empowered me through many life struggles, including the PTSD I had suffered from domestic abuse and stalking. When I decided to enter the women's state championships, I dedicated my life to training and eating right. I expressed many obstacles, including a miscarriage, to achieve those goals. However, activists disrupted the entire event because a male was not allowed to compete as a female, and it was devastating. Women like me who speak up risk losing scholarships, sponsorships, and even their jobs. I'm slurred as transphobic, bigoted, even racist. I have received gruesome death threats for this. And out of fear, women like me have become the silenced majority. Male participation in female sports is a growing problem across the world, and studies continue to confirm that even after hormone replacements, male advantages are not mitigated. We should not wait idly until a female is seriously injured or until all of their records are held by males to do something. Please think about this. If we continue to allow males to compete in female sports, there will be male sports, there will be co-ed sports, but sports for women and girls will fade away. This bill is not a ban. It allows all athletes to compete fairly on the basis of sex, the intended purpose of Title IX. Furthermore, it's not rooted in hate or transphobia. It's simply to protect females. This is a common sense issue. Please protect our girls. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Stelzer, could you please tell us what town you reside in?
Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Benson, Minnesota. I represent a national coalition.
Thank you. Yeah, and just for those in the attendee space, when you testify, when you introduce yourself, please let us know where you're from. That's part of our committee rules. Senator Keim, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you for being here, Ms. Stelzer. I'm wondering, you mentioned that you represent a coalition that also, that transgender are also part of. Do you have any of their testimony or stories that you can send or share with us, or are any of them maybe possibly here to testify?
We could not get any here to testify, but I can most certainly email you their testimonies.
Thank you. I would appreciate it. And Madam Chair, a comment, if I may.
Yes.
When we are doing public hearings in the past, we have often questioned what's happening in other states because it helps inform our perspective. I recognize this is a very busy hearing and a lot of people are here to testify, which doesn't necessarily mean that we should limit our involvement or engagement with the people testifying. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Maybe perhaps what we can do is we can go through the hearing today focusing on the main bills and then come up with a plan for how to deal with the issues related to other states at a different time. Because, again, we have two bills that are really focused on changing Maine law, and it's really important for us to hear about those bills. And with that, are there any additional questions for Ms. Stelzer? Not seeing any. And we next have Gabriel Hygard, I believe is how you pronounce your name. I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. Please activate your audio and video and begin.
Hello, can you guys hear me? My video is not working for some reason.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not sure what's going on, but I'm sorry about that. Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Gabriel Heigard from Capistrano Beach, California. Oh, excuse me, it popped up. Start my video. Here we go. Hopefully it pops up now. No, I'll just keep going. So again, my name is Dr. Gabriel Heigard from Capistrano Beach, California, and I'm testifying in support of 926 and 1401. So I'm honored to testify before you today. I hold a doctorate in sports management with an emphasis in transgender sport policy. I'm a strength and conditioning specialist, a former Army officer, collegiate level coach, and the father of 5 girls. My recent dissertation was titled, Assessing the Potential Transgender Impact on Girl Champions in American High School Track and Field. My study investigated roughly 1 million American high school track and field performances in 5 states, 8 events over 3 years. The findings reveal that the average performance differences by sex range from 14% to 24% in favor of the boys. The statistical average boy was better than 94 to 98% of girls. The average girl was worse than 93 to 97% of boys. Additionally, over 1/3 of the boys in each event performed better than 99% of girls. The best girl in the state would never come remotely close to winning if there's not sex segregation in sport. The amount of boys that are better than the best girl in each event ranged from 8 to 16%. In other words, 8 to 16% of the boys beat the best girl 100% of the time. Using statistical analysis, if these athletes, the 8 to 16%, are transgender at the same rates as the population and fully integrated into female sports, you could expect a biological male will win female events 81 to 98% of the time. The categorization of sport based on biological sex is essential to fairness in the competitive framework. Biological females are one of our nation's greatest treasures. These girls thrive by having a sex-segregated space where they can compete and win 100% of the time. I included some data from Maine in my testimony. You can look it up, but it's interesting to note you've got the last full year, full season of competition was 2019, and you have some amazing performances by females. Potentially your next Olympian, Nagoya Bayak, she this year was an LSU NCAA All-American and potential Olympic champion. In 2019 in Maine, she was bested by 17 boys. And so that's pretty typical. Even the best girl that you will ever produce in your state will still not come even remotely close to winning if competing against males. Thank you for the opportunity to share.
Thank you so much, Dr. Heigard. And committee members, we have just 3 proponents left, and rather than switching, since we've been taking testimony for over 90 minutes, rather than switching to opponents, I think with your permission, we'll go ahead and take the final 3 proponents before we switch. Is that okay with everybody? Looks like it is. Okay. Representative Hagan, go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just would like a little more clarification on 8 to 16% of the boys were better than the best girls. Which boys was that?
These are boys that in each event outperform the best girl in their state that year. So
okay.
In Maine,
yeah, go ahead.
In Maine, it fluctuates this is from 2019 alone. I didn't take your 3 states, but from a low of 17 boys in the high jump to a high of 163 boys in the 800 meters that are better than the best female.
All right, thank you very much.
Any additional questions, committee members? I am not seeing any, so we'll welcome Elizabeth Caruso. And Ms. Caruso, please activate your audio and video and begin your testimony.
Good morning. Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Liz Caruso. I live in Caratunk. I love and appreciate all people, regardless of how they identify. I am testifying in support of these bills. I am 51 and can honestly say that being a student athlete was one of the most critical aspects of molding my personality, drive, confidence, and current good health. It made me the fighter and competitor that I am today. I was a 3-sport varsity athlete in high school, 2-sport varsity athlete throughout college, field hockey and lacrosse captain, and recruited into college for basketball. At 5'4" and 115 pounds, I was fast, skilled, and a fierce competitor. But I am not comparable to a biological man, not in strength, speed, muscle mass, lung capacity, or bones. I would be flying in the air if a biological man made contact with me while I was running, throwing, or hitting. There would be no similarity, and the risk for physical injury would not be worth it. I would never have played, missed out on all the personal victories of pushing my endurance levels, my limits, my self-confidence growing, and the joys and adrenaline of playing, and the responsibility that's involved in being on a team. I would never have been recruited into college. My heart breaks for the girls who have sued their state over loss of record scholarships and victories. Aside from inviting physical injury or worse, the mental and emotional depression of never being able to compete, to be faster, stronger, to be recruited onto a women's team, getting a scholarship because someone who is a biological male usurped it. Fair opportunities in sports should be given to all athletes, including those identifying as transgender. Transgendered teams would solve fairness inequality issues. According to our local state police officer, the greatest battle in Maine is against the opioid and drug crisis. It is well known that school sports are a powerful and effective way to keeping school-age kids engaged in healthy lifestyles and away from the drug scenes. Allowing biological males into girls' sports would certainly scare some of these girls, and where would they turn? One who votes to allow biological males in girls' sports is directly opposing the female sex and corrupting fairness on the playing field. Not only that, but a vote for men to compete in girls' sports is taking scholarships away from these hardworking, skilled females, simply because a biological makeup of a male innately surpasses the females. Biological males lose nothing. They can still play sports on male teams and hopefully transgender teams. Choosing to be a different gender does not alter one's chromosomes, lung capacity, heart size, or oxygen levels, or bones. A biological male is still a physical man competing against a smaller, weaker sex. Please don't steal life's opportunities from our girls. Keep biological males on male teams or create transgender teams so that all players can be on a level playing field. Please let all players be all they can be. Please fight for the rights and fairness of these girls, their future, their health, their scholarships, and for our next generation. Thank you for your time and your service.
Thank you, Ms. Caruso, and thank you for being so exactly timely. Representative Moriarty, well done. Representative Moriarty, do you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Caruso, it's just important that we all understand where we're going as the day progresses and the testimony comes in. When you refer to transgender teams, are you visualizing co-ed trans competitors, or would they be single-sex teams composed of the appropriate transgender competitors?
Well, no, I really appreciate the doctor's input who preceded me. And I think that the science should determine that personally. I'm not one that should say what the fair playing field is. I think a fair, athletes who have the same, strengths and levels and abilities should be competing on one another. I do know that there are a lot of intramural teams in colleges that work well, but those teams are playing for fun. They're not playing for scholarships, for records, for, grants for a profession. And everyone, it's a choice that you can be on an intramural team. As for me, I can only choose to be on a girls' team. And, I want that to be a safe and fair environment.
Good, thank you.
Any additional questions, committee members? Thank you very much, Ms. Caruso. And we've been joined by Mary Higgins. And Ms. Higgins, if you can activate your audio and video and proceed. Welcome.
Hi, I'm sorry it took so long. Thank you for having me. I'm Mary Higgins from Inman, South Carolina, and I am a former elite athlete racing for the U.S. national cycling team. I raced the 1985 Women's Tour de France. I am a 3-time Olympic qualifier, 9-time state road champion, U.S. national road champion, and 8-time podium winner of for U.S. national championships, cycling championships. I have trained and raced since 1982 while working full-time. I've been hit by 2 cars through no fault of my own. I've suffered numerous broken bones, injuries, surgeries, pursuing a career as a cyclist. Women's sports have always suffered, but never has an issue as destructive as having boys and men being allowed to compete as women have the potential to completely destroy women's sports. The effects are so devastating that I have seen entire women's cycling teams quit racing. I know so many women who refuse to race now. Men are winning women's national championships, world championships. They are crushing women's competitors. Men are taking women's world records, national records, and they are taking our scholarships. The whole reason behind Title IX was to give women an opportunity in sports. Without banning men from women's competitions, there soon will be no women's sports. Boys and men are faster, they're stronger. They're born with 20% larger hearts, lungs, blood capacity, muscle mass. They are built for strength, and nothing will ever change those advantages. Lastly, men race more dangerously. They are more aggressive, and they take more risks. I personally am begging you to pass this bill and protect females before more women get more physically injured, emotionally devastated, and we lose all the gains what women have made through the years. Imagine going to a race and knowing you've lost before you even begin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Higgins. And it looks like we have a committee member question for you. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Higgins, for showing up and providing testimony today. Wondering if you've ever competed against a transgender person.
Well, fortunately, I have not. I have trained with men. When I raced in the early 80s, in order for a transgender woman, a man, to race, they had to have a sex change, a surgery. In 2015, that rule changed. And that is the reason why we are now seeing so many men race as women. So
Thank
it's
you
a
for
recent.
that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Thorne and Ms. Higgins. Not seeing any additional questions for you. Appreciate you being before our committee today.
Thank you.
And the last proponent who signed up to testify is Mike McClellan. And Mr. McClellan, go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
How's that? You guys got me?
We do.
And I'm Carol Connolly, number 3. So I appreciate whoever switched my name. I appreciate that.
I did.
Mike,
you're welcome.
I'm a former representative, so I should know better. I'm Mike McClellan. I live in Raymond, Maine, which is in southern Maine, but I'm also the policy director for the Christian Civic League of Maine. And I'm testifying today in support of both LD 1401 and LD 926. And I'm just going to kind of sum up. I've given you 2 testimonies on this. They both kind of go in different directions. One of my testimonies kind of focuses on Title IX and what that was all about. And the other testimony is more about research that I found. I thought it was interesting that the 2 sponsors and the 2 other reps that spoke, all 4 of them, and 2 on both sides of the issue, all 4 of them mentioned the word hate, the hate that they felt in this issue. And when I wrote my testimony, you'll notice on both, I put a bio of who I was, because many people will look at me and say, why am I testifying on this issue? Because of what I look like and who I am. And yet I'm a parent, a father of a daughter. I've coached sports for girls. And I actually have 3 older sisters. I almost forgot that I have 3 older sisters. I also have relationships with 4 people who are transgender. So part of my testimony is centered on some of the research. And one of the initial speakers said all the research shows that experts and medical people agree. And I think you've heard from the people that have spoken so far since that it's not true. There's a lot of research that says that this is a big issue. So I just want to point out in my testimony that I put some video links. If you watch those sports, some have been mentioned, boxing, handball, it shows the unfairness of the situation. Beth Stelzer spoke. She's with Save Women's Sports. I want to point out her website is chock full of information. You have to go to her website and look at all the resources on there if you're seriously going to consider voting on this issue. And I guess finally, I just want to point out that the Christian Civic League really worked this bill hard, as well as the shelter bill that's coming up. And I really felt compelled to tell you that there's a lot of people who aren't testifying for whatever reason, but they're praying for you guys. This is such a cultural issue. This is such an important issue. There are no bad guys. There are no good guys necessarily. This is just something we have to all deal with. And people in the community are praying for you guys. We support you, Republican, Democrat, for this bill, against this bill. And I'll just close by saying, on one of my 2 testimonies, I put the story of Esther from the Bible. And if you know the story, I won't tell the whole story, but at the end, she's confronted with the fact that God put her in a position at a certain time. He was going to fix the problem, but he was giving her the chance to be the conduit. And I kind of leave that with you folks, that you are the conduit that is going to resolve these issues. We're praying for you. So God bless you guys.
Thank you so much, Mr. McClellan. Committee members, are there any questions for Mr. McClellan? I'm not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you all. Take care.
You too. And that takes us through all those who signed up to testify in support of LD 926 and 1401. We're going to move on to take those who are speaking in opposition, and we're going to start with a group of students. They will take a total of 3 times combined. They wished to join the panel and speak together. And so that is what I'm going to do. And it's just going to take me a moment to bring them onto the panel.
Hello. I'm not sure.
Just hold on just one moment, please. I just want to make sure that we have all of the students on the panel, and I do believe we do, but you are not all on the screen at the same time. From my perspective, I'm not sure if others can see all of the students, but we don't have time to troubleshoot that. And so I would ask that you all begin your testimony. I'm assuming you've rehearsed how you're going to use your 3 minutes. Representative Harnett, who's should be in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, will be, let's see, will be running the timer. And there is, okay, so some people at least are seeing all 4 students. And let me see if there is, okay. And one of the students says the microphone is not working. And let's see if I can try to fix that on my end. And if you can all just please.
Madam Chair, there's also a student who has 2 windows open, and we're going to end up with feedback when they try to speak. It is the young person in the room with the blue walls.
Okay. And up. All right, I think we're all set. So students, if you can please go ahead, and Representative Harnett is going to start the 3-minute timer. Go ahead.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee of Judiciary, you're here today to testify in opposition to LD 926 and 1401. We are students from the Brunswick Junior High Civil Rights Team. Our mission is to improve the lives of our fellow students. We are committed to making our community an equal place for all humans. All people should be treated equally and fairly. If you take away our transgender teammates' right to play on the team they belong on, all you are doing is hurting our teams. As students, we will be most impacted if this becomes law, and we are against this bill. Athletes who are assigned male at birth, AMAB, do not have an advantage over their assigned female at birth, AFAB, teammates and friends. Transgender kids are getting hormone blockers. If the concern is that female athletes who are AMAB will get more opportunities such as a scholarship instead of their AFAB teammates, the hormone blockers completely erase that problem. If you want to win a scholarship, you need to work hard and persevere. Your gender does not matter.
Okay, we are not able to hear the, and it's hard, we can't tell who you are, but the student with the blue walls. Looks like there might be technical difficulties. Okay, I'm going to mute you on my end and then see if you can unmute yourself. Try again. Yeah, I'm sorry, we're still not able to hear you.
You might want to check the volume on the computer. On a computer.
Can one of the other students read that portion for us, please? And then the Cece, we are also not able to hear you. Can you try again?
Ed, can you hear me?
Whoever was just speaking, we can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. I get okay. A national law passed in 2020 made it so that an employer who discriminates against an individual for being LGBTQ+ is violating Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964, Greenlee, NFHS 29 September 2020. If workspaces are forbidden from discriminating against workers based on their gender identity and/or sexuality, then schools should treat their transgender students equally. There are plenty of co-ed sports teams across the country. Gender identity and biological gender don't matter when you're taught respect by your coaches. If co-ed sports are allowed, why would schools be so strict about transgender students playing on teams that don't match their assigned gender at birth? Also, many physical education classes are co-ed. That's a school program, just like sports. If the issue is really transgender kids have an advantage over cisgender girls, we wouldn't have boys versus girls games in gym class. The real issue here is society's longtime bias against transgender people.
Is that the conclusion of the testimony?
No, can you hear me?
Oh, perfect. Yes, we
Okay.
can.
Athletes such as Billie Jean King and Megan Rapinoe are strong supporters of transgender athletes. If people inside the area that this is affecting are against this bill, we should take their word for it. Many of the middle and high school athletes have reached the same conclusion. Why stop them if their future teammates in competition likely won't mind? They only care about them being skilled players and respectful teammates.
Classes, they become more enthusiastic about them. If you make transgender students play on teams that don't match their gender identity, it is going to take a toll on their mental health and their game performance as well, resulting in a decline in their school's sporting achievements. If you put the students on their preferred team, they'll be more motivated when allowed to play on that team. If you vote for this bill, your goal to save cisgender sports players will have an opposite effect. You will not be providing us with a better chance of winning. You'll be forcing a harsh divide amongst our friends. This bill perpetuates the idea that only some people get to live up to their full potential.
This bill goes against the main thing you taught us early on, the golden rule. Treat others the way you want to be treated. Kids will not be motivated on a team that they don't feel as if they belong on. We want to be able to play alongside our transgender teammates, and we want them to enjoy their sports. Please do your part and vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for appearing before the Judiciary Committee today. We appreciate your testimony, and we appreciate how flexible you were in overcoming the technical challenges. I'm not sure what happened. My apologies. And again, appreciate you being here. Please stay on to see if there are any committee members have questions for you. Committee members, are there any questions for the students? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you guys for taking time out of your day, whether it's your school day or virtual day, wherever you're at today, for coming to testify before our committee. I appreciate your efforts so much. I just wanted to ask a question, and if you don't have an answer, that's okay. But I'll put it out there, and if anybody wants to answer it, that's great. My question is, if there was a panel deciding these cases on a case-by-case basis, like a gender identity equity panel, would that be something that you think would be an acceptable way to handle this issue?
Do you mean that if it was taken person by person?
Exactly, by a panel specifically designated to handle these kinds of cases.
I think that would be okay as long as they were fair and equal with how they decided for each person. So if someone had troubles because of a health issue or something else, they would be taken into consideration for that, so it wouldn't be unfair to them. And I think that would be fair as long as they were all treated equally.
Thank you so much, you guys, for coming to testify before us, and thank you for tackling that question. I appreciate it.
Any additional questions? Not seeing any. Thank you so much. And at this point, as I'm moving the students off, I'm going to turn to the attendee space and ask those in the attendee space who are here to testify in opposition to LD 926 and 1401. Raise your hands and please leave them raised. It's a lot of people to move off the panel. Okay. And let's see, the next person we're going to hear from is Lane Johnson, I believe, who has a time constraint.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I am sorry to interrupt, but I need to go present a bill in taxation. So I will not be able to keep time until I return.
Okay, thank you.
I believe Representative Moriarty was going to use his running watch to take that on, but I will be back as soon as I am able.
Thank you very much. Okay, and so now I'm asking those in the attendee space who wish to testify in opposition to either of these two bills to please raise your hands and leave them raised. Then just a moment. Actually, I would also like to ask, we've been meeting for over 2 hours. We do actually have a long list of people who wish to testify on these bills. Would committee members like to take a 5-minute break? Yes, I'm seeing lots of nodding heads. So it's 11:08 now. If everybody could promptly be back at 11:15, and we will resume our hearings on these two bills. Thanks, everyone. I just wanted to let you two know that we're on a a quick break for another 3 minutes. And when we return, we'll start with you. I know I surprised you by moving you onto the panel. We'll see you in a moment.
Can you hear us okay?
I can, but I need to attend to something before
Okay.
11:15. I'll be right back. Thanks.
Thank you.
Committee members, excuse me, committee members, if you're back from break, could you please activate your cameras so that we can resume? Oh, great, Representative Moriarty. I see you're in the timer position for us.
I am, but the charge in my watch ran down. So what I'm going to do is, when there's 20 seconds left, I'll hold up a yellow card. And when the time is up, I'll hold up a red card.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just like arguing before the law court.
Okay. Can you write yeah, that's great. So 20 seconds will be a yellow card. And then when the time is up, a red card. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Representative Moriarty, I just have to say how good that is. It's so sports themed.
Well, it is. Exactly. It's like soccer.
All right, committee members, it looks like a number of us have returned. We also have our next speaker speaking in opposition to the legislation, and that is Lane Jocelyn. And the name on her square is her mother's name, Barbara McLeod. But Lane, you can begin whenever you're ready. And you heard, I think, the system, 20 seconds. You'll see a yellow square and then time up a red one. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Hello, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Lane, and I am testifying in opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. I live in Kittery, and I'm currently a sophomore in high school. I also happen to be a transgender girl. I am 5 feet I am 5 feet 6 inches tall and 100 pounds. I receive medical care for gender dysphoria, which is a very difficult condition that occurs because I was born with a brain that doesn't align with my body. This is not a feeling or a wish or a fantasy. I've always known that I am a girl, and I'm so grateful for the medical treatment that can keep trans girls like me from having testosterone. I'm also grateful for the acceptance that I've received from my school, my family, and hopefully our elected officials, because support is so important for transgender kids like me to thrive. I'm here today because I absolutely love the sport of soccer. I played on girls' soccer teams for the last 5 years after I socially transitioned in high school. Middle school, yes. Playing soccer has always been the highlight of my day, each summer and fall. It's my opportunity to work out, to collaborate with other girls with the exact same passion, and just have fun. I usually play center striker. I have been completely accepted by my coaches and teammates. Please understand that I do not pose a physical threat to anyone else on the soccer field. I want to tell you about an experience that I had last year. I played on the junior varsity team, and we suffered a huge loss against our rival. After the game on the bus, we were all crying on the way home and hugging each other in consolation. Then one of the team captains started playing Party in the USA, which is a pop song by Miley Cyrus. Everybody knew the song. Soon we were all standing up from our seats, waving our arms around, screaming the lyrics. We were all laughing and singing the notes totally off key, but it was a blast. Our mood shifted from miserable to joyful, and I loved every minute of it. Sharing the sting of the loss, trying to figure out what we could have done better, and a short time later, just getting over the pain and simply loving being teammates is one of my most cherished memories. Please don't deny other transgender girls the opportunity to have these experiences and the ability to be on a team, just having fun and being active and learning about sportsmanship. Everybody should be able to participate regardless of their gender identity. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Lane. Committee members, are there any questions for Lane? I'm not seeing any questions for you. Thanks once again for speaking to our committee today. Oh, and then Barbara, would you also like
prepared remarks? Yes, thank you.
Okay, so you'll get a separate 3 minutes and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Barbara McLeod and I live in Kittery. And I just wanted to let Representative O'Connor know that Lane and I did reach out to her last month to see if she wanted to get together to talk about the bill. So I'm happy to forward that email to her again so that maybe we can have that cup of tea together so she can get to know some of her transgender constituents. But when she introduced this bill on Facebook, it said that she didn't like the direction the country is going in. And Representative O'Connor, I don't begrudge you that point of view, but I do take issue with using transgender children as pawns in the culture war that we seem to be in. These kids being targeted, including Lane, who you just heard from, are just kids who are trying to live their lives, and their lives are already so difficult because of their medical condition. And I've heard a lot of people talking about courage today. Thank you for the courage for testifying. Thank you for the courage for standing up. These transgender kids, this is the epitome of courage for them to live their lives as their authentic selves, even though their community, even though like here we are debating their right to exist and participate in sports like everybody else. I have spent years trying to educate myself, my family members and friends and schools in the greater community, because I know and I understand it's not an easy topic. But what you need to know is that it is real, and that for whatever biological reason, some people's brains don't match their anatomy, and this is the way they were born. And I will send you links to studies that will attest to that, because there's been a lot of misinformation in the first hour and a half of this hearing. Fortunately, we do live in an age when doctors, therapists, parents, and older transgender individuals can share with us the best practices to make sure that trans kids get the treatment they need for their gender dysphoria and the acceptance they need to live healthy, productive lives. Playing sports, as you just heard, is part of that for my child. I can't even imagine the damage that would be done to her psyche if she was told that she wouldn't be allowed to participate. There is a whole generation of transgender girls that will never go through male puberty, and many more coming behind them. So unless they actually told you, you would never even know that they're trans. They, along with every transgender girl who has transitioned socially and medically, deserve the right to play sports like any other students. To suggest somehow that there should be sports leagues for transgender kids is ridiculous. There just aren't. There are a handful of them, and this is not a problem here in Maine. This is a manufactured problem. These bills are politicizing a tiny, vulnerable population of people who are already misunderstood and marginalized. To suggest that my daughter deserves anything less than her identical twin brother makes no sense in our country and our wonderful state of Maine. Bills like this are a stain on our state's reputation as a place that all people are welcome. Why are we wasting precious time on an issue that isn't a problem? We are happy to sit down and talk with any of you so that you can get a better understanding.
Everyone to 3 minutes. Thank you so much.
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Committee members, are there questions for Ms. McLeod? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. McLeod. My question is, would a case-by-case basis presented to a gender identity equity board be a solution that you would find appropriate?
I think that, you know, there are the NCAAs and the Olympic Committee, like there are rules that are currently existing that I feel like, you know, that Maine should take into consideration. I wouldn't oppose it if you have this kind of panel, but I feel like, you know, there are lots of trans kids that are not out. Like nobody knows that they're trans and nobody would know. And so like you know, there isn't a physical advantage for kids who have not been through male puberty, trans girls. So I think like, you know, the potential for outing kids that aren't out would be really detrimental to them. So I think that you should consider what that would truly be like for kids who are stealth, and whether, you know, this isn't a problem in Maine. Like I don't, you know, we've had this hearing for an hour and a half and you've heard from one trans kid. Like how many trans athletes is this really impacting in Maine? Very few, but they're a critical marginalized group. So to create a panel and have all this bureaucrocy surrounding girls sports it just seems unnecessary to me. But
thank you.
Like, would Lane go in front of a panel? Sure, whatever. You know, you can test her testosterone and recognize that she doesn't have any physical advantage over anybody else, but that seems very intrusive.
Thank you so much.
Committee members, additional questions for Ms. McLeod? Not seeing any. Thank you both for testifying before the committee today. Appreciate it. And now we're going to move on to Finley Sanders, who has just joined us. And I know that you are anxious to get back to your schoolwork, so you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify in front of this committee. I'm urging committee members to vote against these harmful bills. My name is Finn Clementine Sanders. I'm 11 years old. I'm in the 6th grade and I go to Orono Middle School. A little bit about me. I love playing soccer. I joined the middle school boys baseball team this year as the only female on the team. I love hanging out with my friends and skateboarding. My gender identity is female. My pronouns are they, them. I want the same things as every other child in the state wants, which are gender equality, the opportunity to be who I am, and the opportunity to participate in any activity that I choose. I support this bill for 4 reasons. First, the role in kindergarten through 12th grade education is to provide a safe, supportive environment for every child. This bill does not do that. Second, this bill contributes to the othering of transgender kids, and I'm worried it will contribute to more mental health challenges in trans kids, including suicide. Third, the NCAA and the International Olympic Committee already allows transgender athletes to participate in the sport that they choose. It doesn't make any sense to me why Maine lawmakers think they know better than the NCAA and the International Olympic Committee. Fourth, this is not who we are. Mainers don't discriminate against their children. we let children be who they want to be. No, it's who they are. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope I've persuaded you to make the right decision, and that is to vote against this bill.
Thank you very much. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Sanders? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you being here today, and good luck getting back to school. Representative Moriarty, could you raise your hand so that you stay in one spot for folks who are looking for the timer? Just keep it raised and you'll be in the upper. That's perfect. Thank you very much, Ms. Sanders. And let's see, our next, just going to start bringing people over. Welcome, Ms. Drew. You can activate your audio and video and begin whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
Great. Good morning, Senator Carney and honorable members of the Joint Standing Committee of the Judiciary. My name is Gia Drew. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I live in Kennebunkport, and I'm program director at Equality Maine. I'm speaking today as a transgender woman, a lifelong athlete, former high school teacher and athletic coach of 20 years. The transgender community has been fighting for equality and overcoming barriers for decades, and we appreciate the united front of people and organizations who are stepping up and speaking out in opposition to both these bills. Bills that would exclude transgender girls and young women from participating in sports. The idea that these bills would protect girls and women from other girls and women in the name of fairness in sport is absurd. The argument, which has been used to violently attack and silence transgender people for decades, is that transgender girls and women aren't girls and women at all. That we're doing this, whatever this is to fool you so we can play on a middle school volleyball team, to play kickball in elementary school, or play left field on a high school softball team? Really? Like many transgender individuals, I knew by the time I was in kindergarten, I was a lot more like my two sisters than my four brothers. But I also love sports. By growing up in a conservative house in the early 70s, there wasn't the opportunity for me to be the real me. And the few times I showed my true self to the world, I immediately got called horrible names and was physically attacked. I learned a valuable lesson that being trans was going to be very difficult, if not impossible. Sadly, that reality is still true for too many trans youth in Maine. When I came out 11 years ago at age 43, I became one of the first out transgender public school teachers in the state of Maine and the first transgender coach in the country. I'm very competitive, but I didn't do that to be first. I did so because I was exhausted. I was tired of hiding my authentic self from the people I cared about. I wanted to be me after all. Our state is slowly learning about and appreciating the many beautiful and diverse people that make up the communities of Maine such a special place. In fact, we're viewed across the country as a place where people, especially LGBTQ people, choose to live and visit and work. If enacted, LD 926 and LD 1401 would set us back decades. Lastly, how horrible if it would pass to ask transgender kids to hide who they are to participate in sports, and worse, to exclude transgender children and young adults from participating in school activities simply because of who they are. Please vote ought not to pass on both these bills. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Drew. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Drew? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Quinn Gormley. The moving people in and out of cyberspace doesn't always work smoothly, everybody. Sorry about the delay. Go ahead, Ms. Gormley.
Just one second. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Quinn Gormley. I'm from Auburn, and I join you today on behalf of the Maine Transgender Network to propose LDs 926 and 1401. Many of the speakers here today will cite data that speak to the challenges faced by transgender youth here in Maine, but I think one point stands out to me. According to the 2019 Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey, only 1 in 3 trans youth in Maine feel that they matter to people in their communities. To trans youth following along today, I want you to see just how many people from all over the state are here to prove to you that you do matter to them. Today, you will hear from Mainers from all walks of life in every corner of the state. They come from ball fields and backyards, from doctors' offices and dinner tables. They will talk about their love for the trans youth in their lives and will ask Maine to once again remember that love is love and love means inclusion. You will hear from parents of trans youth about how sports are where their children can feel fully themselves. When the world attacks their children and tries to make them small, sports are where they can learn to be strong. With muddy cleats in their hallways and hockey gear in their cars, these parents are here to tell you about how sports, messy, sweaty sports, are what make their kids smile. You will hear doctors tell you how deeply beneficial sports can be for both physical and mental well-being. You will hear from coaches about how sports let kids have fun while learning discipline and perseverance, and how the teams they lead are improved by diversity and inclusion, not threatened by them. But most importantly, you will hear from young people from across Maine, many of whom are missing classes during AP crunch time to be with us here today. They are here as friends of trans youth to tell us that friendship means love and love means inclusion. They are here as student leaders working to improve the culture of their schools. Their leadership comes with the responsibility to ensure all their peers can feel supported and loved, and that love means inclusion. They are here as student athletes to talk about how much they love belonging to a team and that they want trans girls to have that love too, and that love means inclusion. They are here as trans students themselves who love themselves enough to fight for who they are and to remind us, love requires inclusion. Another generation of queer kids now knows what it means to have their lives and futures debated by their leaders. In Maine, we love our kids, but we have work to do to show it. Prove that to them. Love means inclusion. Vote ought not to pass on LDs 926 and 1401. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gormley. Committee members, are there any questions? Not seeing any. Going to send you back to the attendee list, and we've been joined by Beck Lambert. You can begin whenever you're ready.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Beck. My pronouns are they, them, and I live in Daramuscata. I'm a senior at Lincoln Academy in Newcastle, and I'm here to speak against LD 962 and 1401. On June 4th, I will graduate and be one of a few trans kids graduating this year, both out and not. As a trans kid, I am often asked to sacrifice things for the comfort of those around me. I deal with correcting teachers with my pronouns and told, listen, I just don't get it. We are being robbed of our childhoods because of the ignorance and transphobia of cis adults, and this bill would encourage that behavior tenfold. I could not participate in sports during my high school career. There were no co-ed teams that I felt I could be a part of. I couldn't handle the emotional turmoil of constantly being misgendered and seen as an outlier in my team. If I was supposed to be welcomed in a classroom and was unable to, how was I supposed to be fit into a competitive space where I was often misgendered and made fun of because of my gender identity? The constant attack of misgendering and weaponized transphobia I experience on a daily basis would have continued in sports if I was forced to be on the team assigned at birth. In my school, it is an honor to be on a sports team. Friday mornings, we are welcomed onto the floor to be a part of morning community meetings, to be encouraged and welcomed in. And this bill is forcing trans kids to sit on the bleachers in silence, told that we are not worthy of playing sports, that we are not worthy of our understanding, that we are not worthy of the space we take up. To misgender a student and to have them play with the wrong team is simply abusive. It will isolate and upset trans kids like myself who want us to play sports and be a part of a community like everyone else. And I urge you to think back to your high school years. Imagine how poorly it went, how confused and scared you were. And now imagine being trans. Imagine being uncomfortable in spaces that you are told and forced to be a part of. This bill would significantly reduce the number of trans kids in sports. It is your job and responsibility to vote in the negation of this bill, to show trans students that you stand with us. It is your job to vote in the affirmation of this bill to prove you do care for us, your constituents. To vote in the affirmation of this bill is to abuse trans kids so they are more digestible for you. I hope you stand with me in the negation of these bills, to show your support towards kids like me, and to allow us to play in sports and express ourselves in ways that we deserve. I hope you know how thankful I am for you to listen to me today, and I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Beck. Committee members, are there questions? We see that Representative Libby has one for you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here to testify today, Beck. Just a quick question. If there were a gender identity equity panel that would decide this on a case-by-case basis, looking at each case and allowing or not allowing, depending on if the student's claim to be transgender seemed authentic, and if it wouldn't give an undue advantage to that student over the other student athletes, would that be an appropriate solution to you?
I resent the notion that we as trans kids are somehow trying to get an advantage over cis kids. And sure, I would happy to be a part of a panel of student equity if not only trans students were going, but cis students as well. It is unfair and harmful to isolate us from our peers.
Thank you very much for being here and for answering my question.
Any other questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you for providing your testimony today. And next we have, so your name, welcome to the committee. Your name says Elizabeth Sequeira, but I thought that somebody named Luke Sequeira Flanders signed up.
My nephew.
Oh, okay. So is Luke available?
I hope so.
Okay, I am not seeing Luke in the attendee list. And so do you intend to testify or just Luke?
I do as well. I thought Luke was as well, and I thought I had my own link. Sorry.
Okay, well, why don't you go ahead and provide your 3-minute testimony, and then we'll see if we can sort out the situation with Luke. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Thank you to the Judiciary Committee for the opportunity to speak. My name is Elizabeth Sequeira, and I live in Bangor, Maine, and I'm here in strong opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. There is a common misconception that trans athletes will harm cisgender women, but this is a wrong and harmful narrative. Excluding women who are trans hurts all women and reinforces stereotypes that women are weaker than men and need protection. Protection from a perceived unfair advantage that does not exist, because it ignores the actual lived conditions of the transgender experience. When you look at what transgender children face in the real world, there are incredible amounts of discrimination, harassment, and abuse. Transgender athletes vary in their athletic ability, just like cisgender athletes. And what really gives someone an advantage over others is access to training, facilities, coaches, and a caring environment with parental support. Most transgender adults will tell you that they did not have access to any of these key ingredients growing up. To single out transgender girls is both sexist and transphobic, and is just discriminatory in the most harmful of ways, at an age where children need to be supported, not excluded. To deny access to appropriate sports teams for these young developing minds perpetuates the notion that transgender girls are not, quote, real girls, when both science and medicine have found the opposite to be true. The criteria we use to define and categorize sex is dependent on historical, cultural, and social decisions. As a transgender and non-binary healthcare expert, I have seen firsthand how people with access to a supportive environment in their childhood and or throughout their coming out process is a lead indicator to living a healthy, employed, housed, and enjoyable life. Transgender children experience over double the rates of depression, anxiety, suicide attempts, and ideation than that of their cisgender cohort. This is a multifaceted issue that is compounded by a lack of access to adults who understand their lived experience and gives them messaging from families, school systems, healthcare, and governments that say they are not valuable and are a threat to cisgender women when they are not. The youth sports experience is improved through diversity and participation. When people educate themselves about the transgender experience, you begin to alleviate your fear of cisgender women receiving equal opportunities and realize that we actually are all on the same team. As a queer person myself who grew up in Maine, I can tell you that being othered by the community that surrounds you has lifelong impact and harms one's sense of self-value and worth. If this bill is passed, Maine would be publicly telling children that across the country that discrimination is okay, and that if some adults feel uncomfortable about something that they don't understand, no one will be there to protect you because their fear is more valuable than your life. I urge all of you to do the research to understand how misguided and harmful this bill is and the history of why bills like this are now coming to the forefront. As someone who participated in junior high school sports, I can tell you it is a life-giving experience and important for all students.
Sarah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're holding everybody to 3 minutes. Thank you. Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any. Thank you for providing your testimony. And next we'll hear from Luke Sequeira-Flanders. I hope I've been working with some changing names. Are you Luke?
Yes.
Perfect. Go ahead and begin your testimony, please.
All right, thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for hearing me today. My name is Luke Sequeira-Flanders. I am 17 years old and live in Freiburg. I am here today to testify in strong opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. I am a senior at Freiburg Academy. For the past 3 years, I have had the pleasure and honor of serving my community as class president. Fulfilling this role by working to make our school community a safe, accepting environment for students with various identities is a responsibility that I cherish. It is with this responsibility in mind that I must question the spirit of this bill. Does denying a minority of students who already face rejection and abuse in so many aspects of modern society the ability to participate in an affirming athletic setting really serve us students? In my school career, I have witnessed an outrageous amount of anti-trans sentiments and bullying. While I cannot compare my struggles to those of transgender youth, my experience with bullying and depression has helped me to understand their mechanisms. Social isolation and being treated as an other is detrimental to stable mental health. By denying trans youth the ability to participate in school sports in a way that is affirming to their identity, this policy will add to the marginalization and abuse they already face. 2021 is shaping up to be a record year in anti-trans violence, as over 20 trans people have been murdered in the past 5 months. This bill, regardless of whether it is truly intended to protect the integrity of school sports, gives legitimacy to hateful, unscientific beliefs that rationalize violence against transgender people. It also reinforces the message which transgender people, especially youth, are bombarded with on a daily basis, that they are unwanted and that their identity is not valid. As an athlete, student representative, and a responsible member of my community, I feel obligated to testify against this bill and to let the concerns of Maine's youth. Transgender people are valid, deserving of love, and deserving of community. By choosing to vote for this bill, you reject that statement and contribute more to the marginalization of transgender people than most individuals ever will. Thank you for hearing me today.
Thank you so much for providing testimony today. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any. Thanks once again. And committee members, we've been joined by Deborah Hagler. And Deborah, you can begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm Deborah Hagler. I'm a pediatrician, resident of Harpswell, and president of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics. As physicians, we encourage young people to participate in sports for physical and mental health benefits and their development as people. LD 926 and LD 1401 limit opportunities for children and adolescents who deserve the same love, concern, and chance to develop and succeed as others. Our profession and the medical consensus overall understands that the transgender experience as part of a kaleidoscope of the human experience, not a disorder or deficiency. It is the role of the pediatrician and other members of our community to bolster protective factors for these youth, help them build resilience and gain self-esteem so they can thrive and reach their highest potential. This is done best in supportive, non-judgmental ways without shame or bias. As physicians, we have witnessed that when children are shamed, they retreat and do not seek care that they need. In my experience as a pediatrician, only a small percentage of children have a gender identity different from their natal sex, and this is also true nationally. These youth often experience extreme distress and anxiety from the disjunction between their bodies and their gender identity. This distress is known as gender dysphoria. The distress can emerge when gender identity is generally set by age 3 or 4, and especially it can become severe as a child enters puberty. It often takes time for a young person and their family to understand the source of a child's distress. As physicians, we work with families and children in a supportive way to ascertain the best path forward in accord with medical standards of care and guidelines developed over decades to help improve outcomes and provide a safety net. For children whose assertion of their gender identity is persistent, insistent, and consistent, this includes individualized processes for gender transition. I have witnessed withdrawn, sad, and lonely children blossom and eventually thrive when they are accepted and supported by their family and allowed to live as their own authentic selves. Forcing transgender children to play on teams according to their sex assigned at birth, rather than the gender they align with, is not a real option and would only exacerbate the distress and stigma these children endure. To be clear, we know that transgender children who are affirmed and supported as they are, survive and thrive, and those who do not have high risks of depression and suicide. The American Academy of Pediatrics believes that any discrimination based on gender identity or expression, real or perceived, is damaging to the social, emotional health of children, families, and society. Furthermore, the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends that involvement in sports, particularly as a member of a sports team, is an integral way for youth to develop psychosocially and help form their social identity. And sports participation helps. Yes.
I'm sorry, but we're holding everybody to a strict 3-minute limit.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate your testimony today, and let's see if committee members have questions for you. Committee members, are there questions for Dr. Hegler? I am not seeing any. Nope. All right. Thank you so much for providing.
Thank you so much.
Okay, and next we'll be joined by Bridget McAlleran. And Ms. McAllenan, I'm probably mispronouncing your name. Please activate your audio and video and begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you. It's McAllenan. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Bridget McAllenan. I use she, her pronouns. I live in Topsom, Maine, and I am here today to speak against LD 926 and LD 1401. I am the mother of a transgender person. His process of listening to who he was has been a long one. I'm really sorry. This process where he moved away from his gender he was assigned at birth and was allowed him to remain vibrant and inquisitive and compassionate about because of the communities around him. I believe that because of his support from his community and his family, he was able to remain hopeful and vibrant. In 2014, my son came out as transgender on the Mount Ararat swim team. Because of the Maine Principals Association forward-thinking rules and their process of allowing transgender students on their swim teams, on sports teams, my son was able to compete as a boy on the boys' swim team. The whole swim team, the swim coach, and the school administration supported this process. My son is no great swimmer. In fact, he was average, just an average boy. He placed 5th overall out of 10 other swimmers. I will add that at the time, my son was not on hormone replacement therapy and had to compete in swim meets with a chest binder that was the equivalent of a combination of a corset that bound his lungs and restricted his breathing and a weighted wet t-shirt. Despite this, my son, who was born with a uterus placed in the middle of a pack of 9 other cisgender boys. My son had no desires on getting a sports scholarship. He wasn't a very good swimmer. He was also on this tennis team where he was even worse. His words at tennis. Being in sports did for him was help him to belong. When I told my father that his grandchild was transgender and identified as a boy and that he would be on the boys' swim team, my father exclaimed, "My grandson is a jock." For my father, the switch from granddaughter to grandson was uneventful. The event was that his grandchild would be on a sports team. The inclusion on that sports team would offer a diverse array of supports in the community and in the community, in school and in the community at large. A larger peer group, more adults to offer guidance, a sense of belonging, and literally being part of a team. Being involved in sports help him build connections to school community as well as people outside the school and even the sports community. He was able to build his own self-esteem and he was accepted. He was part of the game and he was given a place. Please help make sure that other transgender children have a place that openly accepts and affirms who they are. Please let transgender children play on the team of the gender they identify.
I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes is up. We appreciate your testimony today. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. McAlonen? Not seeing any, and thank you so much for helping me learn how to pronounce your last name as well. Sorry for mispronouncing it. Thank you. And next we'll be joined by UMaine President Joan Farini Mundy. It's going to come over to the panel. Welcome, President Farini Mundy, and you can begin whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Joan Farini Mundy, and I am a Vice Chancellor of the University of Maine System, as well as President of the University of Maine, which is the state's only National Collegiate Athletic Association, NCAA, Division I program. I live in Orono. On behalf of all of the universities within the University of Maine System, UMS, I am here today to speak in support of inclusion in sports and against the creation of new barriers to participation, such as those proposed by LD 926 and LD 1401. There's no greater equalizer and pathway to social mobility than public education. Our UMS universities take seriously the opportunity that inclusive access to all that we offer, to our classrooms, our research laboratories, and our athletics programs, provides our students and our state the option to receive the joys and benefits of participation in sport. It is important that all students feel welcome in the level of athletics that fits their talents and interests. As educators, we have a responsibility to empower all of our students and to encourage them to pursue their dreams regardless of their gender identity. These LDs would create an unacceptable and insurmountable obstacle to personal growth for transgender students, denying them participation in activities for which local, state, and national organizations have worked together so carefully and diligently to ensure the inclusion of safety of all athletes without discrimination. Being on a college team, whether intercollegiate or intramural, can be life-changing for student athletes, providing them invaluable physical health benefits as well as a sense of belonging, discipline, self-confidence, time management, communication, leadership, and other skills that position them for success in their careers and in civic life. These benefits of participation can be especially meaningful to those who have not been fully included, including individuals who are transgender. The NCAA governs intercollegiate sports, including the Division I programs at UMaine and the Division III programs at the Universities of Maine at Farmington, Presque Isle, and Southern Maine. Since 2011, the NCAA has had clear guidelines that create a fair and equal path to participation in college sports for transgender athletes. Informed by scientific and medical experts, they state that concerns about creating an unfair competitive advantage on sex-separated teams is not well-founded, noting, for example, wide variations in size and skill in the bodies of both cisgender and transgender athletes. If enacted, LDs 926 and 1401 would put our university's teams in conflict with the NCAA, with our public mission, and with our own values of diversity, equity, and inclusion. We are also deeply concerned about any highly invasive internal exams to which our female student athletes would be subjected. Finally, I'd like to make this committee aware that last month, the NCAA Board of Governors reaffirmed its unequivocal support for transgender student athletes to compete in college sports. They also announced that they would be unlikely to bring championships to states with bans like the ones being discussed today. That would be a great loss for all of us. In closing, this year marks the 50th anniversary of Title IX, federal law that prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex, including exclusion from participation in college athletics. Great strides have been made since then.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you so much.
But we're treating everybody the same.
Yeah.
Thank you for testifying today. Committee members, are there questions? We have a question from Representative Harnett. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being here today. Greatly appreciate your testimony. We've heard a lot this morning about an issue of cisgendered women losing scholarships, athletic scholarships to trans women. Is that an issue that you're confronting or dealing with in the University of Maine system?
That is not an issue for us, sir.
Thank you very much.
Committee members, additional questions for President Farini-Mundy? Go ahead, Senator Keim.
Thank you. Nice to see you, President Farini-Mundy. Thanks for joining us today. I wanted to follow up on Representative Harnett's question. If it's not an issue for the university around scholarships for sports, why would that be? Because I think I'd just like a little more explanation around the university policies.
Thank you for your question, Senator Keim. Good to see you. I think I would need to get back to you with more details about the specifics of our policies relative to the awarding of scholarships. But I do know that, that we are completely committed to equity and inclusion in our decisions about scholarship making.
And a follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
I was wondering, one other question, how do the policies and what, as far as you know of them, how do you square those with Title IX and the objectives of that?
Again, I kind of come back to my same point, which is we are about consistency in our commitment to inclusion. We want to be certain that trans youth understand that they will have opportunities to compete and to participate in collegiate athletics, both intercollegiate and intramural, going forward.
Thank you.
Committee members, any additional questions for President Farini-Mundy? Not seeing any. Once again, thank you so much for providing testimony today. And next we'll hear from Margaret Powers.
Senator Carney and members of the committee, my name is Margaret Powers. I live in Freiburg and I am a student at Freiburg Academy. I am reading a letter written and signed by myself and other women's teams captains in opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. Our responsibility as team captains is to create a positive team environment. We feel that excluding people from the team based on an individual's sexual identity at birth contradicts that responsibility. Though this bill claims to protect female athletes, we believe that transgender girls participating in women's sports neither threatens nor hinders our ability to achieve our athletic goals. As a senior this year, I have been a captain on the girls lacrosse and field hockey teams and have been involved in sports every season since the 6th grade. For me, being on a team has connected me with the community. Sports provide role models and build leaders in the process. Transgender girls and women competing in any sport would only add to the team culture. Denying transgender girls the ability to have these experiences is wrong and contributes to social isolation. Here are personal statements from several of the team captains at Freiburg Academy who wrote this letter. Hello, my name is Livia DeVries, and as a senior, I am the captain of the indoor and outdoor track. I have been competitively running for about 6 years now and participating in over 10 seasons of sports. Competing in sports has taught me personal accomplishments are rewarding. Having transgender women compete alongside me and many others wouldn't impede my ability to perform as an athlete. Hello, my name is Lila Felix. As a senior this year, I was the captain of the field hockey team and have been playing the sport since the 6th grade. Field hockey is about teamwork, trust, and playing for the love of the game. It has taught me to be kind and support other members of my team. Having transgender women on the team would only add to the enriching team experience and further the trust and support within the field hockey community. In summary, we are athletes who have dedicated years to sports and fostering a supportive, competitive team culture. From our experiences and understanding, allowing trans women to compete with us does not impede our success. We will welcome and fully accept them not only as women, but as valuable additions to our team and the school community. Baseless fear and blatant discrimination contradicts the values of fairness and respect that athletes hold dearest. So if you vote for this bill, know that you are not representing us. Signed, Lucy Hosman-Burns, the captain of the soccer team, Livia DeVries, captain of the indoor and outdoor track team, Ella Baptista, the captain of the ultimate frisbee team, Sam Karras, the captain of the cross-country team, Lila Felix, the captain of the field hockey team, and Margaret Powers, the captain of the field hockey and lacrosse team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Powers. I really appreciate your reflections on leadership and team culture. Thank you for that. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Powers? Not seeing any. Thank you very much. And next we'll hear from Attorney General Aaron Fry.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Aaron Fry. I have the privilege of serving as Maine's Attorney General, and I live in Bangor. I'm here today to speak in opposition to LDs 926 and 1401, in large part because they propose to discriminate against transgender women seeking to participate in interscholastic sports activities. Both bills purport to prohibit biological males from participating in women's sports. LD 1401 extends that prohibition to any activity that is designed for females. In other words, transgender women, that is to say individuals presenting as female, but who are assigned at birth as a male gender, will be barred from participation. I'm here to express my concerns from a legal perspective about these two pieces of legislation. First, it is likely that these bills will violate the Equal Protection Clause of the United States Constitution. As interpreted by the courts, the clause prohibits treating transgender individuals differently from non-transgender individuals, unless doing so would significantly further an important governmental interest, in that it's necessary to further that interest. I'm not aware of any important issue that's been advanced that would be served by barring transgender women from participating in women's sports. And then to the extent that such an interest could even be articulated, it could only survive if it was necessary to further that interest. So I have concerns on the equal protection grounds. Furthermore, we do have the Maine Human Rights Act here in Maine that prohibits discrimination based on various protected classes, including gender identity, which is defined in statute as gender-related identity, appearance, mannerisms, or other gender-related characteristics of an individual, regardless of that individual's assigned sex at birth. Furthermore, I'm concerned that these bills may violate federal Title IX, which states that no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation in, be denied the benefits of, or be subjected to discrimination under any education program or activity receiving federal financial assistance. Writing for the majority of the United States Supreme Court in the case of Bostock versus Clayton County, Justice Neil Gorsuch wrote that it is impossible to discriminate against a person for being homosexual or transgender without discriminating against that individual based on sex. Now, Bostock was a Title VII case. That's an employment discrimination issue, but it is likely that the courts would apply a similar holding if Title IX was implicated. I have attached some legal assessment from another AG's office on a similar bill for your perusal. Thank you for the time today, and certainly would appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions by the committee.
Thank you so much, Attorney General Fry. And I do see that Representative Thorne has a question for you. Go ahead, Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Attorney General Fry. Thank you for coming by today and helping us with this bill. I have a question for you. I'm a freshman legislator, so excuse me, I don't know everything. It's going to take me a couple sessions, I think, before I know everything. When bills come out of the revisor's office or when they go in, are they allowed to be unconstitutional or discriminatory when they come out? Is that checked at all?
It is not.
No.
It is not.
Okay.
It's not.
And follow up, if I may, Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
You may or may not know this. Again, I'm going to ask you just because you are our Attorney General. At what point does it get looked at for constitutionality or going against discriminatory practices or anything like that?
There are different points of intervention at which questions like this might come up. The sponsor may reach out to either an attorney or preferably to the Attorney General's office to provide some guidance at the front end. It may come up through the legislative process where a committee will have questions and ask that the Attorney General's office weigh in, or analysts are also in OPLA are very good and very experienced at these different questions. Under statute, a member of the legislature, the executive branch, may ask questions of the Attorney General on questions of law relating to a statute. You have instances like this where I noticed from the get-go that there were problems and I wanted to raise that. That's another intervention. Sometimes there are bills that get through and passed, and then they are challenged in a court. And so we defend those. Sometimes we're successful, sometimes we're not. There was some recent news of where there was a bill that passed that violated the First Amendment. So there's just different points at which these questions of whether or not a bill may pass legal muster, there's just different points that might come up.
Thank you.
Representative Evangelos, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Attorney General. Thank you for weighing in today, because what's been circling around my mind on this issue is constitutional issues. And did Gorsuch's opinion, was that based on constitutional concerns?
It was, and I can get the case referred to the committee. I can make sure Peggy has it for the committee's consideration. But yes, that was a Title VII case, so that was employment discrimination. But Title IX, there's no reason to believe that the Supreme Court would treat Title IX any differently for purposes of a constitutional assessment.
Okay, and Representative Thorne, to further answer the question, the Attorney General's office represented a bill that I presented, and we were on the right side of the issue, but the court made a finding. It was a cable television bill.
Representative Evangelos, I'm going to just ask you if you could speak
just to clarify
about the context of the committee meeting with Representative Thorne about that. We have.
I know. I'd only give me 5 seconds.
25.
It does happen that legislation passes, and then the Attorney General's office would weigh in with after the fact. So I can tell you the rest later. But
Representative Libby, go ahead with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Attorney General Fry. My question is, it's two-part, but first of all, similar laws have been passed in other states, such as Tennessee, Florida, and Louisiana. So I understand that there may be a constitutional challenge. So how have these states passed these laws? Have there been lawsuits related to this, or do you know where that's at?
So I do not know the specifics of those states. As I indicated in my answer to Representative Thorne, it is possible to pass laws that may not end up passing constitutional muster. So I'd have to look into sort of how those laws are faring. I did provide an analysis from the Idaho Attorney General, which is a Republican office, by the way. So to the extent that there's concerns that this is a political legal argument, and that assessment there was that the similar bill to these pose some problems. There was a court case there in which the court was not looking favorably upon the passage of those bills. In other words, that the bill was not constitutional. So that's the only one I have immediately available to provide an answer on. Connecticut, the case was dismissed as moot before any decision was rendered. So that's what I have. That's what I have for information about sort of how some other states have been dealing with this legally.
Thank you. Follow up, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Will you bring up Connecticut? And that is actually what I wanted to ask a question about next, because there is a case and it is ongoing where two female athletes were unable to obtain scholarships that they thought they were due to two transgender athletes taking first and second place in their events. And I just am trying to reconcile how is that not discrimination against those two girls?
I'm not sure I understand the question. If to the extent, what is the treatment that you're talking about against those girls?
The fact that two transgender athletes taking first and second place in the girls' track competition meant that these two biological females placed two spots further down then, which meant that they didn't get to go to state championships and that they weren't in the running for certain scholarships. So I'm trying to reconcile how that scenario, we've heard a lot about discrimination today, but I'm trying to reconcile from your viewpoint how that is not discrimination against those two biological girls who were then denied opportunities.
So if I do understand the question correctly, I mean, all of these individuals were being treated by their gender identity. So they were all being treated same for the purposes of their participation. So I guess I'm not identifying what the disparate classification would be, because they're all being treated, which is what the law in Maine, which is what the Constitution calls for. They're all being treated by their gender identity. So they're being treated the same. I don't think I have an answer to that.
Yeah, I think you have answered my question. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Representative Hagan, go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. My question sort of comes from Representative Libby's line. And I had to step out for a second, so if it's been asked, I'll gladly withdraw. Nice to see you, Attorney General Fry. So my question was about discrimination to biological women. Have other states, are you aware of other states having passed legislation to that effect?
Representative Libby did bring that up. I did provide a legal analysis from one of those states that's connected to my testimony. But I don't, states pass laws, Maine passes laws that sometimes don't pass legal muster. And I don't have answers as to whether or not those laws that have passed in other states have yet been challenged or what the status is. So.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious as to the legislation that may be out there that would be on this in a different way. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Representative Moriarty, you had your real hand raised in addition to your electronic. Go ahead.
Thanks. Attorney General, you mentioned the prohibition against discrimination contained in the Maine Human Rights Act. I'm wondering, has that been present since the inception of the act, or was it amended along the way? And if so, do you recall when?
I do not have that. I do not have that answer. I can circle back with that though as soon as I get off, and I can send an email to Peggy and to you, so the committee has the answer.
Great, thank you.
Any additional questions for Attorney General Fry? I'm not seeing any. Thank you for appearing before the committee today. And now we'll hear from Michelle Labatz, and please proceed with your testimony.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Michelle Labatz. I live in Yarmouth. I've been a sports medicine doctor for over 20 years and have cared for child and adolescent athletes at all levels of participation. And I've held leadership positions at state and national levels for the American Academy of Pediatrics. You know, I think we can all agree sitting here that sport participation does provide unique benefits for the development of children and adolescents. And as we consider this legislation, I think we need to look at why our communities are funding sport-related programs. And a review of mission statements from athletic departments throughout the state certainly reveal a common thread. So from the Bangor High School website, for instance, the ultimate goal of the athletic program is to provide experiences that contribute to the development of learning skills and emotional patterns that enable the student to maximize the use of his or her education in our modern society. And as the Rangeley Lakes High School policy explains, school-based sports are extensions of the classroom. They exist to promote students' physical, mental, and social development. All students need equal access to these educational opportunities, including transgender girls. One of the bills requires an excluded student to prove her identity in order to participate, but this would subject both transgender and cisgender girls alike to possible invasive inquiries and examinations. There are many potential reasons why an individual's anatomy might not match their lived experience, and efforts to qualify female athletes based upon this testing is contrary to the stated goals of school-based sport. You know, the testimony that I heard earlier in favor of this legislation focused on comparisons between the athletic performance of adult cisgender males to cisgender females. And this is a false equivalence that does not hold for the child and adolescent athletes who are the subjects of this legislation. Participation of transgender girls on school-based athletic teams does not disadvantage their teammates. And remember, the Maine Principals Association has a system for addressing cases where safety or fairness are of concern. So there is a system in place for that. You know, athletic performance depends upon many factors, not only physical qualities such as size and strength, but for children and adolescents, the mental and social factors are often greater determinants of athletics performance. You know, all students should be able to participate and reap the benefit of sport, but there is never any guarantee that a student will excel. That is not a right. The best practice for student athlete development is when success is based upon the growth of athletic skill of a team or an individual, rather than attempts to eliminate rightful participants due to concern about possible loss of performance advantage. These bills are based upon unfounded fear and misunderstanding. Transgender girls are not dominating girls' sports, and defeat of these bills will help ensure an equal opportunity for all girls to participate in the full spectrum of educational opportunities in Maine schools, in the classroom and on the playing field.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Labat.
Absolutely.
Committee members, questions? Go ahead, Senator Khan.
Thank you for being here, Ms. Labat. I didn't catch at first what your qualifications were, but I thought you might be a good person to ask this to. But just based on your testimony, how would you square that with what we heard from what was what happened to the girls playing on the track team in Connecticut?
So I think there's a couple points there, and I'm glad you asked that. So I think one of the reasons why those Connecticut cases have gained such traction is that they are the exceptions rather than the rule, right? Athletic ability and performance is going to happen both in cisgender and transgender individuals. And what you're not hearing about are the thousands of transgender kids that are average athletes, just like most high school athletes are, just like most school age athletes are. They're bench warmers, and you're not hearing about those. So the Connecticut case that keeps kind of coming up time and time again, that's the exception rather than the rule. And I think one thing that's important to understand is, you know, when I was listening to the initial presenters in favor of these bills, they were really focusing on adult issues, and that is not what this is about.
Right. You shared that in your testimony, and I understand that and appreciate that distinction. But we do have a real case in Connecticut that I was hoping to get your comments on. Thank you.
Any additional questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you once again, Ms. Labatz. And Ms. Jewell, you can activate your audio and begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am testifying in opposition of LD 926 and LD 1401. My name is Jennifer Jewell. I am a Portland resident, a pediatrician, a board member of the Maine chapter of the American Academy of Pediatrics, a former collegiate athlete, and a former coach. We can all agree that most youth who participate in sports will not compete as professional athletes, and few will attend college on athletic scholarship. Also, we know that transgender individuals die by suicide and suffer mental health crises at alarming rates, in large part because our communities marginalize and stigmatize trans people. Trans girls participating in sports with their peers is not a problem in Maine. Adult lawmakers attempting to deny these opportunities to trans girls and risking their lives is unacceptably tragic, and that is the problem in Maine. I recall coaching soccer one summer in a small Maine community with youth ranging from those entering kindergarten through 9th grade. One child stands out in my memory, Taylor. Literally, no one knew whether Taylor was a boy or a girl. By the end of the first day, the discussions turned from such superficial conversations as Taylor's gender to focus on much more important things, like which squad was going to get the goalie who was willing to die for any ball. While not the best goalie at camp, Taylor was the best teammate by helping everyone to focus on drills, to have fun, and to be a leader. In retrospect, I suspect Taylor was a transgender girl. Sports offer youth participants so much, like how to move our bodies, to be physically active, to focus, to work together, and to build self-confidence. Teammates support each other through difficult times at home, at school, and in communities, including bullying and discrimination. A support that engenders a sense of safety and confidence and contributes to personal development, which is even more critical for youth who are struggling in various ways, including trans youth. This support also teaches trans youth to face challenges, develop life skills, and thrive simply by being on a team. Knowing your team has your back allows individual young people to blossom into adults who nourish and contribute to our society. So let's remember that this is about playing sports and the positive influences on physical, emotional, cognitive, and social development. At the end of camp, I was still not sure if Taylor was a boy or a girl, but Taylor, I know, was a good teammate and leader who would be welcome on any of the girls' teams on which I played or coached. I do not believe that we will see Taylor in a World Cup championship, but I do believe that sports are a fundamental way that we can support young people by offering welcoming environments, a safe haven to confront outside challenges, and a chance to build life skills. There is no reason to categorically exclude vulnerable youth from an opportunity that is so positive for most young people and is life-saving to some.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jewell. Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any. We appreciate you providing testimony today.
Thanks for having me.
Next, we'll hear from Chris McLaughlin. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Senator Carney, Representative Hartnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Chris McLaughlin. I'm a licensed clinical social worker living in Herman, Maine, with 20 years of pediatric and adolescent behavioral health experience here in our state. I am here today to speak in strong opposition to these two bills. It's through the lens of this behavioral health expertise that I express this opposition. Suicide is the second leading cause of death among teens and young adults, both nationally and here in the state of Maine. It is widely documented that when not surrounded by unconditional love, support, and acceptance, youth who identify as LGBTQ are at much higher risk of behavioral health concerns compared to heterosexual or cisgender peers. Here in Maine, according to 2019 data from the Maine Integrated Youth Health Survey, we see statistics that unfortunately match these national trends. 72% of trans students across Maine report depressive symptoms. 52% of these youth have, quote, seriously considered suicide. This is approximately 470 kids in Maine, enough kids to fill almost 10 school buses, feeling as though because of their lack of acceptance of gender identity, their life doesn't matter and that they would be better off dead. Let me be very clear. We know that trans youth are not prone to suicide simply because of their gender identity. It's being exposed to discrimination and unacceptable and oppressing environments that exacerbate feelings of depression and anxiety. According to a recent joint statement from the Trevor Project and the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, quote, increased experiences of victimization and discriminatory policies contribute to higher risk for anxiety, depression, and attempting suicide amongst trans youth. Trans youth who report experiencing discrimination based on their gender identity had more than double the odds of attempting suicide in the past year. The fact is, when trans youth are raised in communities that accept their gender identities, they grow, they flourish, and they thrive. There are many trans youth who are healthy and successful members of their communities because they have adults in their lives who support them unconditionally. We need Maine to be this kind of community. As I am with all the youth in my care, I am so honored and humbled to witness the resilience and the strength of our trans youth and their families. Yet, despite their sense of grit, bills like LD 926 and LD 1401 chip away at the resilience that we all try so hard to foster in all youth. Every single day, we work with trans and gender diverse patients and their families to achieve one primary goal: safety. We support these youth in staying alive and allowing them time to discover for themselves that it does get better, believing we all have a shared moral and ethical responsibility to do
Mr.
no harm.
McLaughlin, I'm sorry to interrupt you,
That's
but
okay.
we're holding everybody to the same 3 minutes.
For sure.
Committee members, are there questions for Mr. McLaughlin? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony today.
Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll hear from Brock Libby, and you can go ahead and proceed with your testimony, please.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee, my name is Dr. Brock Libby, and I'm an adolescent medicine physician originally from Cornville, Maine. I work in Maine Medical Partners in Portland and in the Pediatric Subspecialty Gender Clinic, where I treat gender diverse youth from the ages of 11 to 26. Today, I'm here to testify in opposition to the bills before you, and specifically to explain why they would be harmful to the very population of the young people I treat. I'm speaking out against this bill because it requires us to treat certain young people differently than others by requiring physicians to assess young people who are born as biological males, who identify as transgender and want to participate in athletics differently than those who do not wish to participate. This clearly discriminates against those transgender young people for whom participation is a goal. Secondly, this bill violates the current standards of care. I rely upon patients to provide me with their gender identity. These bills would require unnecessary and unwanted genital exams on some youth who wish to participate, and this will bring significant harms. These bills assume that we do not trust our patients. It sets the tone of an adversarial relationship, and it will make a therapeutic alliance nearly impossible. All patients deserve a physician who listens, empathizes, and validates their experience. As their physician, I consider myself an expert in the medical care that I am providing, but the patient is an expert in their own lives. A patient's identity does not come from a physician, it comes from the patient themselves. Third, I am referred patients who are both medically and psychosocially complex. Many of my patients have a history of sexual assault and post-traumatic stress disorder, and this type of examination would be very traumatizing. When someone is traumatized by the physician, the data are clear that they do not return for follow-up visits and seek further care. Another concern is making private medical data part of public record. If this bill were to go into effect and a young person was prohibited from joining an athletic team, the recourse would require that their private medical records be provided to the commissioner for determination. That violates the current standard of care. As a physician who is dedicated with working with Maine's youth, I believe that we should be encouraging participation in athletics and other extracurricular activities. All too often, I see the negative impact that isolation, shame, and fear have on young people. These bills are expressly intended to capitalize on discrimination through the lens of medicine, violating our oath to first do no harm. It is for these reasons that Maine Health and I are against these bills being made into law. In conclusion, I had a gender diverse patient say to me, "People will never understand what it feels like to have others who are not like you try to make decisions about your life. We are humans, we have families, feelings, and lives. I wish everyone would take that into consideration." It is our hope that this bill will not become law and we will not have to make very difficult clinical decisions for the future that will affect a whole generation of young people.
Thank you, Dr. Libby, for your testimony today. And I see that we have some questions. Representative Thorne, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Dr. Libby. Thank you for providing your testimony today. And I just wanted to clarify something for you. You mentioned that it was you'd have to perform an unnecessary, invasive examination in order to determine sex?
Yes.
On an existing patient?
Oh, so I'm saying these would be new patients who would refer to me. And in the gender clinic, I typically do not do full body examinations simply because of the history and how it can be traumatizing to patients.
Okay, a follow-up question, if I may, Madam
Go
Chair? At what point is there a determination of sex when you take on a patient, or you ask or verify?
So it's usually in the medical records. It will say 13-year-old F or 13-year-old M as an example, and that is not something that I would question. As I got to know the patient, I would find out if that is if they're cisgender or transgender, but that is just not something that I would question when that patient presented to me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you, Dr. Libby, for providing testimony today. And next we'll hear from, let's see, Sophie Payson-Rand.
Hi, actually, I'm Beth Romano Arsenal, and Sophie and I are testifying together. So that's one less person.
Okay, your share. Oh, great.
Shared testimony.
Your 3 minutes.
Yes, so.
Go ahead. That's great.
Yeah, that's what we thought. Okay. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Beth Romano Arsenal, and I live in South Portland. I am speaking on behalf of myself, as well as my colleague, Sophie Payson-Rand, also of South Portland. We both work and coach at Portland High School. I'm an alternative education teacher and varsity field hockey coach, and Sophie is an LCSW and school social worker and coach of girls cross country. We asked the committee to vote against these bills. Throughout history, girls have faced myriad issues in sports, but transgender girls as their teammates is not one of those issues. We feel that this particular bill is a dangerous solution in search of a problem that simply doesn't exist. And in a time where the mental health of our children has been front and center, and our state leadership has acknowledged this by revisiting guidelines to allow play as often and as safely as possible during this pandemic, we cannot comprehend why we are debating bills that would exclude some girls and jeopardize the experience of many others. As I teach in my civics class, laws generally have a precipitating factor that acts as a catalyst for their creation. In this case, there seems to be no precipitating factor. There is no evidence of girls being deprived of opportunity because transgender girls wish to participate in sports. I personally have coached transgender girls. After nearly 3 decades of coaching, I could state the fact that I have coached girls with brown eyes, and that statement would hold as much relevance as noting that I have coached transgender girls. My reality is most accurately stated by simply saying, I coach and have coached girls. Their status as transgender has proven to be totally irrelevant. Please do not allow the label of transgender to create a false narrative. I am confident that very few, if any of my players even knew when they were playing alongside a teammate who was transgender. And I am more than confident and absolutely positive that if they did know, they simply did not care. We believe that this law in no way reflects the attitude of the very people it aims to protect. We have nearly 50 years of collective experience, but wanted to be sure we were speaking for our athletes and not just ourselves. Using Google Classroom, I recently asked my team to tell me the #1 reason they chose to play organized sports. I asked them for their honesty and used a form that guaranteed them anonymity. Within 12 hours, I got 14 responses. None of those listed scholarships, financial gain, or college aspirations. Nearly every response did list their desire to have fun, make friends, challenge themselves, achieve a healthy fitness level, and build their confidence. Competition is important to female athletes, as is striving to be their best, but at the heart of their desire to play is fundamental happiness motivated by inclusion. Playing alongside a transgender girl not only doesn't deprive them of any of those goals, in our experience, it actually promotes those. Much has been said about fairness being jeopardized if transgender girls are allowed to continue playing. The key word there is continue. This has been happening and there has not been an issue. If you truly believe that a biological factor impacts fairness, where will the line be drawn? Will girls born to taller parents who are genetically predisposed to be taller no longer be able to play sports like volleyball and basketball, where height gives the athlete a true advantage? This feels like government overreach. I see the red. in conclusion,
I'm sorry, you've been so gracious to combine your testimony. We are imposing a 3-minute limit. Let's
that's
see if anybody has questions for you. Committee members, are there questions? I just had a question for Ms. Payson Rand. I did not catch what sport you coached. Could you please let us know?
Yes, I coach varsity girls cross country.
And did you write the presentation together with Ms. Romano Arsenal?
Yes.
Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your testimony today. Committee members, other questions? Not seeing any. Thank you both. And again, thanks for combining your testimony.
Thank you.
And next we have, I hope I am pronouncing your first name correctly, Gianna Romano. You can proceed with your testimony whenever you're ready.
Senator Carney and Representative Hart. Can you mute that? Thank you. And distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Gianna Romano. I live in South Portland. I attend Portland High School and was a 3-season athlete throughout high school. And for a time, one of my teammates was transgender. I am currently an assistant coach for the Portland field hockey program. I asked the committee to vote against this bill. This bill will not protect girls in sports and could actually hurt them. Ultimately, this bill is unnecessary and hurtful. In my high school playing career, I was fortunate to play alongside many amazing girls in the 3 sports that I participated in. In one of those sports, I became aware that one of my teammates happened to be transgender. I really could end the story there. That's how much of a non-issue it was. I am not sure if anyone else on my team knew. I suspect some did because they grew up with her, but I really can't be sure. And that is exactly how I know no one cared. I didn't care, my teammates didn't care, my coaches didn't care. How do I know that no one cared? Because no one talked about it. There were no whispers or winks or nods or any of the sort. There was no locker room conversation. No one cared. For me, that begs the question, why do you care enough to propose this bill? If the bill had been proposed and passed before my experience, I would have been deprived of watching a young player come into her own by putting in tons of hard work and dedication into her craft. I would have missed out on witnessing her supportive nature and watching her lead and support teammates and watching them return the favor. And I may have missed out on a lot more than that. I may not have been able to play at all. At the time, our numbers were declining and we needed anyone and everyone willing to try the sport out. Our coaches were willing to teach people how to play so that we could maintain 2 teams. Having a sub-varsity is integral to success as at the team level, but even more so at the individual level. In a time where schools are being forced to combine teams and co-op for different sports, I'm perplexed as to why we would even be considering a law that would make it even more challenging to attract participants. Sports were everything to me, and basically, they saved my life. I am very proud that, As a coach now, I hope my future players will be able to enjoy the same inclusive and affirming experience that I had. This bill will not promote that experience and will actually do the opposite. The best thing you can do to protect girls' sports and girls in sports is to not pass the bill. Thank you for hearing me out, and I hope you oppose these bills. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Romano. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Romano? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here and providing testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Commissioner of Education, Pender Macon. Commissioner, if you can proceed with your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you so much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Pender Macon. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and it's my honor to serve as Maine's Commissioner of Education. Before I begin, I just want to thank and acknowledge the courageous and articulate young people who've shared their thoughts with you this morning. Their voices certainly speak to a bright future for our society. I am here today speaking for the Department of Education, for the Mills administration, and for Governor Mills herself, who asked me to read her statement in opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401. The statement is as follows. Maine is a state that treats all individuals with dignity and respect, denying transgender girls the same opportunity all girls have to play sports, to learn leadership skills, and to be part of a team, undermines our fundamental values of equity. These discriminatory bills should not become law. To underscore Governor Mills' message, the Maine Department of Education affirms our deep commitment to upholding the civil rights of all students, to ensuring safe, respectful, inclusive practices in Maine schools. And therefore, we urge you to vote ought not to pass for both LD 926 and 1401. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner Macon. Committee members, are there questions? I see that there are some questions for you. Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Commissioner Macon. Would it be accurate to say that you are against any bill that would have the potential to harm Maine students' mental health?
Yes, of course. We would, yes.
Thank you so much. That's all.
Any additional questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Thank you so much for providing testimony, Commissioner Macon, and please thank Governor Mills for us as well. And next we're joined by Ambassador Mullion Dana. Ambassador Dana, you can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Excuse me. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. I am here today testifying in my capacity as a private citizen. And I am testifying because I care very deeply about our transgender population in Maine, especially the youth and the people of color. And it's a group that is very vulnerable and it's being targeted in a very unfair way all over the country. And, you know, we heard some personal stories at the beginning. As a teenager, I did a lot of whitewater canoe racing. I was 16 years old. I was 5'1". I still am. I was about 125 pounds, but sturdy. And I actually won many, many races in the junior, senior category. And I beat boys my own age, much, much bigger than me. There was one year that I won the entire point series, and my only competition were other grown men with boys. So we hear a lot of personal stories about the strength of boys over girls. I wanted to share a quick one where it goes the other way. Neither one is relevant because we're talking about the rights of trans youth. And my main concern with these bills, I am firmly in opposition to 926 and 1401. My main concern is that as Indigenous people, we have people in our communities that identify as two-spirit. And these people don't fit in with a male or female binary. They may be classified in LGBTQ categories and they may not. My concern is that two-spirit Indigenous youth will be harmfully affected should this become law, because they would be discriminated against with all of the trans youth, but they may be identified wrongly as trans. And if they are trans, they will be harmed, you know, just as much as all the other trans kids. My children are 12 and 14. They are both girls. If they were trans girls, I would be completely happy with them playing sports. I would want them to be accepted and supported for who they are, just as I am with my cisgender daughters. I would be extremely uncomfortable with them having to face any intrusive, unneeded exam to verify their anatomy. I find that to just be very backwards and insulting. And I think it sends the wrong message. My children As I mentioned, our two girls, 12 and 14, we are in the throes of the puberty years. And I can tell you, as many of you parents know, this is a time when our kids really need us. They need us to love us and support them and guide them no matter how they are identifying. We need to extend more love and more care and less discrimination. So I would urge you to vote not to pass on these very harmful bills. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Dana. Committee members, are there any questions? I am not seeing any questions. Appreciate you providing testimony today.
Thank you.
Committee members, I just wanted to raise that it's a little bit before 1. We still have, I believe, 16 or 15 people who are wishing to speak in opposition to these bills. What I would like to do is to keep going until 1 and then take a lunch break from 1 to 2. It seems like it would be a real challenge for us to continue to power through another 15 speakers. Is that acceptable to everybody?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Senator Keim, did you wish to speak?
Yes, I had someone testifying on the next bill that needed to be done by 2:15.
Okay, that is going to be challenging. We can take a shortened lunch break to help try to help with that situation.
Or if we could let me introduce the bill, let that person speak and then take a break before we hear the rest of the testimony. That's maybe an option that would work. I don't know how everyone feels.
I don't know how I feel about interrupting one hearing for another.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I meant just wait and take a break after I introduced my bill and let the one person speak.
So that would mean going about another hour. Are committee members able to do that? That sounds like it does not look like that's a very popular suggestion. Go ahead, Representative Libby and Representative Sheehan, and then I'm going to just make a decision that seems like the best. Go ahead.
Thank you. I would say that, folks have skipped out as needed, as I have, to get a bathroom break here and there or to be in other committees to present bills. And so I would be certainly in support of postponing a break with the understanding that if someone needs to grab a bite to eat or use the bathroom, we will certainly understand if they're off camera for some time. And the rest of us will, of course, listen very attentively and appreciate hearing from the public on all of these bills. I'm happy to accommodate someone who needs to leave by 2:15.
Go ahead, Representative Sheehan.
I was just going to say, I don't mind either postponing a break, but there are still lots of folks waiting to testify on this bill. So and many of them appear to need to be able to go back to school and other things too. So that's my concern.
Yes, I agree that. So what I would like to do, and I'm sorry, I'm not going to recognize you, Representative Moriarty. What I would like to do is I would like to propose, because not everybody can take a break while the hearing is ongoing. Certainly our analyst and our clerk and myself. So we'll go until 1 o'clock. We'll take a half-hour break. We'll come back at 1:30. And with that, I am going to bring in Dahlia Verrill, and I'll bring in a couple of more people to make good use of our time until 1 o'clock. Welcome, Dahlia. You can proceed whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Hello, my name is Dahlia Verrill. Thank you to the members of the Judiciary Committee for listening to me today. I'm an 8th grader at Falmouth Middle School. As a cisgendered female who participates in youth and school sports such as track, I strongly believe that transgender children should be able to play in sports alongside me and my teammates with the gender group that they identify with. First off, there has been a lot of talk about bravery this morning. I would like to remind the committee of the level of bravery it must take for a transgender child to face a discriminatory society. When it comes to youth sports, all you hear from coaches is the same phrase. It's all about having fun. If we've been teaching children since their first recreational soccer game, where we sat, our only separation being our orange, green, or purple colored shirts, that sports are all about having fun, then why are we now telling trans kids that they can't participate in this too? Transgender people are also statistically more at risk of suicide, and sports are found to prevent that and mental health problems. It keeps kids in physical shape as well as helps kids self-discipline and stay productive, which is known to help relieve stress. Growing up from these recreational soccer games to competitive club sports, we focused on teamwork, leadership, and communication. By including transgender athletes, we were teaching more than this. We were teaching equality, acceptance, and friendship beyond boundaries. Furthermore, girls who identify as girls are just more players on my team or more competition. I would also like to see women succeed. We should strive to be inclusive and accept all without pushing people down. Additionally, transgender inclusion laws have been set for trans people in Maine for many years now. If this bill is passed, it would overthrow these previous laws. This bill and all of its discussed is violating the rights of transgender youth in Maine, and it continues to make them feel different and excluded in day-to-day activities that children all over the world participate in. I urge you to vote no on LD 926 and 1401.
Thank you so much, Ms. Verrill. Are there any questions for Ms. Verrill, committee members? And I am not seeing any. Thank you for providing your testimony and for coming in under the 3-minute time frame.
Thank you.
Next, we'll be joined by Amy Sneerson. Welcome, Ms. Sneerson. Go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Sneerson. I'm the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission. It's been interesting to hear this day's worth of testimony and to hear folks indicate that anyone who opposes the bills that are being discussed don't support women or girls. Our agency's mission for 50 years has been to combat sex discrimination on behalf of Maine's girls and women. But we're also mandated to fight discrimination based on other protected classes. That includes sexual orientation and gender identity. It's a false narrative that you have to support one or the other. Our agency supports both. So the proposals here, as the Attorney General noted earlier, directly violate the Maine Human Rights Act mandate that schools in our state not make decisions about who can participate in school activities based on protected class characteristics, things you don't choose about yourself. These bills do exactly that and tell schools that they have to make decisions based solely on gender identity. Even if that wasn't the case, these proposals violate the spirit and intent of the Maine Human Rights Act, which is for our schools to make decisions about who can participate in activities, not who wins them, but who can participate based on each student as an individual, not based on stereotypes or assumptions due to the fact that someone has a protected class characteristic. These bills apply a black and white rule to what are, as a lot of people have said, very complex situations that are different for every student and every sport. The Maine Human Rights Act stands for the proposition that we consider each person individually in this state, not make decisions about where their family is from or what they look like or what their ethnicity is or what their gender identity is. As Representative Libby has noted repeatedly, having a case-by-case approach is possibly a really excellent suggestion. But that's actually what the Maine Human Rights Act has been doing with regard to gender identity for years. This bill's approach, a black and white approach, is unnecessary. The Maine Human Rights Commission issued guidance 5 years ago talking about how to implement the Maine Human Rights Act's gender identity and sexual orientation provisions. I attached it to my testimony. It includes specific suggestions about how to address athletic participation in issues where someone is concerned about athletic advantage or risk to other participants. There's no indication that this case-by-case approach is flawed. We've not had any complaints that I'm aware of with our agency about discrimination by inclusion of people who are trans in athletic events. These laws that are actually, no one's talking about the laws that are being proposed to be amended. They require participation. They don't promise wins or scholarships or races won or lost. It's about participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Neerson. Committee members, are there questions for the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission? I am not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony today.
Thank you.
Now, Susan Cook, you are up next. Go ahead and proceed.
Hello, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Susan Cook, and I'm a resident of Portland. I am testifying today against LD 926 and LD 1401. When my mother was growing up and playing basketball, the rules stated that players were either on offense or defense and could not cross the center line, as this was thought to be dangerous to their delicate hearts. When I was a student at Colby College in the 70s, I had the opportunity to play on one of the very first women's college ice hockey teams. We were just a group of young women who shaved the toe picks off their figure skates, put on hockey equipment for the first time, got some friends to coach us, and made history. The spirit of a team effort and the friendships I made on that team have carried forward with me to today. When I settled down in Waterville with a family, I got to see my kids play hockey and other sports from a young age. Sometimes my son's hockey team had a girl or two on it, and sometimes my daughter got to play in an all-girls team, but sometimes she played with the boys. What I saw in those teams, whether as the president of our local youth soccer league, as my son's hockey coach, or just another parent on the sidelines, was that those teams that welcomed all players who were willing to work hard and play together were competitive on the field and helped the players be successful off the field as well. I also saw the joy of girls getting to play sports they love, because inane and unfair barriers, rules, and customs that had kept women and girls from playing sports just as normal kids had been broken down. We've made so much progress from when women were protected by the unnecessary half-court rules of basketball. Please do not move Maine backwards by enacting transphobic legislation to keep young trans girls off the court, out of the rink, on the sidelines. Please vote that LD 926 and LD 1401 ought not pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Cook? Not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today. And committee members, we have 12 additional people who are signed up to provide their testimony immediately after our break. And so if people could please return at 1:30 promptly so that we can resume. Appreciate that. And Senator Keim will have you introduce your bill as soon as the testimony is done, and then have the person with the tight time frame speak right after you. Thanks, everyone.
Welcome back, everyone. I always forget that I should keep myself muted when I'm sighing heavily.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
Just want to let you know before we get started that I have to leave at 2:30 for an appointment.
Okay.
Thanks for letting us know.
Well, depending on when you're back, even if it's like 9:30, we might still be here. You might want to check in the YouTube.
Just a brief appearance on my part to wish you all well and hope you survive the morning. I got to go back to criminal justice. But it's not that I wasn't thinking of you. So.
Oh, sure.
Good. Good to know, Laura.
That's right. And I did print out some stuff to read because, I do that sort of. So where are you up to at this point?
We're
Still on the first two.
Yep.
Holy Lord.
Senator Kime?
And we need to get rolling again because we have a bit of a time crunch, everybody, and I apologize for rushing everything along. Representative Reckitt, thanks so much for checking in with us.
All right, I'll see you later.
Thank you. And so we have, it looks like there are 12 attendees, the same 12 who were with us before we took a half-hour lunch break. And so we're going to resume our public hearing on LD 926 and 1401. And I'll just continue with those who have signed up to provide testimony. And Soupy, could you please give me co-host power? I had to sign out and check in with another committee, and so I lost all of my powers. Need some more kryptonite. Okay. All right, everybody. We will commence in just a minute. We're going to have Brenda Cummings join us, and I'm going to bring a couple of people over to the panel. Jamie Lynn Kane will also be, and Muriel Pierce. And I'll call on you in that order. And so with that, we're resuming, and these are the opponents on LD 926 and 1401. Ms. Cummings, go ahead and begin your testimony. And just as a refresher, Representative Moriarty is going to be continuing as our timekeeper. He'll hold up a yellow piece of paper when you've got 20 seconds left, and then green when you hit the 3 minutes. And we are trying to fit in a lot of testimony today and appreciate people's cooperation with the time frames. And with that, Ms. Cummings, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. My name is Brenda Cummings. I live in Bath, Maine. I'm testifying today in opposition to these two bills, LD 1401 and LD 926. I'm actually not going to say most of the things I was going to say. I've submitted my written testimony, but I think that most of the things I would have said have been said far more articulately by others this morning. I've been very moved by the testimony today. I did want to say that one of the people on the committee, and I apologize for not writing down who, it went by too quickly, had raised earlier with the Attorney General the question of how these bills come forward to the committee. And I wanted to, that had been a part of my testimony, and I wanted to say a couple of things about that. I really recommend that the legislature think about developing rules to prevent this kind of problematic and unconstitutional bills coming before the committee, not just because it's a problem for your time, but because it is, this is an effort that is damaging to our children, even if it doesn't pass. The fact that we've had to all come out and testify against this is painful and difficult. It seems to me that there should be a review, like there is a fiscal review that reviews legislation that's likely to be violations of the Human Rights Act, of the Constitution, and perhaps there needs to be some further scrutiny or review or internal sign-offs by legislative leaders. I don't think it's right that legislators are being forced to provide a public forum for cruel people to identify and target young women and girls who are already dealing with difficult and complex issues because they've had to come forward to testify. And the rest of what I've had to say has been said far better by others, so I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cummings. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Cummings? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
And next we'll hear from Muriel Pierce. You can proceed if you'd like.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Muriel Pierce. I live in Portland. I'm here today both as a member of PFLAG and as the mother of a transgender son. And I'm asking that you oppose LD 926 and LD 1401. PFLAG is the nation's oldest and largest ally organization for the LGBTQ community, their parents, friends, and allies. PFLAG has over 400 chapters and more than 200,000 members, including an active chapter in Portland. We stand together with members of the LGBTQ community as family and friends, committed to creating a world in which all people are treated with respect and dignity. To that end, PFLAG opposes any attempt to legislate the exclusion of transgender youth into Maine law. Trans children face challenges in their everyday life just to be their authentic selves. Like other young people, they find community and belonging by exploring their passions. And for some, this means playing sports. Our laws should not create barriers to our children's right to live a free and full life. Some of you may know transgender youth, others may not. They are our children, and one of them is my son. In 2003, I flew across the country to San Francisco to be with my son. He was awaiting his chest reconstruction surgery, a procedure similar to a mastectomy that transgender men may seek out as part of their transition. I was grateful to be there with my son, but sitting in the waiting room was a sobering experience. As I sat there, young trans men came in alone and frightened. Those images are seared into my memory. They had no parents, friends, or allies to be with them as they awaited the medical procedure that would help them feel and appear more like how they knew themselves to be. I was afraid for my own child and felt helpless seeing the anxiety and loneliness in his peers. I thought of the title of the Arthur Miller play, All My Sons. These young trans people are all our children. It is our responsibility and our privilege to create a world in which they are safe and included, where their presence is not just tolerated, but celebrated. That means including our trans youth in school and at home, on the field and off, in all aspects of their lives. On behalf of PFLAG Portland and the transgender children in all of our lives, I'm asking that this committee reject LD 926 and LD 1401. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Pierce. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Pierce? Not seeing any. Appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Jamie Lynn Kane. Thanks for appearing. You can activate your audio and begin, please.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and other members of the committee, Judiciary Committee, and thank you very much for hearing my testimony today. My name is Jamie Lynn Kane. I'm a resident of Old Town. I'm a student in the Masters of Social Work program at the University of Maine, and I'm here today in my capacity as a member of the Maine chapter of the National Association of Social Workers Policy Committee and as a representative for social workers in Maine with testimony in strong opposition to LD 926 and LD 1401 and the proposed bans on transgender girls participating in sports activities in Maine. As many will testify, this legislation infringes on the rights of a group of girls and women in Maine in direct contradiction with Title IX, the Maine Human Rights Act, and the United States Constitution. Aside from the legal aspects, we have strong ethical concerns about the discrimination proposed in these bills. Social workers are bound by our code of ethics not to, quote, practice, condone, facilitate, or collaborate with any form of discrimination on the basis of any class, including gender identity or expression. Every Maine student deserves to be treated with dignity and respect, and transgender girls should not have to choose between being themselves and participating in youth sports. LD 926 references a vague process for a transgender girl or woman to contest her exclusion from any school-based sports programs or activities based on a doctor's examination of a student's internal or external reproductive anatomy, naturally occurring level of testosterone, and chromosomes. This approach denies the reality that some girls and women are transgender, and it is also invasive, humiliating, and stigmatizing. Would doctors even conduct such an examination, let alone publicize private, highly personal medical information with the Commissioner of Public Education, who it seems would need it to share it with school staff? The idea that schools have any right to intimate knowledge of a student's body is overreaching and harmful. There are over 5,000 licensed social workers in Maine, many of whom have had the opportunity to work with transgender girls and young women throughout their careers. They note that these girls are remarkably resilient, even when the odds are often stacked against them. We should be working to reduce the stigma and oppression that they overcome, not adding additional barriers. These girls want to participate in school sports for the same reasons that other kids do, to improve themselves, to make friends, and to be part of a team. Allowing these girls to participate does not threaten fairness in girls' sports. We aren't talking about elite athletes. We're talking about Maine's youth playing sports with friends and classmates. School sports programs teach students important life and social skills, teamwork, communication, and leadership. Excluding transgender girls from sports sends a message to them that they do not belong, and we believe that all children, including transgender children, belong here in Maine. We urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 926 and LD 1401. Respectfully, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Kane. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Kane? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here today. And that brings us to Megan Sway. And Ms. Sway, you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee. Good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway, and I am Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, I'm here to oppose both LD 926 and LD 1401. Trans youth belong in our state, and we urge you to reject these attempts to say otherwise. By singling out transgender people and enacting a sweeping ban on participation in athletics, these bills violate both the federal and state constitutions, as well as Title IX of the Civil Rights Act. The Attorney General covered a lot of this, but just to be clear, that where a law singles out people based on the fact that they have a gender identity that doesn't match the sex assigned to them at birth, it necessarily discriminates on the basis of sex and trans status, thus triggering heightened equal protection under the Constitution. It's impossible to discriminate against a person for being transgender without discriminating against that individual based on sex. As the US Supreme Court has explained, all gender-based classifications today warrant heightened scrutiny. There's no exception to the heightened scrutiny for gender discrimination based on physiological or biological sex-based characteristics. These bills, if passed, would separately trigger heightened scrutiny for discriminating against individuals based on transgender status. Last summer, an Idaho court enjoined a similar ban on transgender women and girls participating in women's athletics and reached the inescapable conclusion that the act discriminates on the basis of transgender status and thus triggered heightened scrutiny. That case was just argued at the Ninth Circuit this week. I have much more analysis in my testimony, but to sum up, we urge you to reject these bills. We think that they are unconstitutional and open the state of Maine up to expensive litigation and fundamentally tell trans kids they don't belong when they do belong. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sway, and thanks for referring us to the additional analysis in your written testimony. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Sway? Not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony.
Thank you so much. Have a good afternoon.
Thanks. So next we'll hear from Alicia Melnick. You can proceed.
Thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Alicia Melnick. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher testifying today on behalf of my client, Equality Maine, the statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization, and I live in Portland. Equality Maine opposes LD 926 and LD 1401 because these bills target transgender girls and women for exclusion from sports. This is a blatant violation of the Maine Human Rights Act, as you've heard, and you should carefully consider the history of this issue and implications of these bills before making your decision. Comprehensive non-discrimination protections based on sexual orientation and gender identity were debated in this state over and over and over again, starting in 1977 and lasting for 28 years. Finally, in 2005, the legislature passed a bill prohibiting discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, credit, and education, which includes extracurricular activities like sports. Governor John Baldacci signed it, and a big majority of voters upheld it at referendum. The law has stood for more than 15 years without any serious challenge. Nearly 10 years ago, both the Maine Principals Association and the NCAA adopted policies that provide for the participation of transgender athletes. Neither have faced serious challenge. Finally, nearly 7 years ago, the Maine Supreme Court ruled that transgender girls are indeed girls and are entitled to do all the things that other girls get to do in school, like their homework, becoming valedictorian, going to the bathroom, going to dances, and yes, playing sports too if they so choose. That ruling has never faced serious challenge. These bills ask you to throw out all of the non-discrimination laws, policies, and court decisions that have made a leader on full equality for LGBTQ people. They're part of a coordinated effort by out-of-state anti-LGBTQ activists who have been attacking our community for years. Rather than listening to the extremist agenda of proponents who don't live here and don't care about what happens to our kids, please listen to all of those you've heard today testifying in opposition. They are trans women and girls speaking up for themselves. They are parents who just want their kids to have the same opportunities as other kids. They are medical professionals and coaches who know from direct personal experience that trans kids suffer when they are excluded and rejected, and know that they also thrive when they can have the same opportunities as their peers. They are organizations representing the concerns of women and girls, speaking up to say that trans women and girls are women and girls. They are university and college systems ringing the alarm bells that these bills would violate NCAA policy and put all of our college athletes at risk for lost opportunities to compete. And they are our expert attorneys who are certain these bills are blatantly discriminatory and bring constitutional concerns. All of them live, learn, and work in Maine and have a direct stake in what happens here. Transgender girls are not harming girls' sports. The trans kids have been playing sports for years. Please don't take that away from them. Thank you so much. Please vote ought not to pass.
Thank you very much, Ms. Melnick. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Melnick? Not seeing any. Again, appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you for your patience.
Next, we'll hear from Jeffrey Hotchkiss. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Hardin, members of the committee. My name is Jeffrey Hotchkiss. I live in Portland, and I'm a proud Maine grandfather. I have friends who are transgender. I have witnessed their despair when society prevents them from being who they are, and their joy when they finally are able to fulfill their whole being. I am aware of the frequent harassment and high murder rates that endanger them around the country. I am aware that the medical science I read about 50 years ago that validated their existence and opened a path for them to transition has been confirmed and deepened in understanding since then. Maine has a process that is working now for transgender boys and girls to join school sports teams appropriate to their identity. LD 926 and 1401 would impose an unneeded, medically unsound, and cruel restriction on our children. These bills are part of a disheartening nationwide extreme campaign to deny trans children's very existence. Some of those bills even require genital inspections, which I call state-mandated child sexual abuse. If they succeed widely, as they have already done in Arkansas and Florida, we will see an upswing in the already terrible incidents of harassment, assault, suicide, and murder of trans people of all ages. I want my grandkids to grow up in a state where they and their friends can always be safe and unpersecuted for being who they are. Please vote to reject these awful bills. Thank you for your attention, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hotchkiss. Is there any questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any. We appreciate you providing testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Stephen Bailey. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. I am Steve Bailey, Executive Director of the Maine School Management Association, testifying today on behalf of the legislative committees of the Maine School Boards Association and the Maine School Superintendents Association in opposition to both LD 926 and LD 1401. I live in West Bath and I work in Augusta. Before I start, I would like to also give a call out to our teachers in terms of a Teacher Appreciation Week. And yes, your colleague on the Judiciary Committee, Representative Hagan, who we don't see here right now, but I would like to express my gratitude for your service. In terms of the two bills, our associations oppose both bills because they discriminate against our students who identify as a different gender than what they were at birth. Public schools are obligated to make all students feel safe and welcome when they are in our care. And we believe that extends to allowing those that identify as a different sex be allowed to participate in school athletics based on that identity. That decision would be made based on a policy and process adopted by the Maine Principals Association. Maine was one of the first states to adopt such a policy, and we applaud MPA for its action. The policy allows the student or the student's parent to notify the school that the student has a consistent gender identity different than the gender of the student's birth assigned gender. The school will then contact the MPA to set up a confidential meeting to make a determination on eligibility to play. Our colleagues, and I see one in the room now waiting to testify, can better answer questions around that process. But as administrators, we can say that it is respectful and it works. Both the MSBA and MSSA have adopted resolutions regarding equity in education that say all students, regardless of their race, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, religion, ancestry, national origin, or disabilities, deserve equitable opportunities in Maine schools. We believe that equity includes participation in school athletics and compels us to oppose both these bills. We ask you to do the same. Thank you very much, and I would entertain any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Any questions, committee members? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Bailey. Just a real quick yes or no question. Does the MSMA stand against any bill that would harm students' mental health?
The MSSA Legislative Committee, the MSBA Legislative Committees, yes, we were very concerned with students' socio-emotional health. And of course, these bills do address that.
Thank you very much.
Certainly impact that, yes.
Committee members, any additional questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. And next we have Michael Burnham. Go ahead, Mr. Burnham, you can proceed.
Thank you very much. My name is Mike Burnham, and Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm very pleased to be able to come before you today. I am the Executive Director of the Interscholastic Division of the Maine Principals Association, and we oversee 151 public and private schools in Maine that compete at the high school level. I think it's important to note that we only represent those schools, and certainly in support of Mr. Bailey's testimony as they deal with all kids. Our MPA Legislative Committee unanimously opposes both LD 926 and 1401. And I am going to start my comments off that the MPA believes that all students should have the opportunity to participate in MPA activities in a manner that is consistent with their gender identity. We'll get to the second part of my testimony in a minute. I'm going to go a little bit different than previous testimonies. I'm going to separate the testimony between 1401 and 926 and bring them back together. 1401 specifically addresses Title IX. And Title IX states that no person in the United States shall, on the basis of sex, be excluded from participation or be denied the benefit of or discriminated against. And it goes on from there. So with Title IX, we certainly believe that the trans population should be given an opportunity. But I think it's important to note that we have a policy in place that does not allow cross-gender participation. We've heard time and again around Title IX, cross-gender participation would be boys that cis boys that want to play on a girls' team. And back in 1997, there was a Maine Human Rights Commission ruling that did determine that boys should not be allowed to play in female sports. That would be field hockey, volleyball, softball, and any of the girls' sports where we offer both basketball, soccer, etc. So that decision was challenged in the courts, and in 1999, that ruling was upheld. So in terms of Title IX, we do have court cases that give us that opportunity. 926 surfaces, we have a policy that addresses that, and we feel that our transgender participation policy does allow those students to come before the committee and participate in the gender that they associate with. And I would answer any questions around our policy and can certainly provide a copy of that. But I did think it was important to separate.
Yeah. Thank you. That was really helpful to have the two bills separated. Could you please provide our committee clerk with a copy of that policy? I think that would help committee members. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any questions, committee members, for Mr. Burnham? Go ahead, Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Burnham, we do have in your written testimony one sentence from your policy, which was evidently adopted in 2013. My question is, what was the procedure that you followed up to the enactment or adoption of that policy?
Okay. Great question. And I believe the sentence that you're referring to is that unless such participation would result in an unfair athletic advantage or a risk of injury.
Yes, that's the one.
Yes, that is consistent with, and that's where it ties back to 1401 and the Title IX. I'm very happy to report that, first of all, we support all of the testimony, and the kids were amazing today. We have not had any case where it has been determined that there was a physical risk or a risk of injury or unfair advantage. The truth of the matter is the majority of the hearings that we have are female to male transgender athletes. Mike Bisson, who's the assistant director here at the Maine Principals Association, is our staff member that oversees that committee. very confidential. I could not tell you names or schools for these individuals that had hearings. But that is in front of them. And we felt that was consistent with the ruling from the Maine Human Rights Commission and the courts around Title IX.
And how long of a process was it to adopt that policy?
The transgender policy or well, I believe it took place, I don't believe I was a part of it, over a 2-year period that, you guys are to be commended for dealing. Know that there are 20 states that are dealing with similar legislation and similar conversations. It took us over 2 years of looking at what other states had created. The state of Washington was really a leader in this case. So we did a review, we formed a committee, and ultimately took it in front of our membership where it was approved.
Okay, thank you.
Good question.
Thank you so much for your testimony today, Mr. Burnham. And now we'll move on to Michael Bisson. If you can start your testimony whenever you're ready.
I have no testimony. I was just here for support for Mike if there are any questions regarding the process that we follow.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that offer. That's why you appeared initially with the same name. Are there any questions for Mr. Bisson? And I am not seeing any, so we'll thank you very, very much, both of you. And now we'll move on to Catherine. Catherine, I'm sorry, my eyes are.
Oh, that's okay.
Go start. You can start your testimony though. Thanks.
It's Kisiniak. It's most people never get the name right, so don't
Thank
worry. I'd just like to say it's nice to see you, Mike. We used to work together at Hampden Academy, and Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and the members of the Judiciary Committee, good afternoon. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'm here in opposition of LD 926 and LD 1401. When I first began hearing about this type of legislation cropping up all over the nation, I was kind of sad, but not really worried about it happening here in Maine, because the state of Maine has one of the best protections for people in the LGBT community, and we have some of the best laws in the country. And so I was really surprised to hear that I'd actually have to testify. As you already heard, the Maine State Principals Association has been dealing with transgender athletes in schools for almost a decade. And in 2015, a lawsuit on behalf of Nicole Maines was instrumental in changing the way that we treat transgender students in the school. And Nicole herself actually plays the first trans superhero on television on the Supergirl show. So I think we have a pretty good and impressive track record on equity and inclusion in our state. The two bills before you are disturbing to me on both a personal and a professional level. On the personal level, I'm the mom of a transgender man, and I have many friends in the LGBT community. And over the years, I've come to know many amazing and wonderful transgender women. And just the title of these bills is disturbing and hurtful to me, because they say an act to ban biological males and an act to prohibit biological males. And those terms are problematic for me, because the bills are designed to keep trans females from competing, but they don't say that. And for our young girls and women, the terminology in this bill sends a message that they don't even exist, that the trans women don't exist. And that is really disturbing to me. On a professional level, I'm a teacher at Hampden Academy and an advisor for the LGBTQ Gay Straight Alliance and Diversity Club. And over the years, I've had many trans, gender fluid, gay, straight, lesbian, cis, and bisexual students. And I've seen how important acceptance and support can be for their social, emotional, and academic well-being. I have seen firsthand that trans girls don't really have a unique physical advantage over their cis peers. The MPA addresses and examines if there's a possibility of unfair advantage and makes their decision on a case-by-case basis. And as far as I'm concerned, I don't see why we need this legislation. I would ask you.
Ms.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. I knew I would go longer. I knew
Yeah,
my.
we appreciate. Let's see if there are any committee questions for you, and appreciate your respecting our time.
Absolutely.
Limits. Committee members, are there any questions for Ms. Kisniak? Not seeing any. Once again, thank you for being here today. And next we have Charlene Cummings, and you can go ahead and start your testimony, please.
Can you see me and hear me?
Both.
Yes?
Yes.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Charlene Cummings from Pittsburgh, Maine. The concern raised by supporters of this bill about transgender girls playing in sports are not rooted in facts. Those support this bill are seeking to generate political capital by fear-mongering and demonizing women and girls who are seeking only to play with and compete against their peers. There are unintended consequences with this bill. They include violating the Maine Human Rights Act as amended in last session's LD 1701. This bill also opens up all girls, trans girls, or assigned female at birth to intrusive anatomy, hormonal, and DNA exams while ignoring the science that says a child that is undergoing testosterone suppression and possible hormone treatment are not subject poisonous to them effects of testosterone, i.e., they do not develop the big scary muscles of assigned males at birth. This bill is also discriminatory in that it targets trans girls while ignoring the fact that the very same nasty testosterone may cause an unfair advantage for trans boys forced to compete on girls' teams. For example, Mac Beggs of Texas, who was forced by state law to compete in girls' high school wrestling in 2016 and 2017 and 2018, winning 2 state championships. There are also profound mental health concerns with bills such as these. Transgender youth have enough on their plate navigating their gender dysphoria without being told that they cannot participate with their peers in an athletic event or activity. Elementary school and high school athletics are not just about winning, although I will admit that losing stinks. Athletics are about teamwork, friendships, and other life lessons. Fortunately, these bills have little chance of being enacted, but this culture war meme, which is all this bill is really about, is not good for our children's mental health. I strongly urge a ought not to pass vote. Thanks for letting me testify.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cummings. Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here. And next we'll turn to Ms. Warner Evans. If you can activate your audio and video and begin.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Morgana Warner Evans. I'm a resident of Portland. I'm opposed to LD 926 and LD 1401. These bills would have a detrimental effect on both trans and cisgender girls' mental health. LD 926 and LD 1401 would have been detrimental to my mental health as a student because they would have exacerbated insecurities that I have about my body. I'm cisgender, so I don't experience the discrimination that trans women face. But due to a hormone condition that runs in my family, I've worried throughout my teens and 20s that my body isn't, quote, feminine enough. LD 926 and LD 1401 purport to be able to determine girls' gender based on their hormone levels and physical characteristics. By using these characteristics to justify excluding girls from sports teams, LD 926 and LD 1401 cause girls to feel insecure about their bodies. As most women know, struggles with body image are already too common in our society, and we don't need legislation that exacerbates body dysmorphia. Banning young people from sports teams would also hurt their mental health. Throughout the pandemic, concerns have been raised about youth mental health in the absence of team sports. These concerns suggest that Mainers care about young people's mental health and see team sports as a positive influence on mental health. And yet now the legislature is considering a bill that would prevent some girls from playing on girls' sports teams. Isn't it hard enough to be trans and to be a woman? Do we have to make girls' lives harder by denying them the opportunity to participate in a supportive community? My answer is no. Both transgender and cisgender girls should be able to play on girls' sports teams. LD 926 and LD 1401 ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Committee members, any questions for Ms. Warner-Evans? Not seeing any. Appreciate you being here and providing testimony today. Next, we'll hear from Jan Collins. Welcome, Ms. Collins. Please begin your testimony.
Thank you so much. My name is, greetings to Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and honorable members of the judiciary. My name is Jan Collins, and I'm Assistant Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. And I am writing to oppose LD 1401, LD 926, and LD 1238. And I'm going to diverge from my written testimony because, as others have said, there's much that's being repeated. So I just want to first note that in 2016, a young man, Charles Knowles, committed suicide at Long Creek Youth Development Center. Charles was a transgender individual, and he epitomized the struggles that transgender youth have. We find a disproportionate number of transgender youth in juvenile custody, and we find a hugely disproportionate number of juvenile youth who choose to commit suicide rather than to live a life of harassment and belittling. These kinds of bills only add to that stress and pain of trans individuals. When I was in high school, I was a 3-season athlete, as I was in college as well. But in high school, I ran cross country, and I ran on the boys' team, not because I wanted to be on the boys' team, but because that was the only option. Cross country was a new sport for women at the time. And in fact, we had to battle many of the stereotypes that transgender youth may be feeling at this time. It was felt by some people that if women ran, it would be bad for their internal organs and damage their ability to have children in the future. It's hard to imagine that any such thought would have occurred, but that's as it was. At one point, we had a home meet, but when the team arrived and realized there were females on our team, the visiting coach gave our coach an ultimatum. His team would not run with the females. After all, how would his boys feel if a girl beat them? Not how would the girls feel about being treated as inferiors, but how would the boys feel if they were beat? When we treat a whole group of people as other, as different from us, as inferior, it is a poor reflection on us, not on them.
Thank you so much, Ms. Collins. And I apologize for interrupting, but we're keeping everybody to the same 3 minutes. Thank you.
Understandable. Thank you very much.
Committee members, any questions for Ms. Collins? Not seeing any. Appreciate you providing testimony today. And next we have the Law School Dean, Lee Softly. You can proceed when you're ready.
Thank you very much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary. My name is Lee Softly. I live in Cumberland County, Maine, and I currently serve as the Dean of the University of Maine School of Law, which is, of course, a proud part of the University of Maine system. You've already heard the eloquent testimony of President Farini Mundy on behalf of our public universities. I join her and so many others here today in opposing both of these bills. I speak, however, from my decades of experience working in the courts, seeing the struggles that Maine youth encounter when they are subject to harmful policies and laws, sometimes created with the best of our intentions by the adults and the systems that should be supporting and protecting them at critical times in their lives. I will be brief because you have heard so many reasons to reject these bills. I suggest to you that there are 3 reasons that these bills should be rejected by the committee and by the Maine legislature. First, the bills are immediately challengeable as contrary to current law and contrary to national athletic guidelines. If passed, these proposals will likely result in months and years of legal challenges, during which the message that our transgender youth will hear again and again is that we do not respect or support them. Second, these bills represent a classic situation of a solution to a problem that does not appear to exist for Maine youth and children. If your goal is to provide gender equality for youth who wish to participate in sports, please start with providing respectful locker rooms for girls and young women, reasonable and safe transportation for the girls and women's teams, and sports facilities that mirror the quality of boys' opportunities. Finally, LD 926 carries with it not only the damaging effect of isolating and ostracizing transgender girls and women, it also proposes an abhorrent threat of intensely personal and intrusive examinations when a student's gender is challenged, but only for those students who identify as female. I ask you, as I look at this committee, to think about all that you've heard through the years regarding the harm to our youth caused by misguided laws and policies. For example, the well-meaning but destructive zero tolerance policies in schools that left too many of our youth without education, or the incarceration of youth with mental illness as a misguided alternative to treatment. And with these bills, the exclusion, isolation, and potential humiliation of girls who are not identified as girls at birth. I hear the bell. I now understand what that red light feels like to lawyers. Let me just say this. You have an opportunity to stop this harmful proposal, and I urge you to do so. Thank you so much for your patience and consideration today. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Committee members, any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you for your testimony, Dean Softly.
Thank you.
That brings us to our last person to speak today on these bills, and that's Mary Bonato, and you can proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and committee. I know it's been a long day, so I'm going to talk really fast. I live in Portland. I work at GLAD. So after listening to everything today very carefully, it is clear that there is great agreement about the importance of equity in sports. And that is a good thing, because we really need equity for all of our young people, including our trans girls. And also, after listening today, not a single person has identified individual or systemic problems with trans girls playing girls' sports in Maine. We've heard about average men and average women. We've heard about groups. We've heard about elite and professional athletes that Maine cannot even regulate. But we have not heard about the individual children and adolescents except from their own voices, thankfully. I know Connecticut remains a marquee example, and it may be something, if it would be helpful to take up further at the work session. It's the marquee effort for trying to ban trans girls from sports, even though the story is much more complicated than has been stated so far. And among other things, and there's more detail in my testimony, written testimony, as Dr. Labatz testified, those 2 transgender athletes were the exception that proved the rule that most transgender athletes are not exceptional. They got a lot of attention because they were. And in fact, You know, you heard from Ms. Mitchell today, whose daughter was one of the athletes who sued over this issue. And again, to just the complicating facts, the athlete, Ms. Mitchell, actually outperformed the trans athletes in February 2020 in 2 competitions back to back. It's just to reinforce Dr. Labatz's point that there are many things that influence performance. In our view, from what I have heard from GLAAD's view, there is not a reason to change the status quo that is working and is one of inclusion. These bills would wall off sports, programs, and activities for trans girls as girls from kindergarten through college. This is a blunt, severe, expansive law. And we should also bear in mind that Maine is not Connecticut. As you heard from Mr. Burnham at the MPA, we have a statewide policy. Connecticut does not. And it takes an individualized assessment to make sure that there are not issues of unfair athletic advantage or safety. I also want to just note that from the testimony this morning, we heard a lot about biology. And I also heard something very intriguing from a young person who talked about their brain. And it's something that a doctor said to me, that we hear a lot about biology in this context, but nobody talks about the brain, which is a very big part of our biology. And it's our biology that determines our gender identity. It is going to say, you are male, you are female, and try to fix things when, or readdress things when your body does not conform. As somebody put it, the brain is the boss. So we've heard that people don't understand this. We've heard people.
Red flag is up. If you can just wrap up, please.
Okay, no, that will stop. I'm with the rules. Thank you very much.
With a lot of appreciation for you respecting the rules. Thank you so much. Committee members, any questions? I am not seeing any, so it looks like appreciate you providing testimony today, and it looks like we are finished with all of those who wish to testify in opposition to these 2 bills. Nobody testified, nobody signed up to be neither for nor against, and I'm looking at the attendee list. Is there anybody in the attendee list who's neither for nor against? Not seeing anyone, and so with that, we'll close the public hearing on LD 126 and LD 1401 and invite Senator Keim to present the next bill, which is LD 1238. And you can proceed, Senator Keim.
Thank you so much, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed colleagues of the Judiciary Committee. Thank you for allowing me to introduce LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. I am Lisa Keim of Dixfield, and I'm honored to represent the citizens of Senate District 18, which includes much of northern Oxford County and 2 communities in Androscoggin. This bill exempts from the definition of place of public accommodation in the Maine Human Rights Act privately owned and operated facilities that provide emergency shelter to women or temporary housing for women who are in reasonable fear of their safety. By clearly designating that women's shelters are not a public accommodation, LD 1238 would allow a shelter to choose the population it wants to serve. If this bill were to pass, every shelter in Maine could continue their current policies as they see fit. However, this bill would allow shelters that cannot provide adequate assistance and care for every type of person to choose to whom they will offer housing accommodations. It is in the best interest of serving the people of Maine that the state not mandate a one-size-fits-all approach in caring for women who are in desperate need of safe shelter. There are several points that need to be made. First, since a shelter may designate itself as serving women or men, we already acknowledge that discrimination can be allowed on the basis of sex. This has also been acceptable practice for readily recognizable reasons. However, with the recent assertions that there are alternative definitions of gender, society has come to a place where we must reconsider how to allow space for all people. The rights of one group cannot be allowed to supplant or suppress the rights of another. Transgender identifying male-bodied persons are not women. No matter what term is used in reference to them, our powers of observation align with biological facts. The vast majority of women served by shelters have been physically and sexually abused by males. Therefore, to many of these survivors, male bodies present an instinctual gut reaction of fear. One woman expressed in her complaint to the Human Rights Tribunal of Ontario, Canada, that allowing a male-bodied transgender into the safety of my home, bedroom, and safe spaces caused her stress, anxiety, rape flashbacks, symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder, and sleep deprivation. The brutal situations women have experienced are far removed from the comfortable locations in which we all find ourselves in this moment. But we must not allow ourselves the privilege of turning a callous or blind eye to the plight of these women and glibly parrot the narrative of activists who seek to erase reality. The reality most homeless women have experienced is sordid, ugly, humiliating, and life-altering. Many are physically and emotionally scarred for life, leaving them so fragile that they certainly are in no place to stand up for themselves against inclusivity policies that force them to accept having their most private spaces shared by male bodies. Attached to my testimony, there are references to the increased safety issues reported all around our nation of transgender biological men placing vulnerable women in situations of harassment, fear, discomfort, or worst case scenario, victimization. To give voice to the voiceless, I will read a few of them. In 2018, 9 homeless women filed a lawsuit against Naomi House, in Fresno, California, women's shelter where they sought refuge. Instead of providing safety, the shelter exposed them to further harm by allowing a transgender woman to sexually harass them during mandatory group shower time. A mother and a rape victim and abused from Tacoma, Washington, Kristen Bridgen Brown, 42, who stayed at a shelter for women during her recovery, stated, "A man's presence would have been a complete deal breaker. I would have left. In my mind, my known abuser would have been better to go back to than someone who had the potential to hurt me that I didn't know." Harassment situations are described by a Maine shelter worker writing in defense of women anonymously in the Feminist Current as follows. One man leered at women and trailed them through the shelter, his shorts manifesting the tangible proof of his interest, such that women stopped wearing pajamas outside the bed area in order to avoid attracting his roving eye. Another man would wait in the bedroom to be alone with a woman and then proposition her on the off chance that she might be raring to give him a blowjob. We hosted a man who would stare and wink at younger female caseworkers. He would summon his target away from the desk on the pretense of helping him with some invented task, and then, when he had cornered in a more private alcove, invited her to meet him outside the shelter for dates. In another case, women complained that a man was watching pornography on his cell phone and masturbating visibly in the bed area at night. On at least 3 occasions, men staying at the women's shelter threatened to kill women with guns. Once a man, enraged at female staff, insisted that he adhere to shelter rules, stormed into the kitchen during dinner, grabbed a tray of food, and began hurling handfuls of scalloped potatoes around the room while yelling that derogatory terms. When women report harassment by men in the shelter space or approach staff to voice their discomfort, my coworkers' customary response is to ignore the women's reports completely. The problems that arise, and that's the end of that quote from the Feminist Current. The problems that arise from forcing women to be housed with biological men is underreported because women who admit fear or discomfort are shamed into silence, ostracized, and they risk losing the only tribe they have, literally leaving them homeless and alone. Why can't we freely allow women to admit their fear and discomfort at being housed with men? Women suffering homelessness are not sacrifices to be made on the altar of gender ideology that would erase and silence them. It is appalling that seeking to ensure adequate measures to provide for the safety of the most desperate at-risk women is derided as exclusionary. In response to a HUD 2020 proposed rule change that would allow federally funded single-sex shelters to determine the eligibility of potential residents on the basis of sex and not gender identity without fear of losing funding, the ACLU offered this statement. Many trans and gender non-conforming people would rather be street homeless than enter a men's homeless shelter given the risk of violence as well as the misgendering. From this statement, it seems that transgender women's fears of men are valid, but a woman's fear of transgender women are not. Why? Women experiencing homelessness and shelter facilities that seek to serve them do not deserve rhetoric about rainbows of equality. These women deserve compassionate treatment that does not further belittle their feelings and fears. A woman's need for privacy and dignity in relation to male-bodied people deserves to be respected. Common decency demands this. In closing, let me again state that this bill creates no mandate on shelters. There are many, if not most, women's shelters in Maine who accept people experiencing homelessness based on their gender perceptions. These locations have already made their decision, have hopefully adopted policies that safeguard all residents, and may continue their services unaltered. But there is no one-size-fits-all solution. Diversity of building size and design, volunteer and staff expertise, training, and available services require facilities have choice in order to meet the needs of their clientele. Every person who is in need of shelter and seeks a space of safety deserves compassionate treatment. Thank you for your time and attention to this important policy consideration. And given that I have one person that had a time constraint, I would ask the committee's permission to allow that person to testify and then save questions for me until after her testimony, if that's all right.
Committee members, is everybody okay with that? Seeing lots of nodding heads, and that's Aurora Cobb, is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Cobb. You can go ahead and testify.
Hi there. Thank you. Hello, my name is Aurora Cobb, and I'm a resident of Harpswell, Maine. Since 2016, I have been employed at a women's shelter in this state. Over the years, I have observed troubling situations arise from the shelter approach to opening space intended to provide protections for women to males who identify as transgender. Women have reported harassment by these individuals. Women have complained of being propositioned for sex by them. Women have shared with me that these individuals have followed, stared at, or otherwise intimidated them on shelter premises. Their discomfort is severe enough that they tell me they spend as little time in the shelter as they can. Women coping with post-traumatic stress caused by men's violence have spoken of how they cannot sleep, fearing assault. When women tell me that they are being harmed, I take them seriously. Yet at the shelter, I've noticed that women's reports of harassment by trans-identified males receive minimal attention. Rarely do they prompt investigation or action. Sometimes the women themselves are penalized when, in voicing their concerns, they do not affirm an individual's gender identification. Women's shelters exist because of women's need for refuge from men, because we live in a male-dominated society in which male violence against women is endemic. Women are raped, beaten, harassed, pimped, tortured, and all too often murdered by men, by males. Because of this violence, women have valid reason to fear all males and any males. This is unfortunate, but it is reality. Male violence against women is the primary cause of women's homelessness. A high percentage of women who become homeless were sexually abused in girlhood. A similarly high number are survivors of rape and battery. These are realities that cannot be discounted. I speak today in support of LD 1238 not to take an anti-trans position. It's neither productive nor fair to reduce the conversation around access to women's spaces to a matter of being pro or anti-trans, because trans identifying persons are not the only stakeholders in these spaces. Women and girls demand at least equal consideration. Every individual experiencing homelessness is absolutely owed shelter with appropriate accommodations and trauma-sensitive support. For a woman, because of how she has been abused by men, what is most appropriate may be a space where males are not present. Women's shelters should not be prohibited from providing single-sex accommodations, which many women so urgently and so reasonably require in order to feel truly safe. When making policy decisions that affect women, we must not lose sight of the realities of women's oppression. Conflicts emerge, and balancing women's needs with those of others cannot be resolved simply by ignoring women. I have seen the harms of this approach, and I can tell you that it is not a route to justice, nor is it social progress. It is at best an oversight, and at worst it is negligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cobb. Committee members, are there questions for Ms. Cobb? Not seeing any. Appreciate, oh, go ahead, Representative Sheehan.
Thank you, Senator Carney, and thanks for being here, Ms. Cobb. I was just wanted some clarity on your status at the shelter. Are you a volunteer or an employee there?
I'm a per diem employee.
Noted. Thank you.
Committee members, any other questions? Go ahead, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Cobb. Thank you for your dedication to women. And I just would like to know if over the 6 years that you've worked in a women's shelter, if you've seen changes in that time related to this topic, and if you could explore those a little bit for me, please.
I actually haven't really witnessed changes. The policy has always been to be open on the basis of gender identification. The policy is one of gender affirming services, and they feel that they can accommodate that, and that is their prerogative. So I haven't really seen a change. I would say it's been pretty consistent over the since 2016 when I began working there.
Thank you. That is very enlightening.
Any other questions, committee members? Not seeing any. Ms. Cobb, thank you for appearing before our committee today. And I'm going to hand the virtual gavel over to co-chair Harnett, because I need to check on the status of a bill in a different committee. And so I will rejoin you when I'm able to. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby.
I apologize. I did think of a couple more questions for Ms. Cobb, if I could, if that is possible.
I don't know if she is still in the, we'll have to have her move back from attendee status. If the committee clerk could please move Ms. Cobb back as a panelist. Representative Libby, I know that Ms. Cobb had time constraints, which is why we moved her up. I am not seeing her in the attendee room.
I would appreciate if we could extend her an invitation to the work session. That would be great.
Noted, thank you. And before moving to our next person testifying, I need to ask, thank you, Representative Moriarty, to leave your hand up because it keeps you on the front page for timing purposes. And I want to open it up to questions from committee members for the bill sponsor, Lisa Keim. Senator Keim, are there any questions? And Representative Moriarty, in the event you have a question, just raise your real hand and I will recognize you. Seeing no question for the bill sponsor, Senator Keim, I will move to our next person to speak in support of LD 1238. And I would ask for Annie Christie to be moved over. And Ms. Christie, as soon as you are ready, unmute your microphone, activate your video. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Begin your testimony when you feel comfortable. In case you were not here this morning, and I remind all of this that our Representative Moriarty will hold up a yellow Post-it when there are 20 seconds left and a red paper when time is up, and we are holding people to the 3 minutes. So Ms. Christie, whenever you're ready to go, please begin speaking. And
how do I activate my video?
I don't know what type of device you are on, so I can't answer that. Sometimes one of the hosts.
There we go. Got it. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking to you from my heart because this issue is extremely serious to me, and on a bipartisan stance, and that I hold no animosity towards transgenders. I'm simply worried about the women and children that I have worked with in the past. So I'll read my testimony that was submitted. So dear committee members, I was educated as a family and child therapist and have provided therapy, social services, facilitated group sessions, advocated for women and children of family violence, and spearheaded several public awareness campaigns to help victims of abuse and to bring this problem to the attention of the public. I've also worked with families, both women and child victims, in the court system, and have served as a project director of conferences, Violence Within the Home and Its Effects on Children. To focus on the nexus between child abuse and domestic violence. These conferences provided attendees with education and the tools to improve its collective work in preventing family violence. It also strengthened local, state, and federal efforts to help women better address child abuse and neglect issues. In light of the above, I believe that I'm personally qualified to speak on this matter. I am in support of LD 1238. Studies show, this may be a diversion, but I think it's important. Studies have shown an overlap between domestic violence and child abuse. And it is extremely important for women to feel safe to address their personal issues and how best to protect their children. Women bring their wounded children and themselves to shelters. I cannot stress enough the importance of domestic violence shelters, providing a safe and secure place away from the trauma and fear lived outside of its walls. Women go to shelters in pain. Many have experienced physical abuse, while others have endured coercive control. Some enter with physical harm as having an ear cut off. I had a woman who her left breast, her left breast had been cut. Another had her spouse tried to extricate her child from her uterus.
Ms. Christie, I apologize for interrupting, but if you could wrap up, we're holding people to 3 minutes. I let you go on a little bit longer.
Okay, women need extremely safe spaces to step outside of the confines of their fear to heal. Transgenderism, however, is attempting to chokehold women and healing and to ostensibly erase them. Biological males who think of themselves as women.
Okay, I'm apologize, Ms. Christie.
I understand completely. Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from committee members for Ms. Christie? Seeing none, thank you very much for taking the time to present your testimony today to the Judiciary Committee. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
I would now ask for Terry Webb to be moved over. And Terry Webb, when you are set to proceed and comfortable to speak, please unmute your microphone and activate your video and begin speaking when you're comfortable.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for being here, Ms. Webb.
Hi.
Please.
Chairpersons Carney and Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee, my name is Terry Webb from Skowhegan. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of LD 1238. This testimony is offered as a personal opinion from someone who works as a case manager at a small all-female shelter in rural Maine. I am aware that this is a complex issue, and I don't wish to oversimplify it. However, I believe if a decision is to be made in the best interest of everyone this will affect, all voices need to be heard, not just those that are politically expedient at this moment in time. It is a scary proposition, I will tell you, to come forward with an opinion that will most likely go against the perceived norm in a society that increasingly punishes citizens and politicians for stating an opinion that is not politically correct. Having said that, on the ground at the shelter, there are several unintended consequences I foresee coming if LD 1238 does not pass. Not allowing single-sex shelters considers the rights of one group of individuals to the exclusion of another. This prohibition is not in the best interest of women. There may be many reasons a woman may consider seeking shelter, but for many women, those circumstances revolve around abuse at the hands of men. LD 1238 removes the obstacle of women deciding not to go to a shelter because they will no longer feel that they will be guaranteed a safe environment. If LD 1238 does not pass, many women will feel they will no longer have the option of an all-female shelter because of a perceived or very real threat to their safety, and they will choose to stay in the dangerous situation they are familiar with rather than seeking an alternate safe environment. Secondly, most small female shelters do not have more than one bathroom. We here have one large bathroom with several toilet stalls and several shower stalls, but it is all in one room. This would pose a privacy problem for the women at the shelter. Many will simply not feel they can take a shower, and it will produce unnecessary undue anxiety and fear for the female residents. I would hope that a solution could be found that would allow more than one group to feel protected. I believe we have a great legislative process that I want and choose to believe in. Please consider that this bill will keep shelters and the critical services they offer available to some of our most vulnerable female citizens. I urge you to vote ought to pass for LD 1238. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Webb. We appreciate the 3-minute testimony. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Webb? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Can you talk a little bit about the fragility of the mental state of women in these places and how having a biologically male person would be a detriment to their ability to want to stay there or would cause significant stress?
Yeah, like I stated, I think many of the women who come to shelters, they come to an all-female shelter specifically because they have experienced abuse at the hands of men, biological males. And if they were to not have a choice to go to a place that was all female, I think that they probably wouldn't come. They would probably stay. Many of them would stay in the situations that they found themselves in. And I think, you know, if you have been abused at the hands of a man, you don't want to be living in the same dorm room as a man, taking a shower in the same big bathroom. I mean, we personally, we have individual stalls, but it's still, there's just shower curtains. You can't lock your door. So I think that would be very detrimental mentally for the women who would choose to come to an all-female shelter if they didn't have that option.
Okay, follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Hagan.
Thank you. Just a quick one. And could you tell me why they don't have locks on those doors?
We have not needed the locks in the past. We have very strict rules. There are rules that the women agree to when they come, as far as, you know, privacy and boundaries and things like that. We have a redress policy where they can come to staff. We've never had an issue with that. So, I mean, they have privacy. It's just a shower curtain.
All right, thank you. Very enlightening.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Webb, you've described your place of employment as a small all-female shelter. Do I take it from that trans women are not allowed to seek shelter at your place of employment?
No, they are not. No, we do not allow males over the age of 5. So simply because it is an all-female shelter. So it is a shelter for children and moms as well. We have separate moms' rooms. If they have children, they stay there privately in their own room with their children.
So in Maine, how do shelters advertise themselves so that a woman seeking shelter would know whether or not they are all female or perhaps not?
We have a website where you can go onto the website and you can see what the parameters are on that website.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty. Representative Libby, I had seen your hand up, but I no longer see it. And it looks like, nope, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Webb. I appreciate your testimony. I am wondering, do you, as your shelter is a single-sex shelter, do you feel like that is threatened at this time in our state? Do you feel like there is an inability to maintain that without this bill?
Yes, I do.
What are your feelings on that?
I do, and I feel like there is definitely a lot of it's a lot of political pressure because it is the politically correct way to be, and I realize not everyone feels that way, but there is a lot of pressure as far as that is concerned. I mean, I believe the board has made the decision. They will not accept transgendered individuals, and not for any reason, not, you know, we wish everyone a safe place to stay, but for the reasons that I mentioned before, they have made that decision to not accept transgendered individuals. So,
thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Representative Poirier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. Webb, for coming and joining us today, and thank you for your testimony. Just a couple of brief questions here for you, if I may. In an average year, how many women would you say utilize your facility for shelter? Is the first question. And on top of that, do you think if legislation were to pass where you would be forced to accept transgender women into the facility, do you think that women that were not comfortable with that would stop using the services you provide and put them in danger?
Yeah, to your second question, I do believe that there would be, not all women, I think some women would continue to seek shelter here, but I think there would be some women who would choose to stay in the situation that they know rather than come to a completely unknown situation with an unknown variable because of the abuse that they had experienced in the past. To your first question, that's kind of a hard question because the number varies, and because of COVID, I know a lot of shelters did this. They didn't accept as many people, especially initially. So our numbers have actually been low over the last year, but we do have space for 12 women. And prior to COVID, we were pretty much full all the time, pretty much all year. So our numbers have been lower because of COVID.
Thank you, and thank you for all that you do.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Representative Poirier. Representative Hagan, is your hand up again?
Yes, thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up on the last question, I think made me think, how long would the typical stay for a person be at one of these shelters?
That's a good question. It could be, it depends on the situation. Everybody's situation is different and they come for different reasons. But most people are in need of shelter. And so we try to, there are different programs out there that provide vouchers and different means of getting housing. And so that typically, that can take 4 to 6 to 8 months. We've had some women who have stayed for up to a year before, depending on how long it's taken them to get a voucher and then to find housing. So it really, it's kind of an individual situation.
Thank you. Are there any additional questions from committee members for Ms. Webb? Seeing none, before I return you to the attendee room, I missed the name of the shelter that you work for and its location.
It's the New Hope Women's Shelter in Solon.
Okay, thank you. I just didn't, I looked at the testimony and didn't see it. I appreciate it.
I'm not sure if I was supposed to say that, but anyway.
The only reason I ask, when people are representing an organization, they usually identify the organization.
Right, that's no problem.
Thank you very much. I would now ask for Suzanne Lafreniere to be moved over as a panelist. Okay, I've received a message from one of my colleagues that Ms. Lafreniere is no longer in the attendee room. So I would move on to Roberta Manter. And I'm going from the list of people that registered to testify. Ms. Manter, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. You're familiar with the drill. When you are ready to begin testifying, there you go. Welcome back, and please provide your testimony.
Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Roberta Manter. I live in Fayette, and I'm testifying in support of LD 1238. A woman's shelter needs to be a place where a woman can feel safe after having been through serious trauma. At this time of crisis, her emotional support needs to take precedence over concerns about discrimination under the Human Rights Act. A woman who has been raped is likely to suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. I have some familiarity with PTSD, having lived for nearly 40 years with someone who suffers from it. I can tell you that you cannot reason with PTSD. Some of the things that can trigger a flashback are hard to predict. Others are rather predictable, but that doesn't necessarily make them easier to manage. When my husband was in the service during Vietnam, he was stationed at Aberdeen Proving Ground as an instructor in quartermaster heavy equipment repair. Because he was stateside and because there was a shortage of chaplains who had not been sent to Vietnam, he was asked to assist with funeral details. It was supposed to be a minor addition to his duties, but he ended up doing 57 funerals in 90 days. The last 6 all came at once and included soldiers he had instructed. He had a breakdown and was honorably discharged a short time later. He still has flashbacks, nightmares, an extreme startle reflex, and bouts of suicidal depression, and he compares his symptoms to those of a woman who has been raped. Some of the things that trigger his flashbacks are not surprising, but one unexpected trigger has been problematic. It's the sight of military-style buildings. He has tremendous difficulty going to Togus because it looks too much like Aberdeen, so he avoids getting medical treatments there. A friend of mine was sexually assaulted a few years ago. Afterwards, she was afraid to go out of her house alone for months and felt unsafe in the presence of men in general. I tried to talk her into coming to church with us to find emotional healing, but she couldn't bring herself to come because our pastor was a man. He could have been her staunchest defender, the safest, most compassionate man she would ever encounter, and it wouldn't have made any difference. You cannot reason with PTSD. Her experience is typical of battered women. A woman who is seeking shelter needs a place where she can feel safe in a time of crisis, a place where she will be protected from what she fears. It doesn't matter if the fear is misplaced or even totally irrational. PTSD doesn't care. Just as my husband avoids getting medical treatment at Togus, a woman will not be able to bring herself to seek refuge at a shelter if her PTSD says it's not safe because there may be a man there. How can a shelter fulfill its mission if the women it is intended to serve cannot bring themselves to go there? Please provide a safe place for these women by voting LD 1238 ought to pass. Thank you. I believe you're muted.
I apologize. I thank you for your testimony, Ms. Manter. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Manter? Representative Hagan.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And speaking of post-traumatic stress, is a really very debilitating thing. Wish no one had to go through that. And talking about the emotional fragility of these women, what would your thoughts be as to examples that led to their homelessness or their situations, generally speaking, in these areas?
I'm not sure if I'm the person to answer that. I do know one of the people previously said that women who are homeless, it's often because they've been through some kind of sexual assault or trauma. So I would expect that there might be a high percentage of women like that in these shelters. Just the fact that they're seeking shelter implies that they've been through some kind of disruption in their life, whether it's an assault or homelessness or whatever it is. So they're already emotionally fragile for some reason or other, or they probably wouldn't be out on the street.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Are there additional questions for Ms. Manter? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Manter. You'll be moved back to the attendee room, but we appreciate your testimony today.
Thank you.
I'm now going to go to the attendee room and ask, there seems to be a disconnect between persons who registered and persons who are here. So if you are here to testify in favor of LD 1238 and are in the attendee room, I would ask you to please raise your electronic hand. And the first person I will move over is, this is in favor. I think I'm seeing some people that are opposed raising their hand. I would ask for Natasha Chart to be moved over as a panelist. And Ms. Chart, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. You may begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Sorry, I having a problem with my volume. Thank you. My thanks to Senator Carney, Rep. Harnett, Senator Keim, and the Maine Judiciary Committee. My name is Natasha Chart from Rochester, New York. I'm here in support of LD 1238. I've been a feminist since I first realized that my early experience of domestic abuse wasn't a rare event. and that it really had nothing to do with whether or not I was a good cook. When an abusive man gets hold of a woman, he'll work to convince her that their relationship is the truest love she could be lucky enough to have, also that she's worthless and stupid. He will cut her off from friends and family until he's her world, teach her to disbelieve herself. After some time, maybe when she's pregnant or has lost work, physical abuse will begin. It may take the expected form of slapping, punching, or strangulation. It may take the form of coerced intimacy or rape, which the victim will feel shamed by and is very unlikely to discuss. He may say she's driving him to suicide if she says no to him. Some women manage to break free from this devastating psychic prison and seek help. Other women may have suffered a sexual assault or a rape by a man they're not living with, though often the attacker will still be known to the victim. Women who seek services at domestic abuse and rape crisis shelters are torture victims. About 3 of them are murdered by a current or former partner every day in the US. These women deserve a place at a shelter where their needs as women are put first. With gender identity policies in place, when women show up to crisis shelters, trying to trust themselves again, working to feel safe to say no, now they have to share with men who insist that they be called women. This is supposed to be about respect and inclusion for LGBTQ people, but it doesn't represent bisexual women like myself, who are the likeliest women by orientation to suffer domestic abuse in the first place. In the 2003 report by the Lesbian and Gay Task Force, Transitioning Our Shelters, which I've linked in my testimony submitted, which has been used as a template for implementing gender identity policies, the fears of women who are torture victims are characterized as an appropriate disrespect for men calling themselves trans women. The authors say they believe in the ability of all people to heal from abuse when talking about female torture victims, but they don't seem to believe that men can get over women who refuse to believe in the doctrine of human sex change, and human beings cannot change sex. The report recommends exceptions for recognizing gender identities when it comes to women. This was in 2003, mind, since there had been incidents of gang rapes towards FTMs in men's shelters. So therefore, women's shelters should also take any woman identifying as a man. This is called a policy of respect, but it's banned women-only shelters. There's no respect in this for abused women told by shelter workers that there are no men in their shelters when they can clearly see them. These policies implemented on a wave of support for redressing wrongs against LGBT people and over the objections of many women like myself who were fired for dissenting.
Ms. Chart,
Yeah.
the 3 minutes is up, so I need you to wrap up in 1 sentence, please.
They won't help bisexual or lesbian women fleeing rough living situations. Please vote yes on LD 1238.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Chart. Are there questions from committee members? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. Are you aware, and thank you, Ms. Chart, are you aware of shelters that won't change single shelter status?
Well, I expect such shelters have been either in a very precarious legal situation or that they have had to eschew federal funding. Some suggest that this is a matter of being a conservative agenda, but honestly, the women who object, like myself, a longtime feminist and political liberal, we have been fired, we have been smeared, we have been called every name in the book, we have been silenced for objecting. And the women at these shelters face the loss of their jobs, or perhaps they've been threatened with the loss of their shelter funding if they object. So people keep saying there's no problems, but they've gone to a lot of effort to silence the women who have said there are serious problems.
Thank you. Follow up, or I could go after the others. How would that be?
Why don't you go now?
Okay, thank you. So I did have one other question. In reading all of these testimonies, there are a lot of them that have been given with these bills today. Could you share your history with working with women, training, education, experience, and whatnot, and the changes that you've seen that have us here today?
Well, the changes I've seen come from the policy advocacy arena. I haven't worked directly in shelters, but what I have seen is that since about 2014 that women in the Democratic aligned policy spaces in women's groups are silenced, threatened, coerced, often fired or blacklisted for speaking out about it. And so that's the change that I've seen, that the women's organizations, including organizations that I personally know from private conversations where their leadership strongly objected to these policies on the basis of gender identity in shelters, that they have been coerced through funding threats to stop speaking out about it and to go along with it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Libby.
Thank you. Technical difficulties here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Chart. I am a graduate of a Rochester, New York college, so I hope you're having a lovely spring there. You've spoken about folks experiencing some personal losses regarding speaking out about this. Have you yourself had any personal repercussions due to speaking out on this issue?
Well, there's getting fired, the total career destruction, the phone stalking, threats against myself and my family, threats against organizations that I've been associated with, including funding threats, and including one woman whose entire neighborhood was phone banked to, she was cut off from her neighborhood listserv. I mean, the list of petty cruelties and threats that law enforcement completely ignores and never responds to is just endless. I know women who have been driven out of town, driven out of their jobs for objecting, and these are largely women who are on the left. Everyone's terrified to speak.
Thank you. I'm terribly sorry for what you've gone through. I have a follow-up, Mr. Chair.
That would be fine. I would remind committee members to please focus their questions on the LD in front of us, LD 1238, which is an act to protect women's single-sex shelters and the change that's proposed in that law.
I appreciate that. Understanding the full context around this bill is very important. I don't think we should pass any bills.
I don't want a discussion of a bill to turn into a day-long discussion of political correctness, but go ahead with your question.
I appreciate that. My follow-up question is that we've heard some suggest that this bill is a conservative agenda, but you, in your testimony, you described yourself as a feminist. Would you describe yourself as a conservative, or what is your stance on some more liberal topics like abortion or women's rights in that area?
Representative Libby, I can make no connection between that question and the bill that is in front of us.
I'm trying to understand.
I've been giving a lot of leeway this afternoon, but please focus the questions on the bill. It's not about Ms. Chart's political background.
It's not, but it is about the merits of the bill, and if this is a partisan issue, or if this is not. It has been described as such.
Her political history and her political views have nothing to do with the bill in front of us.
Well, I would agree, except that our chair set the precedent when she asked someone in committee about their political leanings.
Well, I'm chairing the committee right now, and I don't think this question is in order.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions from committee members for Ms. Chart? Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Chart, for being here today. And one last question, are the lilacs blooming in the Lilac City yet?
They are, sir. They're lovely.
They are. Thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Looking at the attendee room, I would now ask for Mike McClellan to be moved in as a panelist. Welcome back, Mr. McClellan. You know the drill. As soon as you're ready to begin testifying, just go ahead.
I will. Can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Great. Well, I am Mike McClellan, Senator, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee. Boy, it gets hard to say that when you sit here for so long. I really appreciate all the work you guys are doing today, and thank you for the time, and thank you for giving me time. So I did give you testimony earlier, and it kind of cements what some other people so far have said today in terms of, we know that biological males commit a high amount of percentage of violent crimes. And we know that women's shelters often have people that are vulnerable and lacking trust and even hiding. So I'll let you read about that. I'll make a couple of other statements and then get off quickly. As I listen to all the testimony today, I wonder if this word hate has just been worn out. And I say that because it's being used by both sides. It's getting confusing. Should we not telling a child to do something, is that hate? Telling a child to do something, is that hate? I think the issues you're facing as a committee are much deeper than this subject matter we've got today. And I also want to refer to the woman who spoke as you came back from break a while ago, who basically said that she wanted to shut down people like myself and others who don't agree with her, and that, you know, we should not have the opportunity to speak. We should not have the opportunity to put our legislation in, and the legislature should not have the opportunity that they would waste their time on bills that might be of importance to someone like me. So I find that very concerning. You know, history and science guide us on issues like this. At least it has, you know, throughout history so far. I wonder if we brought our parents and our grandparents into this conversation, you know, what would they say about the things we're talking about today? Researching, I watched videos, and I saw that, you know, there's still a lot to be decided. If this is really going to be the science going forward, there's a lot to be decided. I mean, male and female, I understand. Genders is pretty cloudy. I watched probably 20 videos, and I could probably give you 20 and even more responses to how many genders there are and how many kinds, and it's very confusing. So to ask someone to just trust that, you know, this is the new science, again, biological male and biological female makes a lot more sense. It's clearer and easier to understand, and until there are a lot more discussions probably than what we're doing today, I really hope that you will support this bill and the other ones that you've heard so far today, which really talk to a science we all understand. In closing, I just want to thank you. It was mentioned that today is, or this week, I think, is National Educator Week. My wife is an educator. It's also National Day of Prayer today. And I just want you all to know that during the ceremony at noon, each one of you and every legislator in Maine your name was spoken out loud and people prayed for you. People really appreciate what you're doing. People know it's tough stuff. And
I'd let you go beyond the 3 minutes. I need you to.
Okay. Okay. Well, I appreciate it. And thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Mr. McClellan. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. McClellan? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. And I will now ask for Jennifer Gingrich to be moved over as a panelist.
47.
And then the final two people that I have are both Carol Conley. So I will move one over next, and then the second Carol Connolly after that. So Ms. Gingrich, whenever you are ready to testify, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Just unmute your microphone and activate your video and begin when you're comfortable. Ms. Gingrich, we are not able to hear or see you, so we need you to unmute your microphone and activate your video. Okay, while Ms. Gingrich tries to work out the technical glitches she might be dealing with, I would ask for one of the Carol Connollys to be moved over as a panelist. and I feel like we're on to tell the truth. Is this the real Carol Connolly? If so, please unmute your microphone and activate your video.
No. It's Penny Morrell. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Ms. Morrell. Can you activate your video, please?
Oh yeah. Hang on. Choose virtual background USB video settings. There. Can you see me?
Not yet.
Oh. Well, I've got it. Says.
Why don't you just proceed with your testimony?
Thank you very much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the Judiciary Committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I'm Penny Morrell, State Director of Concerned Women for America of Maine, speaking for Concerned Women for America, LAC. Concerned Women for America is the largest public policy women's organization in the nation with hundreds of thousands of members across the country. CWA of Maine supports LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. LD 1238 is a compassionate bill, and we thank Senator Keim for bringing it forward. CWA of Maine believes women's rights to safety, privacy, and conscience should be of utmost importance for the state legislature. Women in desperate and vulnerable circumstances whose public voice is barely a whisper should not be forced to shower and share intimate quarters with biological men. The California Law Review posted an article regarding this subject. Excerpts said domestic violence shelters are. Sorry?
I think that was Representative Thorne. His microphone is not muted, but you can continue, Ms. Morrell.
Hi, Representative Thorne. The California Law Review posted an article regarding this subject. Excerpts said domestic violence shelters are often marked women only, with the goal of creating safe spaces for females and support by forging healthy female relationships. Therefore, shelters frequently deny transgender women access because shelter staff perceives them to be a threat to survivor comfort and to be disruptive to shelter's female-only model. Supporting this bill would eliminate any form of sex discrimination for women-only safe spaces like sex-specific domestic violence shelters. I urge you to vote ought to pass on LD 1238. Thank you, and I'd be willing to take any questions. And I also would like to say that I heard Senator Daughtry say in her testimony, either for this or this morning, transgender men are women, and she offered no science for that. And yet I heard the Honorable Senator Lisa Keim say men are men and women are women, and gave physiological explanations and science to back up her statement. So I think that's an important distinction.
Thank you very much, Ms. Morrell. Are there questions for Ms. Morrell from committee members? Seeing none, nice to hear from you again. Thank you for your testimony. The committee appreciates your time today.
Thank you, Representative Harnett.
And now we will see if the next Carol Connolly is the real Carol Connolly. So whoever is behind that name, if they could be testifying when they feel comfortable, and welcome back. And it is.
Hey guys, thank you. Chairpersons Carney and Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee, I am Carol Connolly, and the Christian Civil League, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of 1238. Hubert Humphrey said, freedom is hammered out on the anvil of discussion, dissent, and debate. I didn't always value that. In another life, I led schools for 18 years in Maine and Massachusetts. I served on the NPA Executive Council. I was president of the Northeast Principal Association for years. I started very young. I had 23 as a building principal, and through simultaneous insecurity and overconfidence, developed a very autocratic leadership style. But through life experience and good education, developed a more shared leadership model. And through the prompting of one of my mentors at the University of Maine, Dr. Gordon Donaldson, at the end of my career, on the back of my door, my principal's office, I had a sign that continually reminded me, are all the voices being heard? Today, we're talking about a complex and controversial issue, and I don't believe all the voices are being heard. And by the way, I'm not saying that's any fault of the committee members here, but this is not because of apathy. It's not because of busyness, but it's due to fear and intimidation. You even heard that from some of the folks that gave testimony today with much fear and have paid a price. I've talked to scores of individuals who truly desire to advocate for vulnerable women seeking shelter when they know there are so few safe spaces in our state for women who have been battered, debilitated by substance abuse, or impoverished. Yet these potential advocates are reluctant to speak for fear of being labeled as uncaring or as bigots, and yes, even losing their livelihood. In the past few months, I've spoken to medical and mental health professionals who are absolutely convinced that allowing biological males in women's shelters is not in the best interest of vulnerable women who are seeking shelter. We've talked to directors of women's shelters who behind closed doors know this isn't in the best interest of women physically, mentally, or otherwise, but the threat of losing funding and the political pressure to conform is too great. Before we call those unwilling to advocate today for these women cowards, let's truly examine ourselves. I would bet, even though I'm the director of the Christian Civic League, I probably shouldn't be betting, but I would bet there are members even on this committee who are honestly conflicted about this issue. You wonder yourself, are we really doing what's best in the interest of some of our most vulnerable citizens by insisting that they shower and sleep with the very men for whom they are seeking shelter? I said early in my testimony, this is a complex problem, and I know it is. One that requires wisdom and compassion for all Mainers who are seeking shelter. If you ask me what the solution to this problem is, I tell you I don't know, but there are two things I do know. The answer is not erasing women by ignoring their right to privacy and safety. And number two, we won't find the answer to this complex problem in the absence of healthy debate, which seems to be stifled by fear and intimidation. I ask you to vote to pass for LD 1283. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Conley, and I seem to have lost my timer on the screen that I am looking at, but I did start the clock and you made it under 3 minutes. I appreciate that. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Connolly? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just a quick one, kind of a revamp of an earlier one that I'd like a little more clarity on. As far as, are you aware of shelters that will not change single shelter status?
Yes, there are absolutely shelters that we've spoken to that will not conform, that are presently offering, very important services like case management and other services that are considered funding, state funding, but yet it is not consistent with their mission, or they don't think it's in women's best interest to do that. And so in some of these rural areas especially, we will have shelters that will be nothing more than a meal and a cot. And it's not like Portland or Bangor where they can just go to another shelter. So yes, that is a reality.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Mr. Conley from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony again this afternoon.
Thank you.
We greatly appreciate it. And I am going to, I see Representative Moriarty back on my screen. So that's good to see. I will look in the attendee room to see if there are any other persons in the attendee room who wish to speak in support of LD 1238. And this is, again, I am looking for people testifying in support. Jaden Brazier, if he could be moved over as a panelist, or if Jaden Brazier could be moved over.
Mr. Chair, is Jennifer Gingrich waiting to speak on the screen?
I will check again. We were having technical difficulties with Ms. Gingrich. She still is muted and still does not have her video activated. So I am not sure how we can listen to her unless she overcomes those obstacles. So Ms. Gingrich, if you, okay, we can hear you now. Can you activate your video?
Unfortunately, I do not have a working camera. I'm sorry, my computer is in the shop and I'm on a tablet, on an old tablet.
Okay, well, welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and I'm going to remind all, we have a 3-minute clock, but Ms. Gingrich, when you are ready to testify, please do.
Thank you. I'm here as both a feminist and a sexual assault survivor who has had to seek refuge in shelters. In Canada, there are no laws to protect women's single-sex shelters. As a result, a man named Christopher Hambrook called himself Jessica and said he identified as a woman, so was granted entry to 2 different women's homeless shelters in Vancouver and Toronto. In one, he raped a deaf woman. In the other, he raped a woman who had gone to the shelter fleeing domestic violence. Hambrook is now in prison for his crimes, but the 2 vulnerable women he victimized must live with the trauma of being raped forever. Many people mistakenly believe that transgender means only people who spent years undergoing evaluation before beginning hormones and having sex reassignment surgery. It does not. It now refers to anyone who simply says they feel like a biological sex different from their own, whether or not they present in any way as that sex or have had an hour of professional evaluation. It has been estimated that anywhere from 80% to over 95% of males who identify as being trans women never have reassignment surgery and retain their male genitalia. We know that most trans women are not predators, but there is no evidence that they are any less likely than any other biological male to be, and women, women and girls need single-sex spaces for their own peace of mind and protection. Saying any trans woman must be granted access to women's rape crisis, domestic violence, and homeless shelters means that any male must be granted access, as long as they say they identify as female. No one can be told they just don't look enough like a woman. Lesbian dating sites are now overflowing with burly, bearded males who call themselves non-gender conforming trans women and say they don't need to transition from their male presentation in any way to be a woman. They not only insist that women must date them or are transphobic bigots, they also insist they have every right to enter all female spaces, even locker rooms at the gym and public pool where women and young girls are undressed. Trans activists say this must be allowed because everyone is whatever sex they say they are. Women who have been raped or battered by males must have access to single-sex shelters where they can heal without the added trauma of a 6-foot stranger with a deep voice and 5 o'clock shadow in the next bed. Women's needs must matter too. Some women say they wouldn't mind sleeping next to a stranger who self-identifies as a woman in a shelter, but they don't have the right to make that determination for every woman. I would not have been after I was raped. You know for certain that your mother, wife, sister, or daughter would be. Please support separate shelters for trans women too. Some of them also need care, but it should not come at the expense of safety and compassion toward women. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gingrich. I appreciate your testimony this afternoon. And I may have missed it. I've got a lot of moving parts going on here. Did you state your residence?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Portland.
Portland, Maine? Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions for Ms. Gingrich? Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thanks, Ms. Gingrich. I was just looking for your written testimony, and I can't see it, so it would be great if you could submit that for us to read.
I didn't know about this hearing until about 2 hours ago, so I didn't submit it till after the hearing started. But I don't know. I sent it through the website.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you very much, Representative Sheehan. Are there additional questions for Ms. Gingrich? Seeing none, thank you again for being here today. I will ask one more time. Are there any persons in the attendee room who wish to testify in favor, in support of LD 1238? Seeing none, I am now going to turn to people testifying in opposition to LD 1238, and the first person that I will recognize is Quinn Gormley. If I could have Quinn Gormley moved over as a panelist, please. Welcome back, Ms. Gormley. When you are ready and comfortable, please unmute your microphone, activate your video, and begin your testimony. You have been added as a panelist. Ken, if you could unmute your microphone and activate your video so that we can see and hear you.
Hi, sorry for the technical problem.
Welcome back, Ms. Gormley. Please begin your testimony.
Representative Harnett and members of the Joint Standing Committee on the Judiciary, my name is Quinn Gormley. I use she, her pronouns, and I join you today in my capacity as director of the Maine Transgender Network and as a woman whose life has largely been shaped by the violence of men. Since 2005, Maine Transnet has served as Maine's transgender community organization and has supported the lives of thousands of trans Mainers through peer-based support groups, education, and advocacy. In recent years, we've become a leader in Maine and nationally in providing services to transgender survivors of intimate partner violence. We provide direct support through our anti-violence programming to trans survivors, including warm referrals, support groups, connection with clinicians, and our systemic advocacy within service systems for survivors here in Maine. For the last 5 years, Maine Transnet has served in advisory capacities to the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence and the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault. In the last 12 months alone, we've provided more than 70 trainings to the staff and volunteers of their member centers on how to provide culturally competent services to transgender survivors. Our partnerships with these organizations are essential to our shared vision of a Maine where all people, including transgender people, can lead lives free from violence, and where all survivors can find safety and healing. LD 1238 threatens that vision by playing to every single negative stereotype about trans women there is, implying predation where none exists, and perpetuating the lie that trans women are men. Trans women are women, and this bill will harm women who need help. Transgender people experience staggering rates of violence in our homes and relationships. 54% of transgender people report being survivors of intimate partner violence, more than double the rate of cisgender women. Nearly a quarter of trans people have experienced severe physical violence from an intimate partner. Like all women, trans women have a vested interest in ensuring safe access to homeless and domestic violence shelters because we often need them. Data from the 2015 US Transgender Survey found that 36% of transgender Mainers have been homeless at some point in their lives, with 13% experiencing it in the year prior to taking the survey. Yet despite this clear need for support, transgender people face a myriad of barriers in accessing it. 70% of trans people who stayed in a shelter in the last year report some form of mistreatment, ranging from verbal harassment and discrimination to physical and sexual assault. Because trans people are among the stakeholders in these spaces, the needs of trans women and girls in particular demand equal consideration. I urge you to vote ought not to pass on LD 1238. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gormley. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Gormley? Again, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate hearing from you. I would ask for Dusty Homan-Sprague to be brought over as a panelist, followed by Karen Wyman. Good afternoon, Ms. Homan-Sprague. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your 3-minute testimony when you're comfortable.
Good afternoon, Representative Harnett and members of the committee. Oh, and I see now Senator Carney. I join you today on behalf of the Maine Women's Lobby. My name is Dusty Homan-Sprague and I live in Bath. For over 40 years, our organization has advocated for public policy that increases the health, wellness, safety, and economic security of Maine women and girls, And in that capacity, we are here today opposed to LD 1238. Our work to expand gender equity is rooted in the idea that harmful norms around gender identity and presentation are used to marginalize, compartmentalize, and sideline members of our community. Expectations about gender identity and presentation are used to control our lives and our choices, to require us to be the right kind of woman, not too fat, too thin, too bold, too quiet, too sexual, too frigid. And connected with these norms is the regular threat or reality of violence. For women who don't comply, and for even those who do, there's always the shadow of sexual harassment, sexual violence, intimate partner abuse. Every woman has experienced these to some extent, or their close family or friends have, and that is why shelters and crisis supports are such a critical need for so many in Maine. These gender-based norms and expectations work the same harm on trans women. People want to constantly debate what they should wear, how they should look, what games they can play, and with whom, and in this case, whether they deserve safe and supportive shelter in crisis. The gender policing is even more powerful with trans people than cis people, and so is the gender-based violence. As you will hear today, trans women and girls experience sexual violence, harassment, and murder at higher rates than nearly any other demographic. That statistical reality of living as a trans person in our culture is all the evidence you need to know that trans women are not simply men in women's clothing. Forcing trans women to use male facilities when men are the primary perpetrators of violence against them makes no one safer. Exempting private shelters from complying with the Maine Human Rights Act and giving them a license to discriminate is the opposite of gender equity. Gender equity is about reimagining a world where women experience equity and respect in all of their identities and live with safety, respect, and consent. Every person deserves safe and supportive shelter, and right now, not everyone in Maine can access it. There are people lining up to get a safe bed. We need to focus this conversation on how we make sure that happens and keep everyone safely housed and free from discrimination, not about setting standards about the right kind of woman. We're proud to stand with allies today in support of a vision of gender equity that opens doors instead of closing them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Homan Sprague. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Homan Sprague? Representative Moriarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sprague, I need a very quick lesson on the status of Maine law currently regarding single-sex shelters.
I suspect that there are folks who are experts in shelters coming behind me, but my understanding is that—
I'm not sure who's in line, so
Sure.
picked on
My
you.
understanding is that any shelter that receives federal funds must comply with equal access laws, and that is the majority of shelters in Maine. If a religious institution does not receive federal funds, then they are exempt. And I suspect that that is the case with the shelter that was spoken of in Solon earlier today.
Okay, thank you.
And Representative Moriarty, if you could put your electronic hand back up. They will stay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Sprague. We heard earlier first-person testimony from someone with 6 years experience in a shelter speaking to what she has personally seen, intimidation and following, and the discomfort that women feel, that cis women feel in a shelter when they have faced abuse from a man and they are experiencing the same in a shelter setting. Could you outline your solution to make those women who have experienced this feel safe, or do you simply think that that has not happened?
Well, as many members of the committee may know, I worked for the Maine Coalition for Sexual Assault for 11 years until I joined the Maine Women's Lobby. So the safety and security and comfort of survivors is really important to me. I have never heard of any such stories. I don't doubt that there are people who are sometimes uncomfortable with standards of shelter. I see Karen Wyman coming behind me, and she's representing the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, but I think that they take really very serious precautions to make sure that people do feel safe and secure. And at the same time, because of overcrowding, because of lack of funding, because of the pressure on really small organizations to house a lot of people with conflicting and competing needs in a small space, there's inevitably going to be some friction sometimes. That doesn't mean that we make any organizations exempt from basic human rights.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Libby.
So your stance would be that any first person noted sexual harassment is simply overcrowding?
I did not say that the experience of sexual harassment is about overcrowding.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. And before turning to our, thank you. Before turning to our next person testifying, I want to remind everybody in attendance that the chat function is not part of the record. Putting comments in the chat section about how you feel about someone's testimony or any other item related to this bill is not going to be considered. The chat is simply to help with technical difficulties. I would now turn to Karen Wyman. Ms. Wyman, as soon as you are comfortable, please begin your testimony, and welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you so much. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary. My name is Karen Wyman, and written testimony has been submitted by my colleague, Andrea Mancuso, and I'm here to oppose LD 1238. Maine's 8 domestic violence resource centers operate 11 emergency shelters statewide. In 2020, 612 people were sheltered, including 245 children. Our shelters aim to be safe places for all survivors of domestic abuse and their children. We unequivocally oppose any discriminatory barriers to these services, and we hold ourselves to account when we fail in that goal. Emergency shelter providers do not need to be exempted from the mandates of the Maine Human Rights Act to ensure the safety of our facilities and services. The Maine Human Rights Act aligns with our providers' federal legal obligations under the Violence Against Women Act and Family Violence Prevention and Services Act. That consistency provides clear guidance and expectations under the law for shelter and housing programs, and most importantly, for survivors. In Maine and across the country, domestic violence service providers uniformly reject any assertion that sheltering transgender individuals in a facility that matches their gender identity is a danger to other residents. We are certain that transgender survivors of domestic abuse can and should be safely sheltered in facilities that match their gender identity. Perpetuating discriminatory policies against any group does not increase safety in shelter programs. Assaulting another person in an emergency shelter remains against the law in Maine, regardless of the gender of victim and perpetrator. Any disruptive behavior that occurs at a shelter, regardless of the resident's gender, can be dealt with under existing shelter policies that apply to all residents equally. MCEDV and our member programs expertly attend to the safety needs of survivors in our state every day. Safety for many depends on access to safe, immediate shelter. The threat of violence against women has been used as a reason nationally to perpetuate discrimination against transgender people. And that's not what we're about. We do not need to be exempted from the Maine Human Rights Act and its call for freedom from discrimination in access to shelter and services. Please vote ought not to pass on LD 1238. And if we can be of assistance to you in this process, please let us know, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wyman. Are there questions from committee members for Karen Wyman? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your testimony before the committee today. We greatly appreciate your time and input.
Thank you.
I'm now going to go to the attendee room and ask for anybody who wishes to testify in support, in opposition to LD 1238 to raise your electronic hand, and I will call on you in the order that they appear, beginning with Allison Lovejoy. Could have Allison Lovejoy moved over as a panelist, followed by Gia Drew. And Ms. Lovejoy, as soon as you are ready to go, please unmute. You've done it already. Thank you. And begin your testimony when you feel comfortable. And welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Committee on Judiciary. My name is Allie Lovejoy, and I'm a Vice President of Social Work at Preble Street, a human services anti-poverty agency with over a dozen programs and services provided across the state, including Florence House, an emergency shelter for women experiencing homelessness. I'm here today to testify in vehement opposition to LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. We have had a women's shelter at Preble Street for more than 10 years. That's 10 years of supporting women of all backgrounds, life experiences, and characteristics in finding safety, finding housing, finding healing, and rebuilding connection to their community. The women we serve, cisgender and transgender women alike, use Florence House as a home base. Here they connect to resources, make a housing plan and work toward it, worry about jobs and income, address their mental health and physical health needs, and find community with one another. Here, they stay alive while they are rebuilding their lives. The impact of this bill would be to systematically exclude women who experience higher rates of trauma, violence, and homelessness from the most basic resources necessary to stay alive. This bill targets women for whom the safety net of family or friends often does not exist because of discrimination based on their gender identity or expression. It is the same system of discrimination that forces them into homelessness and the need for essential shelter services, leaving them even more vulnerable to dangerous situations, isolation, unsheltered homelessness, exploitive living situations. We've seen firsthand the discrimination transgender women face as they search for housing and employment. Do not take away their access to safe shelter, their means of survival, while they work to overcome the barriers to safe housing and employment they face. To say that we must choose either the safety of cisgender women or the safety of transgender women is a false choice. If your goal is truly to increase the safety of women experiencing homelessness, the path to that safety is not achieved by excluding one extraordinarily vulnerable demographic of women. Instead, challenge all forms of oppression, misogyny, and discrimination, and create pathways to affordable housing, accessible healthcare, and flexible employment. That will make all women more safe. That would be a bill worth signing. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Lovejoy. Appreciate the input, and the committee appreciates you being here. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Lovejoy? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Hello, Ms. Lovejoy. Curious question about previous testimony on this particular bill, as far as some of the atrocities that had happened to certain people. Have you seen that at your place ever, or no, or?
Representative, I have seen individuals in shelter experience harassment. I've seen that happen at the hands of cisgender women and transgender women. And when that happens, we address the harassment and address the behavior, regardless of the gender identity of the individual who is perpetrating it. So.
May I have a follow-up?
Yes, you may, Representative Hagan.
Earlier, they had talked about locks on doors and stuff like. Sorry about that. My phone went right off the wrong time. They talked about locks on doors and whatnot in previous testimony. Was that something that's just specific to certain places, or do you have safeguards in place at your spot to protect people, varying people from what have you?
I'm not sure exactly what you're referring to, Representative.
Oh,
we have a shelter that we maintain in a way that would promote the safety of all women who are utilizing that shelter.
So showers and bedrooms and whatnot would be safely off limits to unwanted whoever.
We recognize that anyone has the potential to act in a way that is safe or unsafe, and so we try to structure our shelter such that everyone is afforded basic safety, that everyone is afforded basic safety, and that if there are any safety concerns brought forward, regardless of the gender identity of the person involved, that those safety concerns are addressed.
Well, I thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Are there additional questions for the witness, for the person who testified, Ms. Lovejoy? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
I'll now turn to Ms. Gia Drew. Ms. Drew, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony when you feel comfortable.
Thank you very much. Hello again, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Joint Standing Committee of the Judiciary. I am Gia Drew. I'm the Program Director at Equality Maine, the statewide LGBTQ civil rights organization, and my pronouns are she, her, and hers. Equality Maine opposes LD 1238, which would carve women's shelters out of the definition of public accommodations. First, we want to address what that actually would mean, and we'll address what we think the real intent of the bill is. Let's be clear, removing women's shelters out of the Human Rights Act entirely means they will no longer be prohibited from discriminated on the basis of any protected class. So if this bill were to pass under Maine law, a shelter could reject a woman based on her race, color, sexual orientation, gender identity, physical or mental disability, religion, ancestry, or national origin. As a society, we decided a long time ago that public places cannot put up signs that say whites only or no Irish need to apply. But this bill would turn back the clock on all of that, at least for shelters. While many of those consequences may be unintentional, proponents of this bill have been quite clear that the real intention is to allow shelters to refuse service to transgender women like myself. There are a number of reasons, political, legal, and moral, why this is not a good idea. Political, a big majority of Maine voters decided to add sexual orientation and gender identity to the Maine Human Rights Act back in 2005. That law has stood without serious challenge for more than 15 years. Legal, this bill would violate HUD's equal access rule, which ensures that all individuals, regardless of sexual orientation and gender identity, have equal access to the department's Office of Community Planning and Benefit Programs. Passing this bill would make Maine out of compliance with HUD's equal access rule and could put federal funding for our shelters in serious jeopardy. Moral, shelters that serve women, such as domestic violence and homeless shelters, encounter the people they serve at their most vulnerable, when they are in fear for their safety or experience an emergency. Any woman could face these challenges, and transgender women are no exception. Refusing service to any woman who is trying to escape violence or homelessness, including those who are transgender, is immoral. Homelessness is a problem. Domestic violence is a problem. You are the lawmakers with the power to do something to help. Please focus on helping all women who are facing these extraordinary hardships, not excluding women that some people don't like for purely ideological reasons. Please vote ought not to pass. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Drew. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Drew? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and testimony. We appreciate your input.
You're quite welcome.
Returning to the attendee room, I am going to ask for Amy Sneerson, followed by Brenda Cummings, to be moved over as panelists. Ms. Sneerson, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. You know the drill very well. Please begin your testimony as soon as you are comfortable.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Representative Harnett and Senator Carney. I have to look and see, yes, you are still here, and other members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Amy Sneerson. I am still the Executive Director of the Maine Human Rights Commission, and we are here to testify against this proposal. It is sobering to sit here and listen to women talk about concerns about safety in women's shelters. And of course, our agency has for 50 years advocated for the rights of women to access safety, like to have single-sex shelters that serve their needs. The answer to safety concerns is not to categorically allow shelters to choose who they want to serve, because as Ms. Drew just pointed out, the proposal here would exempt women's shelters from any controls. They could choose based on race or religion or disability, and I noted all that in my testimony as well. This is presented as a choice between advocating for women or people who are trans. That's a false narrative. The Maine Human Rights Act applies to both. We fight for the rights of women, but we're also fighting for the rights of people who are LGBTQ to access safety in shelters that are designated as for women. Women need shelter access, but not just cisgender women. All women, even women who are trans, that the proponents of this bill insist on calling biological males. The issue is not whether single-sex shelters are important. Of course they are, but they already exist. The only question is, who should they be allowed to exclude? This is an overly broad solution to a problem that I am not aware of our agency having received a complaint from a woman in a shelter who said that she was discriminated against because a woman who was trans was allowed in. So it seems to me that it's a solution in need of a problem. Additionally, it's also just an overly, it's black and white solution. The Maine Human Rights Act, we have had for years rules that provide for shelter staff, let's see, I'm not moving enough, shelter staff to address direct threats, like the ones that some of the proponents of this bill were talking about. There is already in our regulation about public accommodations an entire framework for addressing direct threats, which calls for an individual assessment of the threat or risk, not a categorical exemption of a certain group of people. Shelter staff can and should use those guidelines to exclude people and remove people who are posing a threat to other residents of a shelter. That's not a reason to categorically exclude people just because they don't like them. This bill has no place in Maine, and specifically it has no place in the Maine Human Rights Act itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sneerson. Are there questions from committee members for Executive Director Sneerson? Seeing none, thank you again.
Actually, Representative Moriarty.
I'm sorry, and I keep telling him I promise to see his real hand. Representative Moriarty.
All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Ms. Sneerson, you may be the one to answer the question I raised earlier. What is, in brief terms, the legal status of single-sex shelters in Maine?
So I can't tell you everything about them. I can tell you what the Maine Human Rights Act says about them. And I think it's important to know that a shelter, a transitional shelter constitutes a public accommodation most of the time, unless it is offered only by a religious organization and not open to the public. But it also constitutes housing. So it falls under two different areas of jurisdiction for the Maine Human Rights Act. And it also falls under the Federal Fair Housing Act. There's a lot of different ways that it can be covered by non-discrimination laws. So if it is housing, and sometimes a shelter is housing and sometimes it's not, it's not a black, very fact specific. And anytime we have a case about a shelter, we are looking at specifics like how long someone intends to stay there, can they leave their things there and reserve a spot? Do they have an intention to come back or reside there? So the Maine Human Rights Act has a definition of unlawful discrimination that says discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodation, credit, and educational opportunity. It's essentially carved out from being unlawful if the reason for the exclusion is sexual orientation, and that's for employment, housing, and educational opportunity. If it's a public accommodation, if it's open to the public and it's not housing, it's not exempt. It is subject to the Maine Human Rights Act non-discrimination provision. I realize now that that's a very complicated way of answering your question. Essentially, single-sex shelters they're allowed, right? They serve a very valid purpose. And so the question would be, is it a fundamental alteration of a program to admit someone of a different sex or gender? If it's a religious organization, do they accept public funds? And I know there's been other bills about this issue. Is it in fact open to the public or not? So there's a lot of, it's legal to have one, but there's a lot of different ways that it can still be subject to the Maine Human Rights Act. Does that answer your question?
I think so. And I appreciate that it's a complex topic, but I guess the bottom line is a single-sex shelter is legal.
Yeah, it is.
But can become subject to the Maine Human Rights Act restrictions.
The default is that it is subject to the Maine Human Rights Act unless it falls into a small category of housing or, basically unless it's a small category of housing.
Which is religious based?
Religious organization that doesn't take public funds.
Okay, then that helps. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Moriarty, and I might ask Executive Director Sneerson to stay around in case I miss your real hand the next time that you raise it.
It's a good backup job.
It is. Representative Sheehan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Sneerson, this is just to follow up on Representative Moriarty's question. We heard testimony from someone who worked at the New Hope Shelter for Women and Children. And am I right in understanding that they're allowed to operate the way that they do because they are exempt for the reasons you just explained to Representative Moriarty?
The answer is I don't know. I have to say that I did take note of the testimony, and I don't know enough about that particular organization to know if they're exempt from the Maine Human Rights Act. So I don't know the answer.
But there are religiously exempt organizations who provide the type of shelter that this bill is pushing toward.
I think there are definitely, and I know that's been a concern in the past from community folks who say a lot of our shelters are offered by religious organizations. And to them, I would say that's absolutely true. And the Maine Human Rights Act already addresses the need for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Sheehan. Are there additional questions for Ms. Sneerson? Seeing none, thank you very much again for your testimony. We always appreciate your input. Thank you. And I will now turn to Charlene Cummings. Welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony when you feel comfortable.
Hello again. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is still Charlene Cummings from Pittsburgh, Maine. I am here to testify in opposition to this bill. Maine Human Rights Act is in alignment with federal guidelines and HUD's equal access rule prohibiting discrimination in housing. This bill seeks to change that by declaring women's shelters are not public accommodations. On the face of it, this is inaccurate, and this bill will not overturn the federal and constitutional requirements that prevent discrimination in any housing that receives public funds in support of its services. All persons deserve to feel safe in their daily lives. This bill is discriminatory against trans women who live women's lives and who are at significant risk of violence and homelessness. Indeed, the culture war this bill is part of is designed to further increase the risk of violence and homelessness for trans women. Nor does this bill address exactly how emergency housing providers are to determine who is or is not a woman for the purposes of this legislation. Will there be physical exams, hormone checks, DNA analysis? Which of these intrusive measures should women be forced to endure before being declared eligible for a shelter bed? Enacting this bill forces vulnerable women back onto the streets or into a men's shelter where they would be clear targets for predators. It does not increase women's safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cummings. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Cummings? Seeing Representative Moriarty.
Mr. Chair, could I bring Ms. Sneerson back to the room for one more question?
Yes, you may. Let me just see if there are any questions for Ms. Cummings before we do that. Thank you very much for appearing before us twice today, Ms. Cummings.
Thank you.
Your testimony, if the committee clerk could please move Ms. Sneerson back into the panelist role for a quick question from Representative Moriarty.
I thought he was asking me to be the watcher to see if his hand was up, but I think it's
I got it this time, so I took your job.
Okay.
I just thought of a question or a couple of extra questions, Ms. Sneerson. I'm assuming that shelters must be licensed in Maine. Do you know if that's true?
I actually don't know. I assume they do, but I don't actually know the answer.
And so you wouldn't know who the licensing authority would be.
I actually think it's DHS because they have a whole list on their website of shelters. So, but I don't know the details about it.
Okay, that's good. Thanks then.
Thank you, Ms. Sneerson. And Representative Moriarty, we can ask our analysts perhaps to have that information for us at the work session. Welcome back to the committee, Ms. Brenda Cummings, who we saw earlier today. Whenever you're comfortable, just unmute your microphone and begin your testimony.
Thank you very much. We're sisters, by the way. The proponents of, I'm Brenda Cummings of Bath, Maine, and I'm testifying today against this bill. The proponents of the bill seek to alter the Maine Human Rights Act so that homeless and domestic violence shelters for women are able to exclude some unspecified in the bill category or categories of women from their services. Most obviously, such an effort seems to target trans women, despite the epidemic of violence against trans women, especially trans women of color around the country. And that is dangerous and wrong. Here's the thing about this proposal. Domestic violence and homeless shelters work with women in crisis, women in transition, women in danger, and women in need. Some of those women were born women. Some of those women are transgender. Some of those women have had relationships with men that are abusive and violent. Others have been in abusive or violent relationships with women. Some of these women have children they care for. Others have lost children or children who are cared for by others. Sometimes women in crisis were designated female at birth, but don't conform to gender stereotypes or don't experience gender as a binary choice. It's not surprising or unexpected that when women from different backgrounds or different life experiences or sexual orientations or ages or even just different music preferences are thrown together because of a crisis into a homeless or domestic violence shelter, that some women will find other women difficult to accept, difficult to trust, or a trigger to their own traumatic histories. It's not even surprising or unexpected that women in crisis or women in danger might not always behave perfectly well around others, or might misread the intentions of others, or act badly because of that misreading. The work of those who create and provide staff for shelters for women in need is to help women express ourselves, to help us learn to navigate and negotiate differences, and to learn to recognize our own triggers and our own poor behaviors. Rejecting women who don't fit in or who are not sufficiently womanly enough to deserve shelter is wrong and dangerous. One of the main forces that underlines the traumatic events in my life and all of our lives, I think, is our feeling of being different, of being unacceptable when we're at our most authentic. This is a deeply human condition, and it's reinforced when we're subject to violence and when we're in crisis or when we're in transition and in need. All of those circumstances are in play when a woman or any woman seeks shelter. Our shelters and our legislature can't protect us from this human condition, but they shouldn't be allowed to discriminate against us. There must be a way to work out a way to protect all women without abandoning some women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brenda Cummings. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Cummings? Seeing none, again, thank you for taking the time to testify multiple times before the committee. We appreciate your input.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Going back to the attendee room, Committee Clerk Panette, I would ask you promote Frankie St. Amand and Megan Sway as panelists. Thank you. And I will begin with Frankie St. Amand. As soon as you are ready, if you've unmuted your mic and activated your camera, thank you. Welcome to the Judiciary Committee, and please begin your testimony.
Hi, thank you for your time today and for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to make 3 simple points today. The first being that trans women are women, no question about it. The second, and this comes from my past experiences from working in homeless shelters, is that access to safe shelter is a human right, especially in a state where being homeless is deadly. Restricting trans women's access from their last chance at safe shelter means that these women will likely have no other safe options. We're talking about amending Maine's Human Rights Act. This bill protects the rights of individuals, all individuals, to access places of lodging, restaurants, entertainment, places of gathering, grocery stores, laundromats, schools, even public elevators of buildings occupied by 2 or more tenants. This is an extensive list. And yet this amendment aims to create lawful precedent to exclude a group of people from homeless shelters, women, to exclude trans women from women's shelters. These are some of the most vulnerable women in our society who face more violence and discrimination than other members of the homeless population. Research such as that conducted by the Williams Institute at UCLA School of Law shows that the inclusion of transgendered individuals in public facilities that align with their gender identity does not correlate with any increase in harassment, violence, or threats to cisgender people. I'd even note that the Maine Bureau of Motor Vehicles recognizes an additional category of gender, non-binary, for our state ID. Thank you for hearing my comments, and I strongly urge the Judiciary Committee to uphold the human rights of trans women.
Thank you very much for your time, taking time out of your day to testify before the committee. We appreciate it. Are there questions from the committee for Frankie St. Amand? Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today. Frankie, I'm looking at both sides of the issue, and I wonder what you'd say, what your advice would be for someone that is triggered by someone that they see as a biological male and that they don't feel safe around.
Certainly, thank you for your question, Representative Libby. This is a complex issue. I would say that some of the testimonies I've heard from people who support this bill today are coming from, whether they like to admit it or not, a place of transphobia and a place of fear. In my experience, from having worked at homeless shelters in the past and with the homeless community, I would say that there are not statistically significant more complaints coming from people about trans women, that the examples that have been mentioned today are likely quite rare. It is, like I said, a really complex issue. And so in shelters, when care is being provided to women, it is important to take each instance, each report, and take it into consideration and listen to all parties involved. And I feel confident that my colleagues working in the social work field do that on each occasion. These reports are not dismissed. They are recognized often as transphobic reports and often as opportunities for education.
Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Representative Libby.
So the incidences brought to our attention as first person knowledge of sexual harassment in a shelter are simply folks in need of re-education and transphobia.
That's certainly not the only reasons, Representative Libby, and I don't mean to discredit any reports. I think all of these concerns are valid, but my concern lies in a couple of areas. One, the proponents of this bill are clearly transphobic and largely conservative based. If you look into some of the people that have spoken today, I think you'll be quite shocked to find out their backgrounds. And two, I do not mean to discredit any reports of harassment as purely transphobic. There are complex issues at stake here. From my experience in working with the homeless population, mental health is a huge concern, and people have varied backgrounds, are in varied mental states. And I think this can certainly impact the way people relate to one another. And this is not exclusive to trans women or the trans population at all. All of us have varied levels and varied mental health statuses. But I do think that that's another thing to take into consideration. But just to be clear, I'm not saying that all proponents of this bill are doing so because that they're transphobic, but I think there is a lot of misinformation here.
Thank you. I'd just like to give a point of order, Mr. Chair. Earlier, we had someone giving testimony, and I attempted to ask a question relating to politics. And the reason that I wanted to ask that question is because this issue is painted as a conservative issue that is related to transphobia. And I think it would have been helpful to hear the answer to the question earlier. It has just now been spoken to again. And I think that answer would have been valuable. Obviously, that chance has passed, but I hope we can be a little bit more flexible moving forward.
Thank you, Senator Libby, Representative Libby, and I was going to address it. Someone gave a response to the question that you asked, but I would remind all persons testifying and participating in this hearing that we're not here to question the motivation of the sponsors or supporters of the bill. And on that, I agree with you. I think you're comparing two different situations, but I understand that concern. Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and testimony today.
Thank you all.
And I will now turn to Megan Sway. Ms. Sway, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. You may begin your testimony as soon as you feel comfortable.
Great, thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Megan Sway, and I am Policy Director at the ACLU of Maine. On behalf of our members, we are here to oppose LD 1238. By removing privately run shelters from the Maine Human Rights Act, we deprive protection from women when they are at their most vulnerable.
Start video.
Whoever Jaden Brazier is, if you could please mute your microphone. Thank you. You can continue, Ms. Sway.
This includes women of all protected classes. Trans people who are houseless and unsheltered experience more than twice the number of ambulance rides, nearly twice the number of emergency visits, and 8 times the number of police contacts and jail stays as sheltered unhoused trans people. Shelters can be keys to keeping trans women safer. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the number of adult transgender individuals experiencing homelessness increased 88% between 2016 and 2020. And the number of trans people experiencing unsheltered homelessness increased 113% during that same time. In the report of the 2015 US Transgender Survey, 70% of respondents reported that they had suffered mistreatment while staying in shelter because they were transgender, and nearly 1 in 10 respondents had been thrown out of shelters after shelter staff found out that they were trans. This bill would also, This bill would also leave trans women more vulnerable to sexual assault. Sexual abuse is both a driver to and a consequence of homelessness, as we've talked about today. One study found that homeless LGBTQ youth are sexually assaulted at 3 times the rate as non-LGBTQ youth. And exclusion from single-sex shelters has been shown to leave trans people vulnerable to violence, murder, and other safety risks. When transgender people are forced into shelters that do not match their gender identity, they are made extra vulnerable to aggression and sexual assault. Trying to legislate trans people out of existence will not work. Instead, it will cause more death and suffering. Last year, as anti-trans legislation surged across the country, the Human Rights Campaign recorded the highest number of trans people killed in the United States since it started tracking information in 2013. 79% of those trans people killed were trans people of color. This unprecedented death requires a renewed commitment to eradicating discrimination and its effects, not rolling back hard-fought protections. Trans people have a right to live in safety, to thrive, and to be treated with dignity. Trans people must have safe conditions in shelters and must be able to utilize facilities and services that shelters provide as their true selves. Trans people belong in Maine. And quickly, in my last 20 seconds, I want to address the idea that cis women are, oh, then I will not.
The yellow was the 20 seconds, but thank you very much for your testimony, Ms. Sway. Are there questions for Ms. Sway from committee members? Representative Senator Carney, followed by Representative Libby. Senator Carney.
Thank you very much, for, Chair. Ms. Sway, could you please complete the comment you were about to make at the conclusion of your testimony?
Yes, I just wanted to quickly comment on the idea that we can't protect cis women without removing private shelters from the Maine Human Rights Act. I think, as other people have said before, this pits us against a false choice. I think the ACLU would support increased services and increased funding for shelters so that they have more ways to keep everybody safe. No one wants unsafe people in Maine. And our preferred method of dealing with this is more support and more resources rather than a categorical ban on certain women.
Thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Senator Carney. Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Sway. You've actually answered my question in part. Thank you, because I certainly preface my question by saying that I certainly agree with you that trans people do have a right to live in safety, to thrive, and to be treated with dignity. And to me, that's not even a question, right? But my question is, you cited a survey saying that showed that 70% of respondents reported that they'd suffered mistreatment. And I don't want to minimize that, but I also don't want to minimize cis women who have experienced mistreatment, whether it's sexual harassment or other, and prior to being in a shelter, and then some in a shelter. And so I appreciate that you've partially answered the question in regards to what you'd like to see, and I wonder if you have anything else you'd like to say on that.
Just that, as a woman who has experienced violence at the hands of interpersonal violence, that I understand the fear, but I also understand that it's not a zero-sum game, that we can all be safe and healthy if we work together to increase safety rather than to try to push some people to the side. And so my hope would be that we could work together, because as you can tell from my sort of jilted response, this is very emotional, this is very personal. I deeply want everyone to be safe, but I think there's a way for us to be safe together as opposed to imposing bans.
I appreciate that. I just want to make sure we're not putting political correctness before safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there additional questions for Ms. Sway from committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony again today, Ms. Sway. We appreciate hearing from you. Next, I would call on Jaden Brazier.
Good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I'd just like to start off with, throughout this day, I've just noticed referring to people as male-bodied rather than just their pronouns as female. It's just, and then the topic of political correctness. There's no such thing as political correctness when we're talking about transphobia. It's either transphobia or not transphobia. So I'd like just to finish my thing. So my name is Jaden Brazier. I'm a queer resident of Portland. I'm here to testify in opposition of LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. Between 2016 and 2020, transgender homelessness in the United States has increased 88%, and unsheltered homelessness amongst transgender people increased 113%. Transphobia puts people at higher risk of abuse and homelessness, which compounds violence and instability. According to the Human Rights Commission, 40% of transgender people are sexually assaulted at some point in their lifetime. Furthermore, 30 to 50% of transgender people experience intimate partner violence at some point in their life. Sexual assault, intimate partner violence, and domestic violence end up being causes of homelessness, and people flee from unsafe situations. These statistics highlight the violence perpetuated against transgender people in our country, especially transgender women. What these statistics show is that transgender women are not a threat to cisgender women, but rather they are an incredibly vulnerable community. What trans women and trans people need is not legislation to furthermore marginalize them, but rather legislation that addresses violence that they face. This legislation has been presented under the false narrative that transgender people and transgender women specifically are threats to the safety of cisgender women. Further, it communicates that trans women are not real women. Gender is not determined by genitals. Trans women are real women, trans men are real men, and non-gender conforming people are people. The false narratives that this bill is based on perpetuates transphobic lies that make our world much more unsafe for trans people. Let's take a moment and ask ourselves, what is gender? Is it based on genitalia? Is gender based on biological assigned sex at birth? This is one definition that I found. Gender refers to a socially constructed characteristics of women and men, such as norms, roles, relationships between groups of women and men. It varies from society to society and can be changed. Gender roles in some societies are more rigid than those in others. Let's not define gender based on genitalia. Thank you.
Tom, you're muted.
Thank you. I usually unmute myself when when Representative Moriarty puts up the yellow, but we didn't get there. Thank you very much for your testimony, Jaden Brazier. Are there questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for taking the time out of your day to testify. We appreciate your input. Going back to the attendee room, we have 6 people who have indicated that they want to testify in opposition to LD 1238, and I would ask the committee clerk to move over Mary Bonato and Norman Mays. Ms. Bonato, welcome back to the Judiciary Committee. When you are ready to testify, just unmute your mic and activate your video and begin when you're comfortable. It's nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. It's nice to see the committee. Mary Bonato of GLAD, live in Portland. A number of the things I was going to say have been said about the scope of this, about the, if this bill became law, there would still be an issue with other state laws and federal laws that would require me not to discriminate in these ways. But the thing I really want to talk about, and I appreciated all the testimony, including that of Megan Sway just now, is the real desire to get this right and to do better all around. And like her, I would want to support increased funding and for shelters to be stepping up in all of the ways that they should. but like her, I don't believe the way to do that is to exclude trans people. But the thing that I really wanted to say, and I can say it very briefly, and I'll put this in the cites in my written testimony, is that when the Equal Access Act passed, HUD put together detailed guidance and scenarios and recommendations about how organizations that had normally not dealt with trans people at all could do so, of course, with the goal of keeping everyone safe and everyone secure. And in that vein, they have, you know, again, I'm not saying it's everything, and so much depends on enforcement, but there's things that I've heard today that are addressed there, you know, such as when you come in, you sign an agreement that you're going to make a report if you are treated inappropriately by anyone, you know, codes of conduct that allow for corrective action and as well as expulsion, you know, if need be, you know, because of oppressive and harassing behavior, you know, very detailed. And I think personally in this field, helpful guidance about what to do about bathrooms, what to do about people who feel insecure or have a trauma history. I mean, people were thinking about these things, and I just don't want to lose that learning at this juncture either, because I think we really do have a shared goal in getting this to be much, much better than it sounds like it is right now. I was very happy to hear some of the testimony from Karen Wyman and Allie Lovejoy and others who are clearly doing this right, but it sounds like there's more work to do in the state. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I was checking if I was muted. Thank you very much, Ms. Bonato. We appreciate your testimony today, and it's always good to get your input. Questions from committee members for Ms. Bonato, Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Ms. Bonato. My question is, you know, obviously we don't live in a perfect world where we can fix everything right this minute immediately. And I understand, yes, it would be wonderful to have more funding. The wheels of government move very slowly. The wheels of providing more funding to shelters move very slowly. And we have right now today heard real world first person testimony from someone who's worked in a shelter for 6 years of real world abuses and sexual harassment that go on. And so I certainly appreciate, you know, the aspirations of doing better. But right this minute, we should be protecting women. And so how do you propose that we do that right now in this moment when we don't have more funding and we don't have a perfect world?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, I have to tell you, I don't know this individual who testified to those things, and I'm not gonna like question, but like whether those things are, you know, 100% true. Let's just assume they are. Like what was jumping out to me was, boy, this is really needs some better management. Like we really need some rules and we need some consequences. Like the kinds of things that are in the materials that I'm going to include in my testimony, because, you know, these kinds of things should not be happening.
Thank you. I appreciate
that's true under existing law.
Yeah, and you know what? I really appreciate that very honest answer. And thank you for not shifting it to name calling. I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Representative Libby. Are there additional questions for Ms. Bonato from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you for your time and testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I will next call upon Norman Mays. Mr. Mays, welcome to the Judiciary Committee. Please begin your testimony as soon as you're comfortable.
Thank you. Senator Carney, Representative Hartnett, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Judiciary, my name is Norman Mays, and I am the Deputy Director of Shalom House. On behalf of my employer, I'm here to testify in opposition to LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. Shalom House provides housing and services to adults living with a serious and persistent mental illness, many of whom were either previously homeless or are currently experiencing homelessness. We question why this bill seeks an exemption from complying with Maine's Human Rights Act at all. Housing and temporary shelter is a basic human right, or at least should be. Emergency shelters provide essential, albeit modest, sanctuary for those who lack other immediately available housing options. The places of public accommodation identified in this bill are tasked with providing refuge for women in homelessness who may be in reasonable fear for their safety. Emergency shelters should not turn away persons seeking emergency shelter, and we oppose any policy which restricts access to shelter based on race, religion, sexual orientation, disability, or transgender status, as this bill would certainly do. You have heard today that the federal government has made equal access to housing, shelters, and other services, regardless of gender identity, a priority. HUD Secretary Fudge stated that access to safe, stable housing and shelter is a basic necessity. She went on to say that unfortunately, transgender and gender nonconforming people report more instances of housing instability and homelessness than cisgender people. Too often we hear of violence committed against transgender persons, especially when denied a safe place to seek refuge. The Human Rights Campaign 2018 report on fatal anti-transgender violence in America showed that transgender persons are at greater risk for violence. As mentioned by an earlier speaker, last year was the most fatal on record for transgender or gender nonconforming persons since they began tracking in 2013. 2021 is shaping up to be even worse. Please consider the crucial role which emergency shelters play in safeguarding all persons experiencing homelessness. Give all persons in homelessness, including transgender women, the same opportunity to get back on their feet again in a safe setting and not fighting for survival on the street. And please vote ought not to pass on LD 1238. Thank you for this opportunity to speak today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mays. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Mays? Representative Libby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here today, Mr. Mays. I'll preface my question by saying that, of course, we want everyone to have safe shelter. My question is, does providing shelter for transgender clients have to equal housing them with biological women? Because it seems like, to me, that one does not necessarily have to equal the other.
I would say that if that is the transgender women identify as a woman, then they should be housed and sheltered with those who they identify with and who they feel most safe with, because of the violence that has been exacted against them by other persons who may be male. And so housing them with other males may re-traumatize them or even subject them to violence in that shelter.
Follow up, if I may, Mr. Chair.
As you may, Representative Libby, go ahead.
Thank you. So the transgender folks in a shelter deserve to be housed with whom they feel safest, but the biological women do not deserve to be housed with whom they feel safest?
I think if that is the shelter that is identified for women, then they have the choice to stay there or find another shelter. But I would say that that's where you seek the support of the professionals at the shelter to provide that support to feel safe. And that's what they're trained to do, to make everyone feel safe in that shelter. And they're not going to disregard someone's feelings. And so I would say that that's why they are so well trained, and they hire professionals to serve in those shelters.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Libby. Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. So that line of questioning prompted a question in my mind. If one or the other feel unsafe, is there alternative housing for, let's say, anywhere in the state of Maine available to whether it would be transgender person or biological person, what have you, so that they can all feel safe and feel accepted and whatnot in the state of Maine?
Unfortunately, there's very few shelters in Maine, and most of them are located in southern Maine. And that's where, if someone is not feeling safe, they can they can look to their local GA office to provide them with a means by which they could be placed in a hotel where they may not be as feeling as uncomfortable. So I would say, especially where there are so few shelters, that these homeless persons should avail themselves of the GA services in their town to have a hotel room paid for, which can be a task in and of itself, but it is something that a town is required to provide to their residents.
Follow up?
Yes, Representative Hagan.
Do you know how long, like other people who testified earlier talked about staying in these certain shelters for, could be a month, could be a week, could be up to a year. Would the monies be available through the municipalities, maybe from the state or federal, to help the municipalities, especially if they're small, to help this person with hotel or motel lodging until they could get themselves on their feet or what have you, depending on their situation?
I can't speak to a typical time, but during these pandemic times, there is quite a bit of money available to municipalities to place someone in hotels. And I really don't know enough about the GA system to say if the state could provide extra funding. I know there's a formula involved that I'm not quite aware of, but I would hope that the state would step in to assist a municipality to make sure that these individuals needing this shelter, where they lack shelters, would be willing to continue to pay for a hotel or pay for a placement into other housing if it's available.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Galgay-Reckett.
I'm sorry that I've not been with you today because I'm sort of uniquely qualified to talk on this subject. So it's been interesting to listen as opposed to talk. I think most of you know I ran a shelter for a long time and had interaction with the general assistance system. So I know the answer to your question, I think, Mr. Mays. Is it Mays? Yeah.
Mays. Yes.
Mays. The GA system gets reimbursed of a town, gets reimbursed by the state, depending upon the volume of GA that they've had to provide over the course of the year. So for instance, at least at one point, unless the regs have changed, the places like Portland where there's huge amounts of GA assistance, the reimbursement is a higher percentage from the state than it is in a small town, but there is still reimbursement from the small town. So the GA does participate in subsidizing some of the town costs on this issue. I just wanted to throw that in since I happen to know it.
Thank you, Representative Reckett. Are there additional questions for Mr. Mays? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time today. We greatly appreciate your input. Take care.
Bye-bye.
We're going to go back to the attendee room. We have 4 people who have indicated that they want to testify. I'm asking our analyst to please promote Cullen Ryan, followed by Anna Brewer, to the role of panelist. Thank you. And I will begin with Cullen Ryan. As soon as you are ready to testify, you've already unmuted your mic and activated your video. Just begin when you're set to go. And welcome to the Judiciary Committee.
Great. Thank you, Representative Harnett and Senator Carney, members of the committee. My name is Cullen Ryan. I work at Community Housing in Maine. We're the largest housing provider for homeless populations in the state. I've been working in homelessness for 34 years and used to run the largest homeless shelter in the state. I also participate in kind of all things homelessness. I am testifying against this bill. In essence, what this bill does is that it sets the stage for people who are transgender to be denied access to women's shelters. CHOM and the Maine Homeless Policy Committee do not support any policies or bills that would increase homelessness or create additional barriers for people experiencing homelessness. And it appears that this bill would do exactly that. And importantly, it is a direct violation of the federal equal access rule, as you've heard before. The equal access rule mandates any HUD-funded homeless shelter or homeless program must adhere to an individual's self-expressed gender identity. This requirement provides explicit protections to LGBTQ people, acts as a protective agent against discrimination, and was designed to give emergency shelter and housing providers guidance on how to effectively provide services to this population. Proposed changes in this bill would create unnecessary and unjustifiable barriers. It would remove protections, set the table for discrimination against transgender, gender non-binary, and gender non-conforming individuals, a group that is often overrepresented in homelessness, specifically in youth homelessness. Nearly 1/3 of transgender and gender non-binary people experience homelessness at some point in their life. Since 2016, that number has increased 88%, and the number experiencing unsheltered homelessness has increased 113% during the same period. During the pandemic, we've seen record numbers of people staying outside and requiring hotels. There's some 5,000 to 6,000 people who experience homelessness in Maine. We have hundreds of people in motels right now with no place for people to go, and our worry is that we're going to end up with more people outside in encampments, the worst case scenario. This is a time for Maine to strengthen its efforts to bring emergency shelter and stable housing to those most at risk, not weaken fair housing rights for its most vulnerable populations. CHOM and the Maine Homeless Policy Committee strongly believe that harmful legislation such as this bill will only serve to make the already devastating homeless crisis worse. Shelters and homeless service providers have been over capacity and in crisis mode since the beginning of the pandemic, underscoring the need for more safe and accessible housing and emergency shelters. I urge you to oppose this bill and instead work with us to protect all of our most vulnerable citizens. Thank you, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. And I didn't mean to cut you off, but I'll turn to the questions right now. Are there questions from committee members for Mr. Ryan? Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, again. So you just mentioned that people are staying in hotels. Could you elaborate on the process and the monies that are available, and also how a person who's homeless would know about this, or what kinds of ways that they would be able to find this kind of thing that could be critical to their livelihood or lives?
Sure. Generally, towns with general assistance are the folks that are the overseers of the poor. Select persons are expected by law to meet the needs of their poorest and most vulnerable citizens by getting them into accessing emergency shelter. In many towns, that is a hotel. In larger communities, it is a homeless shelter. In most years, we do not rely on hotels. It's sort of a luxury. During the pandemic, there's been unprecedented numbers of people who have been in trouble because of losing employment. So it's really added a lot of strain on our entire system with circumstantial homelessness. The federal government recognized this and invested resources, emergency resources through emergency solutions grants to allow us to put people into hotels. That was a proactive move. It's been a lifesaver. We've been able to spread out shelters to allow social distancing, put people into hotels as never before, and we're using hotels at a greater level than we've ever done in Maine. So the process is different right now because there are some resources to do it. We sort of set a crisis up because we've got so many people in hotels. We don't have places to put people into housing. So we're facing a crisis, and our worries start turning to our job is to keep people from being outside exposed to the elements where they're at the highest risk for harm or death. And so our goal is to keep people inside and have them transition right into housing. As you know, there's a dearth of affordable housing. It's very difficult to find places to move people into, and that's our biggest challenge. So we are working to keep our shelter system as low barrier as possible to welcome people in so that they don't die outside, and to help them make a smooth transition to housing. And that's our system design. That's what we're working through right now.
So the way that they would learn how to learn about the hotel or motel system would be just going to the shelter, and then at the shelter they would assist them to.
Yes, and the shelter has to figure out what sort of room it has there, and also local general assistance have been provided resources through the federal government to support placing people in hotels for a number of months into the future at this point.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan. Representative Thorne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
is there a differentiating consideration to homeless shelter versus women's single-sex shelter?
There is only one true women's single-sex shelter in Maine, to my understanding, and that is the Florence House in Portland. However, many shelters are women's shelters and have single-sex components, and shelters serving the victims of domestic violence community in particular tend to be women's shelters and welcome in children. And then family shelters that sometimes are women only with children, and the male counterparts go to a male shelter. So it's nuanced, but we have many shelters that are serving women and need to welcome in all women.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Thorne. Are there additional questions for Mr. Ryan? Seeing none, thank you very much for your time and your testimony today. We greatly appreciate your input.
Thank you.
I would next turn to and welcome to the Judiciary Committee, Anna Brewer. Ms. Brewer, as soon as you are comfortable, begin your testimony.
Yeah, good afternoon, Senator Carney, Representative Harnett, and esteemed members of the Judiciary Committee. I know it's been a long day. We've all been on since 9 a.m., so I'm grateful to have your time. My name is Anna Brewer, and I'm the Homeless Voices for Justice team leader. Homeless Voices for Justice is a grassroots organization based in Portland. We seek to empower people struggling with homelessness and poverty, whose perspectives are often excluded from the development of policies and programs that impact their social and economic well-being. I am here today to testify on behalf of Homeless Voices for Justice in strong opposition to LD 1238. In Homeless Voices for Justice, our advocacy centers on ensuring that everyone who needs emergency shelter is able to access it, regardless of their age, race, religion, ability, sexuality, or gender identity. Everyone is a person, regardless of their gender identity, and everyone deserves to be able to access the life-saving emergency shelter that they need when they need it. We are extremely concerned about LD 1238 because it will have devastating consequences for transgender clients of women's shelters. People who are transgender are already overrepresented in homelessness and in unsheltered homelessness compared to their cisgender counterparts. This bill, if passed, would force more people who are transgender into unsheltered homelessness, making worse an already dangerous situation. When people are unsheltered, they face devastating consequences, including higher levels of mental and physical health problems, longer stays in homelessness, and shorter life expectancies. Transgender women face some of the highest rates of violence in our society. That violence, combined with the vulnerabilities of being homeless, makes women who are transgender among, if not the most vulnerable, homeless population. For this reason, transgender women may seek out the safer environment that women's shelter provides, and their ability to access these shelters is incredibly important for their safety and well-being. One of our members in Homeless Voices for Justice, Carolyn, spent 10 months at a women's shelter. While she was there, there were 2 transgender women who were also staying at the shelter. Carolyn recalls that these women were just other clients. They never made her feel unsafe or unwelcome, and they were clients just as Carolyn was, and women just as Carolyn is, regardless of whether or not they were assigned female at birth. Carolyn's experience draws attention to the fact that the safety of all women, transgender and cisgender, must be a priority. If we truly value safety, then we must allow women, transgender and cisgender, to stay at women's shelters in our state. Lastly, Homeless Voices for Justice has operated in Portland for over 25 years. Most of our members were born and raised in Maine, experienced homelessness in Maine, and were able to regain housing in Maine. As Mainers, we believe that there is no place for anti-transgender legislation in our state. We urge you to vote ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brewer, for your testimony and for sticking it out on a pretty long day. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Brewer? Seeing none, again, I'm sorry, Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much again, Mr. Chair. people are coming home to my house, so I had to put my earbuds in. The TV's blaring and all that. A question that just came to my mind, and I apologize. I don't know why it didn't come to my head 15 or 25 hours ago. You're right, it's been a long day. This may or may not be for you. And I have been looking through a tremendous amount of testimonies, and I apologize if this is not the right question, but are there numbers, statistics? You had talked about people being in, much greater danger when they're out in when they're not able to get housing and this and that. Are there statistics for transgender and other that are available to us to look at?
Yeah, and I can send some statistics. There are statistics regarding like the percentage of transgender folks facing homelessness and unsheltered homelessness, and then I have other statistics about the specific consequences of unsheltered homelessness that I can send.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hagan, and thank you very much for offering to share that with the committee, Ms. Brewer. Are there additional questions from committee members? Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your time and for providing us with testimony today. We greatly appreciate it. We will now turn to, and I hope I get the first name right, Deanna D. Clark.
You got it right. It's D, but my birth name is Diane. Good afternoon. Yes, it's a long day today.
I never saw it spelled out that way. Welcome back to the committee, Ms. Clark, and please begin your testimony.
Yes, thank you, Representative Harnett and Senator Carney and Senator Kine and the committee members. Yes, I'm back. Survivors Speak, USA opposes LD 1238, an act to protect women's single-sex shelters. And the first thing that got me was to protect, as if the bill is saying, protect cis women from trans women. And we don't need protection from trans women, but trans women need our protection. May needs to stand up and protect trans women and girls. Trans women who are denied access to safe shelter are at risk of being harmed. Trans women are targets for bias-related attacks. 70% of trans people have been sexually assaulted in Maine, more than half, 70%, 10% in the last 12 months. Maine must continue to be inclusive when thinking of safety for women, especially during the pandemic. Trans women do not belong in men's shelters. On a few occasions, a couple of friends who are trans stayed at the Florence House Women's Shelter. It worked. They were safe. Everybody was safe. Creating policies to exclude trans women is like setting up white-only signs, white-only spaces. Maine does not do that anymore. Maine is working hard to be inclusive and embrace all people, including trans people. We must keep our eye on the prize of just inclusive society. We can have that if we stay on point. We cannot allow LD 1238 to pass. This bill screams trans people don't count. That's why 45% of trans people in Maine who are assaulted didn't report it because they thought they would not be believed. This policy is telling trans people that they don't belong here. Maine, that is not the message we want to send. Maine's message is that all are equal and justice for all. Maine has worked hard at being more inclusive and creating equality throughout our state for all, not just for single-sex women, all women. Equality for all includes trans women too. Please do not pass LD 1238. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Clark. We appreciate you taking the time to present your testimony to the committee this afternoon. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Clark? Seeing none, again, I thank you very much. It's always good to see you. Take care. I will now turn to Courtney Plasden. As soon as you are ready to testify, there you go. Just begin when you're comfortable.
Thank you. And I apologize, my son is here.
Um, Thank you to the Judiciary Committee today for allowing me to testify against LD 1238. My name is Courtney Platson. I am the clinical director at the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council. I am also a nurse practitioner in practice at our Healthcare for the Homeless clinic in Portland, Maine. I provide clinical leadership, training, and education, and do research to support people experiencing homelessness all across our country. This is also personal. My mom is a domestic violence survivor, and as a teen, I lived in a family shelter with my mom and siblings. I am vehemently against this. I think that this exclusionary bill would cause much more harm than it would help. I know you've listened to many hours of testimony, so I don't want to be redundant. I'm going to submit a lot of data and research, but I do want to share that we don't do our community any favors when we try to figure out who is most deserving, because housing is a human right and housing is health care. And so I fear that when we're trying to pin domestic violence survivors against trans women who we've heard are also survivors, that is not helpful in this context. I hope that we will work to develop policies that work to end homelessness, but in the meantime, I hope that we stop developing exclusive policies, because these are a step in the wrong direction. Transgender individuals are some of the most marginalized people in our country. 1 in 4 trans people experience homelessness in their lifetime because of housing and economic discrimination. Imagine losing your job, then losing your housing and showing up for shelter, and then being denied right to shelter in the worst time of your life just based on your gender identity. This is incredibly traumatic during an incredibly traumatic time. I think that this will cause more harm than it will help. Providing gender affirming care is one of my most favorite parts of my clinical practice. When people are seen as they are and given the opportunity to receive treatment that is affirming, they blossom. Rather than implement policies that are restrictive and harmful, I encourage you to consider policies that are supportive and protect trans lives. We do not get the full benefit from the talent and promise of the trans community because they're too busy fighting for their lives right now. I welcome any questions you have, and I really appreciate your patience in listening to everyone's testimonies today.
Thank you very much, Ms. Plasden. It sounds like your son might want to be a carpenter from the background sounds. Are there questions from committee members for Ms. Pladsen? Seeing none, again, I thank you very much for
Representative Harnett, I just wanted to share just the information based on a previous question about any research that discusses the impact to trans individuals who are unsheltered. So I just wanted to submit that, and I'll submit it formally.
Thank you, because I'm not sure how long the chat stays in existence, although our analyst is so prompt, she probably has it and is pulling it up right now. So thank you very much. Seeing that there are no questions for Ms. Pladsen, with a slight bit of trepidation, I'm going to go to the attendee room to ask if there are any persons who wish to testify in opposition to LD 1238. If so, please raise your electronic hand. Seeing none, I would ask if there are any persons who would like to testify neither for nor against LD 1238 to please raise your electronic hand. And again, seeing none, having received testimony of those present today wishing to provide testimony, I will now close the public hearing on LD 1238. I want to thank all of the committee members, all of the persons that we've heard from beginning at 9 o'clock this morning. Thank you for your input. And at this point, my co-chair and I, we need to chat about the future of our day. So we're going to take a very short break of 5 minutes, and then we will come back to let you know how we are going to proceed. So we will come back at 12 minutes after 5. Thank you. Okay, it is 5:12. If people could activate their cameras so I know that people are back. So I'm not speaking to dark boxes. Seeing some of the squares coming back to life. First thing I was going to say was Representative Moriarty, you could put your electronic hand down. I must be exhausted, but you already did that. So thank you very much for doing that.
Sure.
So here's where we are. We have 3 public hearings remaining on today's schedule, and none of those are short in terms of the number of people who have signed up to testify. We've also learned that the legislature had been scheduled to go back into session next Thursday, May 13th. That has been canceled due to another case of COVID-19 in the body, in the legislative body, probably also in someone's body. And so what I want to propose to the committee, and this was after talking with my co-chair, that I would like to get the committee's sense about moving these 3 remaining public hearings to Thursday, the 13th in the morning. The reason for that is we've all been at this since 9 o'clock this morning, but I am even more concerned for our committee clerk and our analyst, knowing that we have to start up again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that takes a lot of work on their part to get ready for that. So I would like to see by a show of electronic hands. Do you have a question, Representative Libby, before I pose the question?
I can.
Okay. I would like to see by a show of electronic hands how many people are comfortable with that path forward, and that path being that we would not have the remaining 3 public hearings, reschedule them for Thursday, the 13th, in recognition of the fact that we have worked our staff very long and our committee members very long, and we begin again at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So.
Representative Harnett, can I just add that it wouldn't even necessarily have to be the 13th, and we have a couple of other days that we could plug the hearings into as well.
So we could work out the scheduling with Peggy and Soupy moving forward. I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now I'm seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They just keep changing, but I see a lot of hands up. I see, I think 10, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 hands up. And only Representative Hagan being opposed. So I would say that the majority of the committee believes that this is the right path to follow, as do I and my co-chair. So I would, Representative Libby, let me just wrap up and then I'll get to your question. So I will, the co-chair and I will work with our staff to see the best way to reschedule these public hearings. And before we adjourn, I recognize Representative Libby. And you can put your hands down because they get tired.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just would like to advocate that I've heard from folks who have been waiting here since 9 to be heard on LD 1292 and 1510. And so I just would request that the timeline for the rescheduled hearing is extremely clear so that folks don't have to give over an entire second day to be heard on these bills that are very important to them.
I thank you very much for bringing that up, Representative Libby. When we start a day, we have no idea how long the hearing is going to take. The first 2 bills took over 5.5 hours. So we will do the best we can. Clearly, we want to get these 3 on the next day. I hate to inconvenience anybody, but we can't stop a public hearing in the middle of a public hearing. So we will do our best to set clear guidelines as to when those hearings are going to be and make sure that we get through them on the day that they are scheduled. But thank you for bringing that up. I hate to inconvenience the public because that is who we work for. Thank you. I see a couple of additional hands up. Representative Keim. Senator Keim.
Thank you. I just was going to mention something similar to Representative Libby, but maybe since so many people that are actually watching and waiting to speak today, if we could just tell them it will be the 13th, that would just be an easy way of making that shift. And so they know, I would just advocate for that.
I think we can do that. Let's just check in with Peggy, our legislative analyst, who helps us a lot with scheduling. And Peggy, is it okay if we declare that that is the plan at this point?
Right, I think so. So with the session being canceled on Thursday, that opens up that day for you to work. You have lots of bills that you have to work in addition to hear, but you also have some bills for hearing. I guess my concern is you were reserving Fridays for public hearings, so you could either plan on doing these bills in the morning and maybe work some bills in the afternoon, or you could do all the new bills on and these on Friday. The 13th will work. You have to still get permission to continue working on these bills after tomorrow, but you know what, if the 13 works the best for everybody, then just go ahead and do that and we can figure out the schedule around them.
Because I think sometimes, Senator Keim, you have government oversight on Fridays, right? And so that yeah. So let's just go ahead and say it's going to be Thursday,
the 13th, and they will be the first three bills. And then we will figure out the rest of the schedule after Senator Carney and I speak with Soupy and Ann to develop the most efficient schedule, recognizing that we try not to schedule work sessions on Friday. But fortunately for us, we have so many bills we can fill all of the days. So thank you very much. I see other hands up, so I don't know if they're just residual. I'll go through them as I see them. Representative Sheehan. You're muted, but I think you were saying.
It was just leftover from before. Thank you.
Okay. You're very welcome. Representative Hagan.
Thank you very much. Certainly, I would not want to impose extra time on the analyst or the clerk, the amazing Peggy and Soupy. I only selfishly didn't raise my hand to go next week because I love being in these things. And as you know, we're a part-time legislature and I have a full-time job and I won't be able to be at that at 9 o'clock next week. So selfishly, just thinking of myself, I wanted to go when I can be here, which is now. But I'm tired, so. Anyway.
Well, I'm finding is that, yes, we are a part-time legislature with a full-time job.
That's right.
But that's neither here nor there. Seeing no other electronic hands, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
Can I just say one other thing? Just to let
Senator Carney.
Yeah, just to let people know that I believe that everyone who signed up to testify for the bills that have been shifted to Thursday, the 13th at 9, will get a new Zoom link. Is that?
You're muted, Peggy.
I think they'll need to request it because we don't keep track of who requests a Zoom link.
Okay, so they
is that correct?
Soupy knows the answer to this, perhaps.
Yes, because it'll be scheduled as a new public hearing. So I believe people will have to.
But they will get
it. I would send it to people, but I don't have their addresses.
Okay, so then to clarify, those who wish to testify on these bills will have to re-sign up to provide live testimony.
Right, but don't do it yet because we'll have to adjust the computer system to accommodate a new day.
And I see
all the written testimony will keep, but it will have a new testimony link. I mean, a new Zoom link. I think that's right.
Yeah.
And I did see a question in the chat. How do I do it? The same way that you registered for today's hearing.
Right, on the testimony submission.
Once it is noticed, right?
Right. Right,
And-
but don't do it today.
Right.
We're not ready.
Take the rest of the day off, whoever you are, whatever you're doing. Representative Libby.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick note, Mr. Chair. Previously in one of the hearings, I had attributed a statement to our chair, and I did that in error. So the chair that had queried someone giving testimony regarding their political leanings was actually not our chair. And so I wanted to correct that live, since I had stated it live. It was a chair in a different committee when I was giving testimony and presenting one of my bills. So just wanted to clear that up live, as I had said it live. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that. And we do have, does anybody else have anything that they would like to say? I'll just open up the floor. Seeing none, we have a motion to adjourn. I saw a second. That's a goodbye, Senator Carney.
Hey.
That was a motion or a second and a goodbye, all in one.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
See
All right.
everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Until
Thank you.
tomorrow.
See you soon.
Bye.
Yes, indeed.
Why? Oh, she's gone. Up there, she's back.
Sorry, yes.